on silent as the event is being live streamed. Now, to begin our program, please welcome Chair of the Los Angeles Business Council, David Nahai.
Well, good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
All right, you know what? That kind of response, I'm going to go back home and snooze for a bit. Good morning, everybody. All right. This is kind of unusual for me to be up this early in the morning. I kind of like to wake up at about this time in the morning. So, and I have to tell you, I had all kinds of trouble getting here this morning. My garage door wouldn't open, and the traffic lights wouldn't cooperate, and we had roadworks on the canyon where I have to come down. So, however, I want you to know that I observed all traffic laws getting here. I didn't necessarily obey any of them, but I did observe them. So, all right. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. So my name is David Nahai, and I'm honored to serve as chair of the Los Angeles Business Council, and truly honored to welcome you all here today to the UCLA Luskin Center for the 24th Annual Los Angeles Business Council's Housing, Transportation, and Jobs Summit. We've been doing this for 24 years now. So this summit remains one of Southern California's most anticipated educational and policy forums. It's focused on advancing solutions to the intertwined issues of housing, affordability, homelessness, mobility, and equitable economic development. So I want to take a moment, of course, to thank UCLA, our co-hosts, who've been our summit partner for the last 20 years. So I want to thank UCLA, and we'll be hearing from Vice Chancellor and Provost Darnell Hunt in just a minute. So today would certainly not be possible without our sponsors. So we'd like to thank our co-chair sponsors, J.P. Morgan Chase, 5 Point, the Rosalind and Arthur Gilbert Foundation, the California Community Foundation, the Conrad N. Hilton Foundation, Wells Fargo, Bank of America, and all of our gold and silver sponsors whose name you see displayed. I'd like to thank also our 50 cooperating organizations who've played a crucial role in not only promoting the summit, but also in partnering with us to ensure that housing, homelessness, transportation, and economic vitality remain at the forefront of the policy conversation. So, last night, it was an honor to recognize leaders in the field of housing, homelessness, and regional procurement at our Summit Awards reception yesterday evening. So our honorees were Long Beach Mayor and La Casa Board Chair Rex Richardson, and we celebrated him. Yeah, he deserves it. We celebrated him for his historic leadership as chair of La Casa, having successfully built and operationalized the new regional housing agency. And we honored founder and chairman emeritus of Related California, Bill Whitty, for his leadership, delivering transformative, affordable housing developments that expand access and strengthen communities. So today, it's, I'm not going to kid you. This is going to be a heavy day, right? This is not, heavy in terms of the amount of information that you're going to be getting. So oftentimes at these conferences, people say, sit back, relax. Do not sit back. Do not relax. Engage your minds, right? Because so much is going to be coming at you at this program today. It's going to be a wonderful day. So there's truly a distinguished array of speakers, a dynamic range of topics, including the top candidates for Governor of California in a panel this afternoon. This is ahead of the June primary. It'll be moderated by the Emmy-winning journalist Alex Cohen. There'll be media here for that, and the entire forum will be shown this evening at LAS at 7 p.m. So the whole gubernatorial panel will be also aired at 7 p.m. this evening. We're also very excited to share that informing our discussions today is the LABC's newly released survey of 751 registered Los Angeles voters, highlighting key issues and their views on policies impacting housing supply and affordability, and featuring poll results on the gubernatorial candidates' housing policy platforms. The poll just got released yesterday, and it's already garnered so much media attention. Look, you know, there is much in the poll that may be disheartening to folks, but I believe there is much there that tells us what we need to do in order to improve housing. There's many opportunities that can be gleaned from a review of the poll. So if you want to view the findings and analysis, you can scan the QR code on the agenda in front of you to look at the poll results. So we truly hope and believe absolutely that today's summit will foster innovative approaches to key challenges. We'll talk about the cost and speed of the delivery of housing development. We'll be talking about our regional transportation system, our small business community, and so much more. And also located on your agenda is a QR code that will take you to the LABC Summit webpage so that you can take a look at the speaker bios, the summit sponsors, and featured presentations. So please enjoy today. I will be back with you at the very end of the day. I will exit now, but please help me welcome to the stage UCLA Executive Vice Chancellor and Provost Darnell Hunt. And thanks so much for listening to me as well. Okay.
Thank you, David. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to UCLA. So it's great to see so many leaders from across Los Angeles, as well as many of our faculty, students, and alumni gathered in one place. On behalf of UCLA, I'm proud to welcome you as a longtime partner of the Los Angeles Business Council, and we are honored to once again serve as the summit venue. For more than 2 decades, our organizations have worked together to address one of the most pressing challenges facing our region, the housing crisis and its deep connections to employment and transportation. I'd like to thank a few key people for making today possible. Of course, Chair David Nahai. David. President Mary Leslie, an alum of UCLA. Founding and Vice Chair Richard Ziman. The Los Angeles Business Council and its staff. And the entire LABC community, including its esteemed board members. Thank you all. I'd also like to recognize some leaders who will be with us today who are actively shaping Los Angeles' future. Of course, Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass, Congresswoman Maxine Waters, Long Beach Mayor Rex Richardson, and Los Angeles County Supervisor Holly Mitchell, and so many others. Now, the spirit of shared leadership is exactly why gatherings like this matter. the challenges we are here to discuss do not get solved by any one institution alone. They require networks of people willing to work together, take risks, and stay at the table. At UCLA, we see ourselves as part of that collective effort. We often say that UCLA is not just a university in Los Angeles, it's a university of Los Angeles. We are deeply committed to the city and the region and committed to its future. You can see that commitment in our partnerships with many of you. It shows up in research led by the Luskin School of Public Affairs, the Ziman Center for Real Estate, City Lab UCLA, and UCLA's Labor Center. In fact, I was there last night to celebrate its reopening, the James Lawson Jr. Worker Center. Really important work. And so many other campus initiatives. It shows up in UCLA Health's service to communities across the region and in sustainability efforts like the Sustainable LA Grand Challenge. And it shows up in the lives of our students who are engaging with these complex issues now and preparing to lead in the years ahead. We saw that connection between our campus and the community during last year's wildfires. Bruins mobilized quickly to support recovery efforts. We partnered with the mayor's office, FEMA, and other government agencies to help set up a disaster recovery center at UCLA Research Park, just 2.5 miles down Westwood Boulevard. We also launched a Blue Ribbon Commission with Los Angeles County Supervisor Lindsay Horvath, bringing together experts across UCLA and the region to develop policy recommendations for a more resilient and equitable recovery. Experiences like these remind us that recovery and progress should not mean returning to the status quo. It should mean building something better. That is the kind of relationship which UCLA is committed to, one that not only studies challenges, but also helps shape what comes next. And that brings us to today's theme, bold vision for an affordable California. Bold vision requires bold action. And each of us here has a role to play in turning ideas into reality. So today, I hope you form new connections and to continue the work beyond this room. Together, we can shape a more affordable, a more connected, and a more inclusive Los Angeles. UCLA stands ready to work with you. Thank you, and enjoy the summit.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Elizabeth Funk, founder and CEO of Dignity Moves, and Arash Dahigian, Vice President of Operations at Ford EC.
Good morning, everyone. We're so excited to kick off today's summit with a spotlight on an innovative model for interim housing that is providing successful results in cities all across California. Standing out for its focus on execution, Dignity Moves proposes a new model that demonstrates how capital, design, and delivery can be aligned to produce housing more quickly and at a lower cost. Our company, 40C, takes pride in more than 45 years of experience in building and serving Southern California with a goal to provide clients with the highest level of construction quality completed on time and on budget. 40C has been actively involved in Los Angeles, building over 13 interim housing projects to help with this issue. We are very proud to partner with Dignity Homes to deliver 2 projects currently under development in Los Angeles, one starting in less than a month. Joining me today to talk about Dignity Moves is Dignity Moves founder and CEO, Elizabeth Funk. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you.
Let's just kick it off right into it. Elizabeth, homelessness has been a challenge for Los Angeles for a long time now. Why is this so much more critical at this current time?
Thank you, Arash. First of all, homelessness, particularly unsheltered homelessness, is a crisis. We've seemed to have lost touch with that, but it is an urgent humanitarian crisis that can be solved. And with the Olympics and all of the other big events happening on the forefront, let's seize this moment. This is the time. And I understand, as with other cities, the plan is to shuffle everybody off into hotels and then let them spill back out after the event is over. That doesn't accomplish anything. In fact, worse, it reinstills the disillusionment this problem can be solved. And it can be solved. When I say this, I mean unsheltered homelessness. The housing crisis broadly, there are a lot of smart people working on it, but it is going to be a multi-decade problem to get homelessness under control completely. But unsheltered homelessness, people sleeping on the streets, that's 4 walls and a roof where people can be dignified and safe while they wait for the permanent housing that's going to take so long. And that's what I think is the time to do it now.
Okay, very well put. Well, with that said, can you tell us a little bit about Dignity Moves?
Dignity Moves was started by a group of members from Young Presidents Organization, YPO, some of whom are here today. And we knew very little about this problem, but we knew one thing, whatever we're doing isn't working. We need to have different solutions. And one of the things that struck us is not just the humanitarian failure, but the fiscal impacts, which I think people in this room would understand. Allowing people to languish on the streets is literally 2 or 3 times the cost to society. But emergency room visits and encampment sweeps and jail time and wildfires and all those things that add up. Whereas getting people indoors with 3 meals a day, a case manager, and a safe place and some hope, that's $40,000 a year versus $80,000 or $100,000 a year. So we started with, what would it take to get everyone indoors? Why can't we? Well, first of all, people don't want to be on a bunk bed with strangers. Okay, great. Then you can have your own room with the door that locks. Land is expensive, but there's a lot of land out there available temporarily. Let's borrow vacant land, which means we use relocatable, mass-produced, prefabricated units that can be installed with emergency building codes, because this is an emergency every bit as much as an earthquake is. And so when we can couple those things together, we can build communities really fast and really cost effectively. And it's working. We've got 12 communities open today. We've got another dozen on the horizon, including 2 here in Los Angeles, as you mentioned, and we're proud to be partnering with you to do that. Here are a couple of little images of it. Go ahead.
Well, if you could tell us, what do you propose Los Angeles does now to help with the housing issue? I mean, you're in a room with a lot of stakeholders, a lot of people who care about this issue. What could we do to make it better in Los Angeles?
Well, many cities struggle with the same problem. I mean, the nice thing is that you've got the urgency of these upcoming events. But the thing that people also don't understand is you have this really rare gem in the Los Angeles Alliance for Human Rights case. Because honestly, all the cities across the state are jealous of that, because the biggest barrier for doing these kinds of programs is the cost of the ongoing operations. And so that program says that if the city builds interim housing, the county will pay for the supportive services. I strongly urge you to take advantage of that. And you know, Los Angeles has about 30,000 people who are suffering on the streets. At $75,000 per room, you're talking about $2.2 billion one-time investment to get everybody indoors, when you've spent $22 billion over the last 2 decades, and the problem keeps getting worse. Now is the time to invest in getting everyone indoors and reclaim the city.
Okay. If you could actually tell us a little bit, how does Dignity differ from other, agencies in building out these projects?
Yeah, so the thing that's important to understand is that solving homelessness writ large means building permanent housing. And I'll be clear, permanent housing is the answer. Only when someone's in permanent housing are they no longer homeless. And yet the problem is that permanent housing costs so much and takes so long to build that if that's our only strategy, then people are languishing on the streets. Or they get a bunk bed in a warehouse and they don't want to go, nor should they, and so therefore we don't invest in that. And so Dignity Moves is this missing middle where we're sort of shelter 2.0, everybody gets their own room, we can do it for a fraction of the cost, in fact, less than half the cost of the NAV centers per cot in San Francisco because of these innovative models. And yet it's also housing, because HUD's definition of housing is separate sleeping quarters that you consider your usual place of residence. So this is also a form of housing. And so we're trying to challenge the system with that missing middle and say, let's get everybody indoors into something. They're little cabins. They're about the size of my son's dorm room at USC, with a bed, a desk, and bathrooms that are shared, dining facilities that are shared, but it has electricity, and it has a real community, which is very much like college living. And for many people, that's acceptable housing.
Well, Elizabeth, thank you for sharing all the information about Dignity Homes with us, and thank you for everything you're doing in California.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here.
Please welcome Tommy Beadle, CEO at Haven Development.
Good morning. I'm Tommy Beadle, CEO of Haven Development, and I'm honored to be here at the LABC Housing Summit to introduce the first panel, Delivering and Innovating Finance for Affordable Housing in Los Angeles. The title gets to the heart of the solution for scaling affordable housing production, and we're increasingly seeing new and creative financing structures as well as forward-thinking public policies and innovative development strategies. Our panelists today represent organizations that are demonstrating how critical fresh thinking is to address LA's dire need for affordable housing. Wells Fargo brings a capital markets perspective for financing tools for affordable housing production. Bridge Housing represents nonprofit development at scale and is advancing new financing strategies to support low-income housing tax credits. Thrive Living reflects a private capital model that has delivered large-scale mixed-income housing in Los Angeles. The California Community Foundation has mobilized more than $100 million in philanthropic capital to support wildfire recovery and rebuilding efforts. And LADWP is here, whose role providing grid capacity and interconnection timelines increasingly determines project feasibility. I personally share their commitment to innovation, and I commend Mayor Bass and our council members for streamlining affordable housing approvals to accelerate production, incentivize private investment, and attract new players. Indeed, Haven Development is one of these new players. I founded Haven just 2 years ago to pivot to affordable housing because I recognized the need to meet the moment to deliver high-quality apartments for working Los Angeles families quickly and efficiently. We're young and growing fast. Haven has opened our first community, and we have 14 more under construction today, with another 15 following shortly thereafter. These projects will bring over 2,000 affordable new income-restricted units online in LA over the next 24 months. Our model focuses on leveraging LA's fast-track approval process and using private investment. This combination enables Haven to shorten timelines, control costs, and respond to enormous demand for affordable housing with urgency and scale. At Haven, we believe in empowering lives through affordable housing, and we believe in bringing that scale to neighborhoods that have traditionally been out of reach to lower income households, areas that are closer to jobs, good schools, and public transit. A quick story to connect. I was introduced to a couple the other day that work at the Century City Mall. They drive from deep in Woodland Hills daily to the Century City Mall. One is a barista, and one is a stock clerk at Nordstrom's, making just over $20 an hour. They spend 4 hours a day on the 405 and the 101 freeway to get back and forth. These are the working families that we need to support by bringing housing into high-resource neighborhoods. One of our projects in West LA that's under construction right now, 75 one-bedroom units that will rent to an average tenant at 60% AMI, is 6 blocks from the Costco in West LA. The majority of people in LA get their groceries from that Costco until Thrive brings their next Costco online in the mid-cities. That Costco employs 534 people at that Costco at an average wage of $24 an hour. I went and met the managers at that Costco, and Those employees in that Costco drive from Palmdale, from Hemet, daily for a $24, $25 an hour job. And our goal at Haven is to bring housing into the neighborhood where these people work so that they can be the fabric of the community that support all of the people that live in these communities and enjoy these high resource neighborhoods. They can educate their children in the schools in these neighborhoods, and we can empower lives through building quality, affordable housing in the neighborhoods where people want to live. All of us here today share the goal of building a stronger community through greater access to housing. And Haven couldn't be more proud to be one part of the solution by delivering the stability that empowers lives for Angelenos. I'd like to thank Mary Leslie and the LABC team for your incredible work driving innovation in LA housing policy and impact on the ground. Please join me in welcoming our moderator, Liam Dillon, and all of our panelists to the stage.
All right, good morning, everyone. Thank you to LABC. I think I want to just dive right into our discussion. And so I'm going to start at a really high level, and this is a question I'll open up to everyone. The federal government, Trump administration, is proposing to cut Section 8 funds by tens of billions. Similarly, deep cuts to permanent supportive housing for homeless residents. Meanwhile, at the state level, the primary funding source for affordable housing financing programs are exhausted of dollars. How hard is it to operate in an environment where state and federal funding for low-income housing is so uncertain and also trending in a negative direction? Ken, why don't we start with you?
Okay. Yeah. Fortunately, I had a cup of coffee before you got there.
Yeah.
Look, I think anybody that's been in the affordable housing business has almost become numb to uncertainty. There has been uncertainty on all levels. The mere fact that now at the federal level, there are threats to what is already a very convoluted approach to trying to get any approvals and funding. What we try to do is just make sure that we're not caught flat-footed, we're aware of it, and we're in a position where we can pivot when appropriate to find alternative means to kind of continue to keep our pace, keep our momentum. Our goal is, one, we are true to the mission of affordable housing and providing communities with a quality housing approach in the communities of need, but we got to be able to get these deals done. And in doing that, you got to look at federal governments or state agencies or anyone else where there's uncertainty. You got to be quick to pivot.
Eric, do you want to weigh in here too?
Yeah, absolutely. Over the last 20 years of my career in affordable housing, I think the developers have been defined by adaptability and ability to pivot from different types of developments. And I think we're seeing an influx of preservation where there's a lot of capital in the market out there for preservation, and that's always been a part of affordable housing. Maybe a little bit more skewed towards new construction over the last 5 to 10 years because the capital was available for that. But we've always had new programs year in and year out from a political will for affordable housing, and I think this is just another era as we move into that uncertainty again, and we move forward into a new type of pipeline. So folks are structuring their pipelines differently based on the capital available, and I think there's a fair amount of capital out there. It's just not through state agencies and local governments.
Do you want to weigh in as well, Ben?
Sure. I think uncertainty in any business kills momentum. It's a huge deterrent for capital, whether it's equity or it's debt. We don't build with LIHTC generally. The uncertainty with the City of Los Angeles and with HACLA, changing rents and modifying rents on Section 8, reducing voucher payments, changing the structure, it's created a big problem for us in our business. We have to answer to equity and answer to lenders who are concerned about what's happening in Los Angeles. Equity has run away from California. It has run away from Los Angeles. Debt does not want to take risk with uncertainty. I hope that changes. in the short term. I don't think it's a federal problem. I think it's a federal and local problem. If the city of Los Angeles wants housing to be built here, or any city wants housing to be built, you have to set a goalpost and you can't move it.
So I want to bring up some positive news on the funding front. Last year's big federal tax bill included changes to the low-income housing tax credit program, which is the primary engine for funding affordable housing in the state. That by some estimates could allow for 20,000 new low-income units in California every year. And I'll direct this to either Eric or Ken, whoever would like to begin here. What effects do you expect this change to have on the ground in the state and in LA in particular?
Yeah, what we're seeing is, yes, there are more tax credits, but they're still being put in the hands of the folks that, frankly, we're not seeing it in the pricing. We're seeing the reduction in the pricing from the time when we were seeing it at, say, 95 cents to in the mid to low 80s. That further complicates the issue of trying to pull together your capital stack. And so for us, it's there, but it's not quite, they haven't thought it all the way through in terms of how it can hit the ground, how it can be in the hands of the developers. And I'm speaking for the nonprofits here that frankly are in need of those tax credits, but LIHTC deals right now, frankly, we're trying to find a lot of ways to get around it.
So how do you make that better? What would you make?
You make that better. Hopefully, it's one of those things that's out of our control to make better. But what we're doing is, frankly, just finding alternative means to finance it. And it also points towards doing fewer LIHTC deals for us. Just finding alternative means of financing it and finding equity to do it. Our experience is a little bit different than Ben's with HACLA. We've had a lot of experience working with them. I like sitting across the table from Jenny and Lourdes and that group, and because they will sit and be concerned about and embrace the challenge that you have and try to mutually find solutions to try to work it out. Jordan Downs is a great example of it. Major project that we embarked upon in Watts with HACLA, and it has not been smooth sailing every step of the way. There have been hurdles that we've had to get over, but each time I have a responsibility as a developer and as the partner in the deal to sit down, put forth in a very transparent way what my issues are, and listen to their side of it too, but we've collectively been able to come together and solve it, and we've got a beautiful project. If you haven't seen it or experienced it, it is truly transformative, and it shows what can happen when you've got great teamwork.
Eric, do you want to?
Yeah, absolutely. I think from a long-term perspective, the tax bill from last year effectively doubling the supply of bonds and credits is a strong positive. But I think that's in the long term. In the short term, the amount of capital that's available in California, which is a premium LIHTC market compared to other states and other geographies, there's a limited amount of capital for that investment. And so we've seen pricing, like Ken said, go from mid-90s into the mid-80s, plus or minus a number of cents. And that's simply just supply and demand, where you've got the most recent last two bond rounds have been a 2x of what was priorly being awarded by CIDLAC and TCAC. And so, going forward, I think it's about, from a Wells Fargo perspective, and I think industry-wide, it's how can we build capacity and market the LIHTC credit more widely to bring in more investors across the board. So we're part of initiatives on that front. We're obviously part of initiatives of getting shovels in the ground with our existing developers that have awards, and taking care of those folks in this interim.
Just an observation, how much of it is an indictment of the system of how we fund low-income housing when we have an increase in the primary means by which we do that, and yet at the same time it's harder to make a deal?
I don't think that hard reset that needs to take place on all the folks that are providing funding, whether it's at the state level, the local level. There's a need for a hard reset on the structure of that financing and equity that's available, and that hasn't happened. There have been some adjustments along the way, But I think we've got to figure out a way, because there's a lot of capital available that can really be have a positive impact on our ability to get these units built and ready for tenants to move in. But when you look at cash flow sweeps and you look at the back end of these things where there's a profit grab, look at some of the conditions that are still in place, somebody's got to take a step back and say, okay, what can we do differently, because that's not working as well as need be. And my last point is, unfortunately, there are still, in particular on the nonprofit side, it's not bridge, but there are some nonprofits that frankly are willing to, they focus on the developer's fee, then they're still in the mode of, if there's money out there to do the deal, I'm going to do it, no matter if the per door costs are exorbitant or what have you. That's got to be the reset on our side. That if you can't underwrite it to a reasonable return, that's sustainability. We have to start striving for that, because right now, if you look across the market, too many portfolios are underwater.
So you mentioned, Josh, I'll get to you, but you mentioned this hard reset. You talked a little about the developers. Like, who's responsible for being in charge of that hard reset?
Look, there are two words: that collaborative approach. It's got to be something that, it's not about finger pointing as much as each respective participant has got to go to their corners and try to decide. You get enough feedback from the folks that are coming to you for capital that you can sit down and truly take those concerns and figure out which ones you have the ability to adjust to. And as much as anything, let's change our measurement of success. Our measurement of success has got to be how many units we are bringing to the marketplace. How successful are we at executing this plan with the capital that's available, and doing it in a way that 5 years, 7 years, 10 years from now, we're not sitting here with portfolios that are completely underwater, nonprofits that are tilting on the edge because they can't afford to continue to infuse the cash. That's not what is intended here. That's not the mission that we all signed up for, and figure out how we can collaborate.
Josh, can you add from the outside perspective, looking at trying to where UCCCF and other groups like yours trying to fill gaps here with some of the issues that we're hearing about?
Yeah, I think one of the challenges that we see, and curious this group's thoughts on it, is having multiple funding sources in a given deal. And every one of those funding sources, and it is like an order of magnitude higher than a traditional deal you see. Like, so a traditional deal, you got 2, maybe 3, maybe 4 sources of funding. In a LIHTC deal in LA, you might see 9, 10, 11 sources of funding. The challenge where that comes, there's obviously like legal complexity with it. But what I think part of what drives up the cost is that each one of those funding sources, if they're public sector funding, sometimes if they're philanthropic sector funding, come with an additional policy requirement. So you got the state requiring one thing that the federal low-income housing tax credit isn't requiring, and the city's requiring a different thing, and maybe the zoning code's requiring a different thing.
Right.
And those things all have a cost to them, right? So now you've got not just housing, but you've got housing with all these other additional policy goals, and none of those goals by themselves are bad goals, but those goals add cost to the project, and it drives up the cost of housing and makes it less economically viable. And so I think that is a fundamental challenge. So for the foundation, one of the things we're working on is raising impact philanthropic concessionary capital that can replace some of the traditional public sector sources that add those additional requirements and make it harder to build housing.
And there have been numerous studies have shown that each individual, I believe Turner Center study, the number was something like every individual additional financing source is another $20,000 per unit in cost. Right. So, Ben, can you talk about how you think through trying to simplify from your perspective?
So as a for-profit developer, it has to work where investors can make money on their equity. If you can't create affordable housing, it's wonderful to have LIHTC, and that's a great way to create housing with funding sources and adding costs. We can't operate in that market or in that sphere where we have to, where we can add all these costs using conventional equity. Our return on investment would not be attractive for any investor. You're talking about building to a 2% return on costs. We need to build to a 6.5% or 7% return on costs to attract investors. We're doing our first LIHTC project with a partner who invited us into a project. We're working very, very well with HACLA and Jenny Scanlon, who we love. and their team has been great. But I'm seeing now for the first time a true side-by-side cost of building with conventional equity and with no source of public funding at all, and how I've been building on the East Coast and now building here with conventional equity. The difference in cost is disgusting. It would make anyone in this room who understands investing and understands their brokerage account and wants to make a return, it doesn't work. If you want to solve the housing crisis anywhere in this country, you have to attract capital. And in order to do that, you have to make a return. And it's very, very easy if you can fast track, which the city's trying to do right now, and doing a great job. I'm working with this guy over here on fast tracking our power on our project, getting ahead of stuff. But there's so much more that can be done locally where you can fast track, because time is the biggest killer and the biggest cost for us in all of our projects. If we can fast track and we can get the city and all its agencies, which are trying right now to work and to row in the same direction, you will save tremendous amounts of money on cost. You're talking about, $50, $100, $200,000 a door if you can fast track. That's our business plan. We think it's there. We think it's achievable. We're doing it right now on projects. We're getting to that return on cost of a 6.5% or 7%. We're trying to get higher if we can. The uncertainty of the market for us has been the rents and Section 8 and the shift in rents in different zones. It's very hard for me to assume that I'm getting $2,400 a month for one bedroom and a Section 8 voucher, and I'm building to that yield, and my lender thinks I'm going to build to a $2,400 or $2,200 a month rent, and then the following year the rents change, and that $2,400 is now $2,150 or $2,200. That's the uncertainty that we can't have in the marketplace. Lock it in for 3 years, for 4 years. Let us build something. Let us make equity and debt who has run from this market feel comfortable again to come back into the market. LIHTC is wonderful. It's always going to be there, I believe. I think it never goes away. But if you really want to solve the crisis in California or nationally, you have to do it with conventional capital. And the banks will come and the equity come if you can build to reasonable return on cost.
I was a former president of the board for DWP, so I can take little pot shots here. No
one's ever taken pot.
What I like,
This will be a first for me.
what I like to think is that at the highest levels from an executive, and Mary's laughing because she was there with me. I think the messaging is there. It just has not hit the boots in the ground yet. And so if we can get the execution of what you all are trying to do at the executive level, so that the boots on the ground can get involved earlier, as Ben has suggested, and the actual execution. So I'm not having the mentality of the folks that are out there that basically say, my job is to make sure I 110% protect the DWP's interest in bringing as much revenue as possible without finding that right balance to try to help the project. Don't make me trench which is historically because you got me in a corner to try to, I know I got to get the trenching done to get the project done. And then I got folks on the ground that are saying, no, we're not doing that. So that's not the alignment that we're all looking for. I think you get to the right people within DWP, which fortunately we have been able to do, but there are a lot out here that can't. And so my only message is continue to try to push that message down so the folks that are out in the field executing are going to behave and perform at the level you want them to.
But that's also not just the power company, Ken. You're 100% right. That's every single agency in the city. The attitude that I've seen from city agencies, which has been changing and improving a lot, has been no. And it's always a no first and not a yes first. Why do you not want to help us? I'm building right now 3,000 apartments in Los Angeles. I've built 800 in the last 3 years. We have 1,100 right now in construction, and we have another 1,000 in the pipe coming. My first conversation with city agencies has been, We can't do that. We can't do this. Why? The initiative from the mayor's office is to build housing. We're building housing. We're using our capital. I'm signing guarantees with banks. Why do you not want to help me? The attitude is the problem, and it's changing. I'm working right now with the power company on all of our projects in a closed forum, and they're helping us. Yes, everyone does not get the same treatment. That's very, very true, and they're working on that, I believe. But they're making and taking the steps right now to work with us to solve problems like line extensions, which are a big problem, in advance. Also, the city. Why does the city continue to add additional elements that other cities do not have that create problems? Why are they so focused on EV charging? Drop the EV charging. You can put it in later on. You don't need it right now. You don't have to think 25 years ahead. Why did you change the requirement from all gas and electric to just electric? The grid cannot handle it. If you're in a housing crisis, you need to allow us to use gas. The gas is available. Let us use the gas. It takes the load off the power company and the grid. Why don't you cut permitting fees? Allow us, you don't need the fees. You have a certain amount of money that's needed in the fees and permitting. We'll pay you the fees to break even. You don't need to make it a profit center. Why are you profiting on fees when you want us to build housing? Remove the fees, or better yet, if you want me to pay you back in the future, defer the fees. Defer them for 10 years. I just paid a permit fee on our Coliseum project. It's a $3.5 million fee I have to pay up front on a project that I have to capitalize. I'll pay you later. I'll pay you in 10 years. You want me to build the housing? Remove the fees. Fast-tracked everything for us. The Bureau of Engineering. Every time we have a conversation about BOE, the entire team cringes. Why do I need to have 15 lobbyists working for me? I build in New York. I've done $7 billion of development in Manhattan. You folks think it's difficult to build here? Right? Manhattan is a walk in the park compared to Los Angeles. I spend 3 times as much on general conditions and staffing in Los Angeles on a project. There's no margin here. You got to make it easier for everybody. You got to fast track it. I will tell you, Los Angeles is one of the greatest cities in this entire country. There's no reason for someone to go and build in Miami. Miami's not a great place. I go there all the time. It's fine. LA has schooling. It has the arts. It has institutions, education. Everything is here.
No rain.
Why do people, the weather is a 10, right? Why are people not building here? It's because everyone's afraid as a result of the uncertainty and the additional costs. Remove the costs. The city should be our partner. The power company's trying. The other agencies have to do the same thing. It could work. And folks, you have to demand the change. Stop being nice about it. It's not going to work. I am being direct with you. You have to demand for it. You have to make the change. And the city will come back. Right now, it's at the lowest I've ever seen in my life.
I would take Ben's comments a step further, and I would say, of any city in the country, and you said one of the best, it's the best, of any city in the country, we have more to gain from getting our development processes right. And what I mean by that is we have a homelessness crisis. We have a transit renaissance going on. We have electrification, where electric vehicles, port electrification, airport electrification means massive improvements in local air quality. We have all of these things happening, and what's at the center of all of that is LADWP, our ability to provide power reliably, cost effectively, in a predictable manner for you all. We get that, but we're not there right now. And I think there's, we talk about, trying to be the best. Being good is not good enough in this instance. Our general manager, Dave Hansen, is looking at me, staring at me, making sure I say this. He's asked us as a utility to make sure that we are the best, that we try to strive to be the best, because we have the most to gain from that. Now, we're not there, and I think it's important for everybody here to understand why we aren't there. And this is just my insight and my reflections based on the experience that I have. And I know that Ken, and I know that Mary, and I know that David all know this from a very high level perspective, you have different entities. And we did this extensive soup to nuts, A to Z assessment of our entire new business process. Every single step of the way, 17 different groups, 22 different handoffs, and that's an ideal scenario. And you all know that it's not just 22 handoffs. It's handoff and then something's a little bit off, hand it back and forth. And what I believe we've gotten to this point is these 17 different organizations have optimized for themselves. Just a moment ago, I think Josh just said, each of these initiatives, whether it's electric vehicles, whether it's prevailing wage, each of these different covenants and requirements in and of themselves make sense, but as a whole, it breaks the system down. And I think our processes are a little bit similar to that, where you've got our engineers, our electric service representatives, our customer service representatives, each optimizing for themselves. And this is not a new thing. I don't think we're special when we've taken a look at this process and analyzed it and optimized it. I don't think we're these geniuses that figured this out. This is not rocket science. But then you have to ask the question, then why hasn't this been fixed before? And I think continuity, when you have an organization that has 12,000 people and you build a transformation process and you start to push that forward, and then you've got new folks that come in a year later. And you've got a new council, a new mayor, all of these new things, and priorities shift. We need to build the plan, our transformation plan that survives all of that. So when I'm in a new role, whether I get moved or rotated or whatever that may be, that transformation process survives. And we built that, and I actually explained that to Ben a few months ago. He paused and he says, "That sounds great. But I'm losing thousands of dollars every single day. So can you please help me out with my project?" And when we're helping out Ben and we're helping out Ken and we're trying to get their projects across the board, that's not sustainable and that's not scalable. We know that. So what we've been putting together over the last year or so is this transformation plan, additional staffing, additional electric service representatives, concierge service, so that when you get handoffs to all these folks, that, by the way, the reason some of them are very upset is because they have no power over this organization. They have no power over this other person answering, and they know they live in a world, and some of you have lived in this world, I've lived in this world, where you come in the morning and you work your butt off and you leave with more work than you came in with, and you're interfacing with folks that feel helpless. And so we've put together this concierge service, and I want to leave, I'll end it here. When Dave Hansen said this handoff thing has to stop, we're building a new business concierge service. From the day that he gave that directive to the day that we had butts and seats interfacing with all of you, took over 6 months. And that's because we have procurement and hiring processes that were built for incremental change, that were built for status quo. They were not built for facing the renewable, the clean energy, the housing crisis, the transit that we're going through. These structures were not built for that. So do you all want us doing these Herculean efforts to try to overcome all of these barriers? Or do you want those barriers removed so all of those Herculean efforts and all those hours are spent on getting you interconnected? So I think there's a really deep structural issue that we've got to reflect on, but we're not waiting on the resolution to that. We're trying to build a transformation regardless of that.
When you recognize that to make the change that you're suggesting is fundamentally changing the DNA of an organization, and I'm saying to you, and I understand how difficult the job is. The problem here is the planes in the air. We are all out there trying to get our projects done. What you suggested, if you can execute 50% of that, we're going to be in a much better position. We all will be in this effort to try to collaborate and make sure we're all aligned, trying to move this whole thing forward. On a lighter note, I met Ben when he first got here from New York. This is a calmer Ben. When he first got here, I said, dude, LA's not New York. You gotta figure out a way that you can navigate your way around it. The other times when you gotta sit across the table and have a tough conversation, but it still has to stay in a collaborative type of approach. And look, you have the power of saying, no, I'm not gonna do that. And at that point, hopefully like minds get at the table and figure out a way to continue to keep the project moving. I understand the difficulties. I understand the complications. We all experience it. but we've got to figure out how we're going to solve this. And whether it's these contractors that, they definitely didn't get the memo as these per unit costs, other than if you can do modular, they haven't got the memo yet. We've got difficult projects like Evermont and others where we're really constantly, you feel like you're in a constant battle to try to get your projects done. And that is another area that frankly needs a hard reset. We need them to really sign up for what we're trying to do and how we're trying to do it. I'm not asking anyone to work for free, but in the same breath, don't kill me with change orders and all the things that are a typical part of the general contractor experience.
So,
Just something to that. So, and Ken, I appreciate you saying, and yes, I'm very focused and aggressive, but I get shit done.
We all do.
So, yeah,
we all do.
I
It's just
agree. We
a
all
matter
have
how
a different
you get
style
to
on how we
the finish
get shit done, and I have my style, and others have their own style.
Yeah.
But back to what Jason was saying, and I think this is a very good point to make. Look, LA's full of ideas. And I always make a joke in our office, it's a place where bad ideas become law. And people, as it relates to the power and the grid and energy and environmental stuff, you got to stop moving the goalpost. Like there was a new solar initiative that was put in place this last year that just added $1 million in costs to a project of ours that's 290 apartments on Vermont and Santa Monica. It's unnecessary. The grid isn't even able to take the power back yet. It's another thing that these guys have to think about to solve. Like, let them focus on what they have to fix first before you start throwing other things at them. Stop moving the goalposts. Keep it simple. Freeze everything for 10 years. No more ideas. Nothing's going to happen. Like, freeze it all. Let them work out the kinks. You can't, in anyone's business, you can't expect people to continuously change their business and operate it well and successfully if you continue to change the business plan and the goalpost. That's the issue that I'm seeing most in Los Angeles. It doesn't happen in every single city. It's happening in LA right now. It's because people want to do good. People want to be the leaders in environmental and the leaders in this and that, and those are all very positive. Also, if you want to solve the crisis with affordability, it's not just building affordable housing. You have to build unlimited housing. You have to remove all the restrictions and barriers to housing. CEQA is a disaster. Get rid of it. Build housing everywhere. Don't give the power to the council person and to your neighbor about the design of the building. Give us a box. In New York City, I have a box. I can build and I can permit a project in 3 or 4 months. I have to build what I'm told in the box I can build. Why do I need someone to tell me if the color of the building is blue or green or the window's too big or too small? If you want the housing built, let us just build it. It must be a pro-business environment where you're attracting capital. This is the LA Business Council. We're all business people here. Some people are in affordable housing, some people are not. You want to attract business people. How often do you hear people talk about, let's bring business back to LA? That is the fundamental root. You want tenants to come live in your buildings? You want to build affordable housing, you want to market housing? You want people to live here and to be excited about living here. You want companies to come back to Los Angeles.
So I had a whole DWP portion of the program. Maybe I'll accelerate it, given the mood in the room. But Jason, I've been writing about housing for 10 years, and pretty much the entirety of that period, when I ask folks here in LA what the number one problem is, or top 3 or top 5 problems, DWP is invariably on the list. You talked about a lot of reforms and changes that the agency is planning to make. When should I expect, and when should these people in the room expect to stop hearing that DWP is the number 1 or number 3 or top 5 problem on their list to build it?
So I think it's going to be staged. I think on a cost perspective, I think many of you in this room know that we instituted Project Powerhouse. Line extensions are free for 100% affordable housing. There's obviously, that's not perfect. We know that some funding mechanisms require some portion of market rate housing. So there's reforms to certain things that we got to do. Fair share. A couple of years ago, you all know that We always heard first in, first screwed. Now you got to pay $6 million for a line extension, but the next person that develops right next to you doesn't pay anything. So we've reformed that. We've hired a massive amount of engineers, construction forces, but at the same time we're doing that, we're seeing convention center, port electrification, Palisades, and all of those are pulling on the same resources. So we have to continue to hire, we have to continue to build contract support for the ebbs and flows of what we're doing. So in terms of the immediate turnaround time, we've been asked by Dave to get a 50% reduction in our turnaround time for line extensions and major developments within the next year, and within 2 years to be among the best in the entire nation of new business. And this is the goal that we've been asked by Dave to achieve. But I do want to reiterate, there are structural limitations, not limitations, there are structural challenges. And do you want us to invest all of that time to overcome those? Or is it time for us to reflect on, are the systems built for us to meet the moment? There's a number of other things that we need to do. We've got a software system that I'm sure all of you have dealt with that was built 25 years ago. It looks like Windows 14 or whatever, like you get the old sound that comes up. We can't build that overnight. Anybody here that's done any type of software deployment for an entire organization, that is a major initiative with risks that has to be managed carefully. So what we're doing today is developing a customer portal that is a front-facing thing. So you don't see all the back-end garbage that we see in our broken systems. You see a clean interface for your projects, the status of those projects, where that's at in the process, who is the point person. I already mentioned the new business concierge. So while you see that front-facing thing, we are figuring out how to completely revamp all of these processes in the background. And I will say, again, to reiterate, continuity is key. Our director of new business, who's now serving as assistant general manager, one of the things that he heard a year ago when we said we are going to completely revamp and remap our process, he heard from electric service representatives, engineers, construction forces. He heard, we've seen this before. And we saw this 5 years ago, we saw this 10 years ago. And what we did is we convinced them, we said, we have to solve this problem for the same reasons that I just shared. There's too much at stake. There's too much at stake for us to not meet the moment. We mobilized them, we galvanized them, and he sat in the room with them for weeks, mapping out every single step of the process in the middle of the Palisades wildfire. And he and others came out and said, Dave, who was the incident commander, Dave Hansen, he said, we want to help. And Dave and our CEO at the time, Janice Quinones, said, no, get back in that room, close the door, and focus on what you are working on. We've got this on the Incident Command Center. You've got to continue to do this. So we have to have an organization that has to be able to do two things at the same time. And once we have that plan, we have to have the continuity to see it through. A lot of you manage big organizations. Some of you manage smaller, organizations. Anybody that deals with large organizations understands the need to get consensus and to get folks behind this, and how disillusioned people can get when things change every 6 months, every 2 years. So we need the continuity, and we need folks like myself here engaged with the community, talking to all of you, and making sure that we're present and we're being held accountable. So please take the pot shots. We need those because that's how we reflect on what we're doing right and what we're doing wrong.
You asked the question, and what do we all would like to see you all focus on? And I think what the suggestion is to find the right balance. And a balance in this case, I think what you just stated is progress, moving in the right direction. But if you got a concierge service, then resource that concierge service enough where they're not just in a position where they're going to take a call from myself or from Ben, but they can try to address problems that come up for other developers, other nonprofits that are trying to get their projects done, and reach out while you're trying to fundamentally change what's going on within the organization. DWP has to run itself like a business. I said that. Mary remembers how controversial that comment was back when I made it. And then at the same breath, we have to be nimble enough that we care about these neighborhoods and we behave like that so we can get these projects done. Every comment I make is just trying to make sure, one, on our side and the mission that we have, that we can continue to get closer on the alignment we need between the utilities so you all can look up, and as Liam has suggested, that you're not kind of the second or third in the middle of where the problems are as we're trying to get our projects done. Yeah. And whatever help we need, we're willing to sit at the table. Are there things that we need to change in terms of our behavior? I mean, look, we're a $4 billion nonprofit, and we have 16,000 units. We've been up and down the West Coast from Seattle. We've been around for 40 years. So we're used to sitting down and trying to figure it all out in a collaborative way. Look, if you think we have problems here, go up to Northern Cal in San Francisco and try to take a bite out of that $1 million a door construction cost. There are problems everywhere. We can fix this. You all can fix this. We just have to find the right balance, because it's going to take you years to change. And you forgot the one seat at the table with the unions that come in and always make your life interesting. So.
There was so much there that I think has so much great insight. And the last thing that you had mentioned, I think, is worth, connecting to one of the barriers that we have. We talked about the barrier of, getting, butts in seats 6 months, and that's with folks pushing. And the reality is you've got the abstraction of all the people that have a yes or a stamp to approve this. They're all abstracted from all of you, and they're not accountable to all of you. We are, and we've got the humility to know that we are not where we have to be, but we also have the vision to know where we need to be, and we've got the resilience to be able to be in the hot seat and bridge us through this time. I will say that one of the biggest challenges for us is hiring, and so when we have a strong labor partner who, by the way, makes sure that we've got the expertise for construction and design and engineering in-house, which is very, very important to us, and it's very important to the city. At the same time that we're trying to hire and meet labor commitments with them, the longer it takes for us to do that, the harder it is for us to contract out. So if we can't even hire to the status quo, it makes negotiations with our labor partners difficult to say, we want to contract out the ebbs and flows, the big ramp ups. So if we can solve the structural hiring issues, and I'm not talking about completely reforming civil service, I'm just talking about the way that we execute civil service. We need to be able to hire quickly so that when we go to our labor partners and say, yes, we've met our commitments on hiring, but we've got this emergency, we've got this crisis, we've got these ebbs and flows, and we need to be able to contract and meet those demands. So I wanted to make sure that I really expanded on that last point.
Okay.
Ben, I want to move this question to you, and everyone can, if they have thoughts, jump in as well. But over the past decade, the state legislature has passed now, I think, hundreds of new laws aimed at spurring more housing production. Yet you look at the overall production numbers, and the needle's moved very little. And I'm particularly interested in your perspective, Ben, because you're using one of those laws, AB 2011, in a pretty unique situation with your Costco development in Baldwin Village. But I'm not aware of if there are really any others in LA or very many around the state that are doing the same thing. So why is that? Did that law work for you, and why don't you think that's working for others?
It's not just one element that makes development work. You're talking about just the fast tracking of an entitlement. By the way, that law passed in California. The city of Los Angeles was supposed to implement it by a certain date. They missed implementation by 6 months. Then the implementation got delayed further with the haul route interpretation. So while it was wonderful and great and we got permitted, what was supposed to be a 90-day permitting then took 12 months. Right, and it's still being refined, AB 2011, and I think it's a wonderful bill, and we stand behind it. That project is a large project. It's a $450 million project, and we're building it. We need big contractors, and state prevailing wage is not a big deal for us because we are using big subs because small subs can't build the project anyway, and we're building it with modular. I think the reason why other bills are not, which are all wonderful and all very positive momentum, it's not just one piece of, it's one piece of the entire pie, right? You have to make everything work together in sequence. If you have a great assembly bill that fast tracks your entitlement, and then you have issues along the way and other delays along the way, you're going to end up in the same place. Maybe you're not spending $1 million a door, but you're certainly not hitting your target or my target of $500,000 or $400,000 a door. So you have to fix the problem through all the things that we're talking about to make development flow from the beginning to the end and with certainty. That is the only way to make it work. So I think the state's doing their part. The governor is pushing very, very hard. I think the city of LA is doing its part in trying, but and the power company's working very, very hard. I tell you because I'm on the calls with them every single week. But you have to make everything work in sequence, and if you can do that, and it's achievable, folks. It's not like, this is not impossible stuff. What he's talking about is focus, knock out what's in front of you, and continue moving. If you can do that, people will begin to utilize those tools, and I think development will spur. And if you can add in the whole business component of it, the city says that we want developers to build here, we want business to be here, we want people to move here again, we want to make this open trade, free zone for everybody. That is the one message that I think is missing that really drives the bus.
You know, one of the things the thought I had, we want to get things done. Bridge, for many, many years, was the majority of what we did was ground up. And as we read the tea leaves on what's going on, and it's not just here in LA, but LA's included, it became much more difficult and complicated to a point where you are spending a tremendous amount of time on a particular project. I mentioned earlier our goal overall, and I can't speak for everybody else, we want to bring as many affordable units into the marketplace as we can. That should be some component of everyone's goal here. My hope is that they also sign on to the mission, and I'm suggesting that the mission of this is a critical component of making our cities livable, and I'm providing assistance and support to a group within our population that needs this support. But we've got to figure out a way that we find the right balance. For us to continue with that goal, Sierra Atalano runs the development team for Bridge. We've started, my team can't stay 3, 4, 5 years working on a project to try to get it across. So this whole idea of acquiring projects that are getting ready to leave the marketplace because the end of the restrictive period, or you find market rate projects that fit and do an acquisition, which is for all the math that you can, every analyst can look at this and say, okay, I can buy these at $300,000 a unit or below. I can finance it with my friends at Wells and others in a much more traditional way, and I can get it done, sometimes as quickly as 90 days, other times within 6 months to a year. I mean, we balance our approach to how we're providing units and meeting our goals of bringing units to the marketplace so people have a place to live. And you got to try to figure it out. But I know developers, at times, that's in their DNA. If they can't build it from the ground up, it's not, that's so foreign to them. That's not the approach that we're taking. And we have 8 projects, ground up projects that are under construction right now. And this is up and down the West Coast. Some in LA, Koreatown will be finished by December. So we're looking at it, but we've got to go at it in a very balanced way, because that is my goal. That's what my board holds me accountable for. And frankly, that makes this mission and the work that you have to do, it makes it, you can enjoy the work versus feeling like you're coming in for an arm wrestling match every time you're trying to get something done. And services, and this is not a big component of, in particular on the for-profit side, but you got to provide services. You got to figure out how you can budget for services to provide the level of support for the tenants that they need, because that's going to also contribute to the sustainability of your projects.
Eric, I'm wondering if you could speak to the trend that Ken is discussing as it relates to affordable developers buying up market rate projects and converting them to affordable, and how that differs from your traditional sort of LIHTC project or generally affordable project, what you're seeing on your side in both of those areas.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think I touched on this a little bit before, but we're seeing a kind of a bifurcation of developer partners pipelines. We're seeing, and I think we need housing across the spectrum here, right? So we need deeply affordable 30% to 40%, 50% AMI units and those types of projects. And those are going to need more layers of subordinate debt to make the capital stack work and have it be a truly sustaining property out 10 to 20 years and longer, so that developer partners aren't saddled with a project that economically doesn't work. So, we need to set those projects up from a capital perspective for the long haul and recognize what capital needs to go in day one to make those successful. And so that's one subset of the market that we're seeing. We're seeing, maybe more traditional, just 100%, 60% AMI units or thereabouts. And those folks are looking to maybe avoid going and getting multiple layers of subordinate debt so they can fast track their development, have certainty of execution, go in for 4% bonds and credits, and really get shovels in the ground immediately or as quickly as they can. Sitting on projects for 4 years or even longer, those types of passion projects cost significant amount of money and are adding to the per unit cost. So folks are looking to develop in that manner as well. In addition to that, we're seeing a robust amount of non-LIHTC. And that's another avenue to get more shovels in the ground, more preservation, more people in homes so that they can thrive and have that stability for their own core lives. So we're seeing that continuum, and we're looking to provide the capital across all of those spectrums. It's all restricted housing. We know how to underwrite that really well, and our lender and capital partners across the spectrum know how to do that. So from a market rate perspective and acquisitions, we see that as part of building that pipeline. It's a way to preserve, whether it's naturally occurring NOAA housing, or if it's a 3 to 5 year old market rate property, and preserving that and bringing it into the restricted housing fold. We're coming up on year 15 exits. Not everyone is a hold it forever type of an owner. Some folks are selling that to market rate developers, and it's leaking out of the affordable housing ecosystem. And so bringing in some market rate developments and restricting those units, I think, is part of that. One, there's access to capital, and I think you need to move towards where that capital is. But it's also bringing more affordable housing into that ecosystem, and I think that's a strong positive.
Yeah. Under the getting shit done category, you have to spend as much time developing alternatives. And so from Bridge's perspective, that includes our successful GO bond, our second round of GO bonds to the tune of $175 million, which also attracted Euro investors in it, which was particularly interesting. Relationship we have with NEF, which we tried to equip the Bridge team with the ability to take down projects in a time frame that makes sense to be competitive. We just completed our at least the first round of closing for $100 million, around $100 million for our fund that we're raising. So it's a balanced approach, because I can't keep slamming my head up against the wall or asking my team to do that as we're trying to push ground up deals that we just don't know, we just don't feel are going to ever get out the ground, or take entirely too long. And then we're behind our goals. Our goals are 5,100 units over the next 2 to 3 years. And to get that done, there's a balanced approach that needs to take place to be successful at that.
So I want to make sure there's one other topic I think it's impossible to have these conversations about without touching right now, which is wildfire recovery. And it's been interesting as I've been following that, seeing a lot of innovation in building ideas. There's pre-approved architectural designs that folks are using, both the Palisades and Altadena. There are standard floor plans. There have been, both the city and the county have talked a lot about cutting permitting timelines. I know in Altadena in particular, there's been a tremendous amount of interest in folks adding ADUs to their properties to where the numbers look like right now. There actually will be more homes in Altadena than there were pre-fire, if you're counting ADUs. So all these things seem to be like a lot of talk about modular construction there as well. So interesting sort of innovations in this space here in LA. At the same time, the fire recovery also results in constraints. You have constraints on labor, you have a lot of demand for materials, all these sorts of things. And maybe Josh, we'll start with you. How do you see these things interacting with each other? I mean, do you think that there will be sort of what's happening in this wildfire space will be a catalyst for some developments and improvements in the city and in the region? Or do you think that because of the labor and construction and otherwise constraints that there will be a drag?
Yeah. So right after the wildfires, the foundation raised just over $100 million in the 60 days or so following the immediate wildfires. In the first 30 days of that, we got $30 million out the door. Immediate need, like let's help people on the ground stabilize their lives. But we didn't put it all out. We saved that back and said, okay, like we know that the recovery is going to be a 7 to 10 year process, and we wanted to preserve that. At the same time, we launched with Evan Spiegel and SNAP an organization called Department of Angels. And that organization, one of the key things that we've done there is do quarterly surveys of survivors. And it's the only statistically significant survey data we have about survivors. The reason I bring that up is that starting last summer, one of the things that we started seeing was a challenge around access to capital. So there were questions about permitting, and the city and the county, to their credit, did a lot of work repositioning that, doing pre-approved permits. A lot of like architects, builders, designers, and the like really came to the front and started moving. And what we started hearing is there's an increasing liquidity crisis that's happening, where insurance payouts are going slow. Edison settlement in Altadena is not moving at the pace that a lot of survivors need. They've got a mortgage on a home that no longer exists, and loss of use funding from their insurance is running out, so now they're paying rent somewhere else. So just the monthly, and this is not just low-income renters, you're talking middle income, upper middle income folks are starting to run out of access to just basic monthly cash flow. At the same time, following the 2008 housing crisis, many of the large banks stopped providing construction-to-perm mortgage capital. And so where for a long time in the US history, like this is something that existed in the space where you could buy a lot, go get a mortgage, that would start with construction and convert into your traditional 30-year perm. That didn't exist anymore. And so in addition to the liquidity crunch, you've got just access to basic capital issues. And so what we've done over the last 6 months or so is work alongside some of the major banks, namely with Raul and I and Bank of America and the foundation, to help create a new type of mortgage product that creates concessionary capital, like a silent second, similar to like a down payment assistance program, if you're familiar with that would go into a construction loan. And really, and then also work alongside the state on construction guarantees. And the reason that we've been working on this really is to bring private lending back to a market that they're not in, right? Like recovery financing is risky, right? You've got to, there's not a safe bet. And so what we've done on the foundation side is say, okay, we know there's interest in modular rebuild. We know there's interest in ADUs. We know there's obviously interest in just rebuilding your single family home, but you need access to capital to do that. And so we've stepped in and leveraged a lot of the funding that we raised initially to bring private lenders back into the market and are looking to launch a new mortgage product alongside them here in the coming weeks.
So we only have a couple minutes left here. I wanted to see if anyone had any further reflections on what Josh said, or generally about wildfires, or wanted to add anything else.
Yeah, I think everything that you've done is wonderful. You guys really were on top of that. And I commend you and the foundation and Miguel for your hard work. It was incredible. My partner, Zach, who's here, lost his home in the fires. It's changed his life. Very, very difficult with 3 children, nowhere to go. When the fires happened, in my view, this was an opportunity for the city of Los Angeles to change the way they did business. In my mind, the logical solution would have been to give every architect and every engineer the ability to self-certify and to approve plans on the spot and to fast-track entitlement of a home. That hasn't happened yet. So a lot could be done still with the fires. It's late already, I think. People have run out of their insurance proceeds. Getting insurance today, even if you build a house, is going to be very, very difficult. I think the federal government has to step in and provide support. I was happy to see that the mayor was seeing the president this week. Hopefully they made some progress. But through every single hardship, there's opportunity. And the opportunity here with the fires should be, how do we build housing faster? This is an emergency. Someone who has lost their home, their architect should be able to walk in with a set of plans, self-certify, stamp the drawings, walk out the same day with a permit. That's it. They have a license, they have insurance. If you want to increase the requirements on insurance for those professionals, you should do it. But that is how you recover and how the city betters itself into the future.
So the work that needs to be done to provide support and help the communities that were impacted by the fires are as critical as anything that any of us are doing right now. And all that we can do at Bridge is to say anything that we can do to support it, anything that we can do to try to make sure that we're a positive part of assisting you and others that are trying to get this done. To get it done, we're there. So I applaud the work that you're doing. Stay at it. It's a difficult task, but it absolutely needs to happen.
I promised Josh I'd give him 30 seconds to talk about ULA before we wrapped up here.
We've been talking about like a lot of things that are not working with the city today. I'm going to recruit all of you to help us fix one thing. Measure ULA was passed in 2022 as a matching tax, and we, as a foundation, are supporters of affordable housing funding and homelessness funding. The challenge with ULA is that it also taxes everything over $5 million, including commercial and multifamily, and we've seen a steep decline in transactions and a 32% decrease in multifamily housing production. So we've created a coalition with Mary and LABC and several others in the room. This morning, Miguel is at City Council right now testifying in front of an ad hoc committee to put something on the November ballot to reform ULA and really reopen building in the city. So I'll be here for the next little while. We are actively recruiting members. Hopefully I can convince Ben. I think he's pretty excited about fixing LA. But please come be a part of this. There's a window between now and June to get something on the ballot, and we could use all the help we can get. Thank you.
All right, please join me in thanking our panelists.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mayor of Long Beach and Board Chair of La Casa, Rex Richardson, to provide a frame of our next panel on new housing finance tools, expanding access to capital.
All right, good morning. You ready to keep this show on the road? All right, well, I want to thank you all for being here. I know that, hey, I see friends all over the room. You know, I like this start time a lot better than last year's start time. It was less of a line at the line for coffee this year, so it gave me some time to get up that road from the city of Long Beach to be with you here this morning. I want to start by thanking the LA Business Council for convening this conversation. We have an exciting panel. Well, we're talking financing. I don't know how exciting it's going to be, but we're going to do our best, okay? So LABC has been a consistent voice here in our region, bringing together public and private institutions and sectors to tackle the biggest challenges facing our region, and housing is at the very top of that list. I am Rex Richardson, mayor of the city of Long Beach, the second largest city in our 6-county Southern California SCAG region, and I have the privilege of serving as chair of the LA County Affordable Housing Solutions Agency, the newest agency in our county called La Casa. So I'm coming to the end of my second term as chair. And as a mayor and as a regional leader, I can tell you firsthand that places and cities that win are not the ones that necessarily have the most resources. It's the cities and the places that invest in people, in innovators, and in builders. And the lessons that we know, this lesson helps shape how we think about cities. It shapes how I think about the housing crisis. Investing in housing is investing in people and in talent. It's investing in students and workers and families. And cities who invest in their future are cities who are healthy and thriving. In Long Beach, we've been putting that philosophy into practice since I've become mayor. We've approved more housing at the fastest pace in more than 40 years, 6,000 units of housing entitled in just 3.5 years in the city of Long Beach. This is a record-breaking pace because we are betting on the future. That's real progress, but it's still not enough. What's driving growth in our region right now, what drives growth is regional collaboration. We are a major metropolitan area, and we're home to two of the largest seaports who are finally working together. Most recently, we adopted a landmark collaborative agreement to invest in zero-emission infrastructure. That investment helps drive our economy and our growth in a way that is sustainable and ensures that we will have the resources and the investments we need to continue our economic leadership, because economic strength and our fidelity to the environment should not be mutually exclusive. It should be our way forward. That's right. And that investment, it drives growth. But even as cities and communities are stepping up and builders are ready, the biggest constraint to our growth, it is not will, it is capital. The stakes are rising. Long Beach is one of the fastest growing job centers in the region, especially in aerospace and advanced manufacturing. We were actually the fastest growing advanced manufacturing cluster in America. And today, we have more than 7 million square feet tied to the space economy, more than 6,500 workers in engineering and advanced manufacturing, and new investments coming every day. Just months ago, we announced a $2 billion, 1.1 million square foot campus of a major aerospace player that's bringing 5,500 jobs by 2029 to our city. To put it in perspective, they overtake Long Beach Memorial Hospital as the largest private employer overnight. That's the kind of growth that we're seeing in our community. And it creates a great problem to have. 10,000 workers to fill by 2030. That's 10,000 workers to recruit, to train, and to house. I think we're up to that challenge, but housing is a big part of how we promote our community for growth. That is growth. That is how we prepare for opportunity. Homes are where people go at night. If we expand job centers without expanding housing, we're not creating opportunity, we are creating pressure. Pressure on workers, pressure on families, pressure on our entire regional economy. So let's be clear about the problem that we're facing. We're not short on plans. Long Beach has plans for 26,000 units. There's hundreds of thousands of units that need to be built right here in LA County. We are not short on demand, and we are not short on developers, trust me. But we are short on workable financing at scale. Across LA County, the need is more than 812,000 homes. That's roughly 400,000 units, $1,000 per unit. We want to get that cost down through innovative finance, but that is a $325 billion challenge. And we won't solve that. That math won't math with fragmented problems or slow or soiled funding streams. We need something different and robust. And that's why La Casa was created. When I spoke with you last year, La Casa was in the process of becoming an institution. And today we've turned the corner. We're moving from startup mode to delivery mode, from building an agency to building housing at scale. I want to acknowledge our team who's worked very hard to just bring us to where we are and make this possible. We had no staff 18 months ago, and now we have a full team that is reviewing and developing projects and deploying resources. They didn't just build an agency, that built a new platform for development. And that's incredibly important. But here's what really makes La Casa different. We're not treating housing as just an academic policy issue. We're seeing it as a capital markets challenge. How do we move public dollars to really inspire and bring out private capital? It's backed by Measure A. And La Casa, we are leveraging over $400 million annually, and we now have something that the region has never had before, a dedicated source of revenue, a scalable regional funding stream. But funding is not the innovation. The innovation is how we leverage it and how we use it. We're standardizing expectations across our 88 jurisdictions. We're requiring accountability and performance standards. We're structuring public dollars to unlock private capital. In just months, we issued a $240 million NOFA and received more than 180 applications representing $1.5 billion in potential private investment. So to put that in perspective, $60 million in public seed funding, leveraging up toward $1.5 billion in total development activity. And that is the model, and it's only the first step. And through this, that's right. So, thank you. And through this first round, we're delivering financing that is 11% cheaper than comparable public funding while still maintaining our commitment to labor agreements. So that hasn't been done before. And that's not incremental change, that's transformative. And later today, we'll be releasing the next round of NOFA awards. And I'll share with you just a preview of what will be in that announcement. We're talking more than 1,500 units financed. To put it in perspective for us, we had a goal for the agency in the first 5 years to accelerate just 3,000 direct units in those first 5 years. That's 50% of our goal in months, in a matter of months. And that is leveraging just a small part of our ongoing revenue, and it doesn't capture all of the dedicated financing, the dedicated revenue streams that we've provided to our local jurisdictions. This is investment in every region of our county. It's both new construction and adaptive reuse. It's housing of all types for seniors, for people experiencing homelessness, multiple bedrooms for families. And this is prioritizing cost savings and projects that can start construction quickly so we can meet the demand and urgency. So these are real projects. These are real units. These are jobs. These are moving faster because we changed the model. And this is exactly why the panel that you're about to hear is so important. The next phase of this work isn't just about public policy. It's about how we scale through capital markets. This morning, you're going to hear from leaders in banking, finance, capital markets who are directly structuring these deals, underwriting these deals, and helping translate public dollars into real projects that will make a difference on the ground. They're the ones answering the critical questions. How do we deploy capital in high-cost markets? How do we reduce risk and restore confidence for developers and lenders? How do we take models like this and scale them across our region and ultimately, eventually, our entire state? We are proving that what we're proving is simple. When public policy aligns with capital markets, when accountability meets flexibility, when we move at the speed of the market, we can restore confidence in housing production. And when we restore that confidence, capital follows. So I'll close with this. If we believe in the future of our region, we should invest in it. If we believe in continued economic growth, if we believe in opportunity, then we have to treat housing as essential infrastructure for growth. Not optional, not secondary, foundational. And it means that we all have a role to play. Public sector, private capital, labor, developers, civic leadership. So this isn't a time for incrementalism. It isn't a time for carving out our own fiefdoms. This is a time for alignment. For our region to win in the next decade, we have to be seen as the ones who create jobs and the ones that make it possible for people to live near those jobs. That's the work ahead of us, and that's the opportunity here in LA County. So through La Casa, we're building a model that can meet this moment. I want to thank you, and I look forward to this discussion, and we welcome up the panel. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our next panel to discuss new housing finance tools, expanding access to capital, moderated by Ryan Johnson, interim CEO at La Casa.
Well, folks, I'm Ryan Johnson, the interim CEO of La Casa. A few moments before we start this panel, I'd like to toot my agency's horn a bit, as my board chair did. A year ago, when I came here, I sat on a panel and I said we would do things differently as a government. Let me tell you what we have done. We've had four RFPs done faster than any government could possibly do it. We are flexible, we are not bureaucratic, and we are responsive to the problem. You'll hear more about that. I brought my general counsel up here, not for legal reasons though. But what we have done is make sure people can have confidence. When you look at the panels that have come before us, they do not have as much confidence in government. And I'm not sure a year ago many of you would have believed we could have accomplished this. So really thank you for your support. And as I introduce this exciting panel, we'll learn a little bit more about what La Casa's done, bringing capital back to the markets and there. So I want to introduce first Cecile Shafar from JP Morgan Chase, Kelly Gear from the Federal Home Loan Bank of San Francisco, Carl Jenkins, BMO, Robert Ikes from Key Bank, Mike Maurer from Best and Krieger, who's our general counsel, and Alex Zayman from Morgan Stanley. So, I want to just put this to the group. We've heard a lot about government not being very entrepreneurial and not being flexible. How have you think, you've been hearing on what we've done, our accomplishments here at La Casa, how do you think this is going to inspire more confidence both in the capital markets and in affordable housing in LA County? Open it up.
All right, I'm happy to go first. As you said, I work for JP Morgan Chase and I manage our affordable housing platform for the West. Just to clarify, we have actually been very active in LA over the years, so we never went away. I just want to make that very clear, and both on affordable and workforce housing. But to your point, Ryan, attracting capital or investing anywhere, right? Being comfortable investing means having a healthy ecosystem you can build in, you can invest in, and that does mean having not only a pipeline of transaction, but strong developers and a fair amount of predictability in the market. Knowing that, because you're not just funding a project right there, focusing on closing, getting it started, you're really thinking long-term and how the asset will perform over the years. It's obviously essential to all of us. For us in particular, we're one of the largest, if not the largest, multifamily lender, not just affordable, clearly, but really focusing on the market rate. And as somebody said on the prior panel, nothing on housing or in terms of economic opportunity just relies on purely the affordable sector. You have to have a healthy market environment around it, market developers, market type of deals, and everything in between. So we can have subsidies focusing on our most vulnerable population, which absolutely need that, but have a system that works overall. So as on the finance side, right, we're not just looking at one project on its own, you're really looking at the whole ecosystem around it. And that's where government plays a big role. Seeing the commitment from the city and the county, not just with dollars, but in terms of approach, creativity, speed, being willing to be flexible, is really essential to all of us in terms of saying, okay, long-term, this is going to work.
Right.
I'll go. Rob Likes at KeyBank. We're a national lender and investor across the country in affordable housing. We provide about $6 billion a year. We've got a team on the ground here in LA. We've done a lot of projects, and I am super excited about this program. We're going to plan on providing a lot more financing here in Los Angeles County. I think it checks the boxes of a recurring revenue stream, fast, simple, full capital stack, lots of different product types that can fill up the different, because every project's going to be a little bit different. So it's got fantastic different product types, flexibility, creative, and innovative. And so congratulations around you and the team for standing that up, and we look forward to bringing more capital to the market. For a large bank to dedicate resources, they need to ensure that we need confidence that there is going to be that constant revenue stream to actually get things done.
Well, thank you for those kind words, and I hope Claudia Lima is in the room. She's my chief of strategic investments, and I have to say that we received over $1.5 billion and an immense amount of almost 800 applications. It was a really huge opportunity, and the fact that we got through this in 2 months That's really just a credit to her and the team she has built. So, I don't know, Alex, if you wanted to talk about bringing confidence back to the capital markets, you're our bond underwriter, so.
No, happy to. And good morning, everyone. Alex Zaman with Morgan Stanley, based here in Los Angeles. We've been working with La Casa to put together, what we hope will be a very successful inaugural bond financing in the municipal market later this year. And at Morgan Stanley, we finance a broad array of infrastructure, whether it's airports, toll roads, stadiums, utilities, data centers, hospitals, schools, you name it. We finance it all. But the number one question that we always get from our investor community is, when, how, and where are we going to be financing housing in the future? It's a top priority. It's essential infrastructure for the capital markets. And I think with La Casa, we have such a powerful tool that really doesn't exist in the affordable housing world with Measure A, half-cent, countywide sales tax in perpetuity, permanent, that generates over $1 billion a year, of which La Casa generates, and benefits from a fair amount of that. So when we look at what we're offering our investors in the capital markets, it's going to be fundamentally different than pretty much all other housing agencies have offered. Our investors are not going to be underwriting to necessarily, revenues of housing projects. They're going to be underwriting to the strength of the county and all of the economic drivers, that we have here. Certainly the traditional drivers of what we see in terms of employment, whether it's entertainment, trade, tourism, professional services, but also, as you heard Mayor Richardson speak about earlier, some of the new catalysts for growth here, whether it's aerospace, manufacturing, defense, all the space beach activity, all these global events that we have coming down the pike in the next few years. So we're really selling the region here and also being able to sell what's going to be a fantastic product suite to the housing market, to the developer market, to our local governments through this very powerful mechanism that La Casa has put together.
Thanks, Alex. So, we received over, obviously we can't do $1.5 billion in financing all by ourselves. We're strong, we're powerful, but no one is that powerful. So I think it presents the question, we've got Seal, we've got Carl, we've got Rob here. What do we do about the delta between the available funding and demand, and what are some of the ways your banks are stepping up and filling in that void?
Well,
Let you go, Carl.
Leading forward. Carl Jenkins with BMO. I'm sure you've been inundated by BMO commercials over the past 3 years as we entered the market. Many people say their kids know the songs for the commercials. But we, from an investor standpoint, you heard earlier, especially from Ben and Ken in the prior panel, that speed is really, in this case, does not kill. The need to accelerate execution really helps not only the development itself, but also attract investors, and especially investors outside of LIHTC. As BMO, we have really made it central to our business, the number one rule of investing, portfolio diversification. Yes, we do LIHTC, but we also do conventional equity, as you heard them speak about earlier. That has been a key driver not only to our CRA success qualitatively, but also quantitatively. That is something that is important to bank investors specifically, because ROE is the mantra of the day for Wall Street analysts when they're looking at banks. Tax credits are terrific for meeting a certain need in the community. They're terrific for lowering the tax liability of your institution. However, the conventional equity really helps above the line and helps impact earnings. And that actually, Wall Street will take notice of that as well. So to the extent that there are developers such as Bridge and others looking to do more in the conventional space around affordable housing, whether it's preservation, NOAA, executing on post-15-year LIHTC deals, looking for a bridge to get to another resyndication or what have you, those are really opportunities that banks over the past several years have been discovering and putting more capital into. And to me, that is a critical space. Cash flowing, real assets, whether it's multifamily housing, even necessity-based retail, is a space where we've had success trying to meet the multiple needs of a community.
That's a really good point, Carl. And you want to go, Seal?
I wanted to add something on that. I completely agree with Carl on that side. I would say for us, we created a few years ago a group called Workforce Housing Solution, more focused on the debt side than the equity piece that you're mentioning, though clearly the equity piece is the key one. But I just want to give you a sense also like how it's a whole spectrum of different finance tools that have to adjust, right? Like on the debt side, that meant being able to underwrite those transactions that technically look more like market rate risk, because they're non-LIHTC, right? But not like a market rate lender, right? Different teams. You're talking about very different type of developers, smaller than some of the market rate, banking side would typically underwrite, with less deep pockets, less experience, potentially smaller projects. Also adjusting, this, I don't want to go too technical, but how you size a loan, right? So it's not exactly the same that what you see in a deeply affordable world, LIHTC, but it's not the same either from what market rate does. So there's, the equity is key, but the debt is too, and so it's almost like, I think all the big banks right now, but all of us clearly here, have been trying to adjust, like where do you find the intersection between market and affordable? Because it has been working very much in silos forever. And what we saw over the years is when you want to fix the affordable crisis, you have to address that missing middle everybody is talking about, right? So it's not the same bankers, it's not the same tools, and we're all trying, and including our team, to really refocus on that middle, start from the middle, and be open to that different population, different developers, and different tools.
So, we heard earlier from other panelists, almost everybody on here in some way in affordable. We talk about post year 15. What are some of the ways you'd want La Casa to be working with you to make life easier so more capital comes into deals and government has that less than tough to deal with reputation?
Include us all along on legal matters. Kidding, but I think success to the team right on the announcement. Love your words coming. That's great, the speed. I think the next 2-3 months is we're going to see like the rubber hit the road, right? Like on how the deals close, right? We need those deals to close. And from my perspective, I would say use us as a resource to make it as easy as possible. We're not trying to stay in the way. Let's work collaboratively to solve any problem we see as fast as we can, learn from it, and make this like where the money actually gets, into construction very fast.
So if anybody else wants to go on that.
Yeah, I'll make a comment on that as well. So I'm Kelly Gear from the Federal Home Loan Bank of San Francisco. And I would also just echo, I think bringing us in as early as possible, I think is incredibly helpful. And so we provide, reliable liquidity through our members. And so I think the more we can work with the members based in, Los Angeles, but also all of our district, right, which is California, Arizona, Nevada, but to bring them to the table as well, because we can help lower the financing cost by providing that. And then I would also say, we have a community investment program, and as part of that, we have an affordable housing program, and that's where we apply 10% of our annual net income to affordable housing, and that's exactly what you're doing, right? And so what we find is oftentimes it's the last amount that is the hardest to find, and we often will fill that gap. So it is a competitive grant program, but I think, again, the more we know up front and the more we can work with you to sort of pool and collect that, I think that's very beneficial.
You're going to watch one of the perks of being a CEO. You can put one of your employees on the line. Mike, why don't you talk a little bit about how we've structured some of these things? When I think about it, I come from the private side. So the first time I had to buy these expiring LIHTC deals, and I thought how many people had to sign off on these loans that were never, ever going to get paid back, adding unbelievable amounts to the deals. Not that I don't like lawyers, Mike, but I did tell them last year La Casa would not make lawyers money. Only you, Mike. So why don't you tell folks like what we're doing to be a bit more entrepreneurial, market friendly?
So I think there's a couple things we're doing. And Mike Maurer, as Ryan said, I'm general counsel to La Casa. I'm with the firm of Best & Krieger. And it's, I think the way we're approaching this is we're coming at this not as your traditional public agency who's just automatically kind of doing a residual receipts loan. we're really looking at what different types of products can we offer and how do we hit different segments of the market. So for example, we mentioned a few times that we just had our NOFA go out. The first 10 projects we awarded last month were all non-LIHTC projects. So we're really thinking about ways that we can provide capital in a less traditional way. The other thing that I think kind of goes without saying is it is a partnership between us and the other financial partners. Because as La Casa, even if we're bringing $200 million in, you guys all know if you're trying to do a $200 million project, it's not that big of a project, right? You're not moving that much. You're not moving the needle that much, even though the number looks big. So the only way we can get there is if we're leveraging with other partners. And so that's been a key piece of this, is that we've taken the approach, we're not just looking at units, we're not just looking at getting a NOFA out there. We're looking at getting a NOFA out there that will actually lower the cost of development and that would make it more attractive. The other thing I would add, and it kind of goes along with some of the discussion that's been here, is Ryan mentioned that we put these RFPs out, we put these NOFAs out, and we did them in a very short period of time. And I think it was Cecile mentioned, or Kelly, I'm sorry, I forget who it was, but someone had mentioned that bringing the partners into this early is key. And what we didn't do is we did not rush through a NOFA. So it wasn't that there were shortened timelines. It wasn't that, we didn't just throw this out there and say, give us your application in a week, and we got some half-baked applications and then patted ourselves on the back and said we did a NOFA. What we actually did was a lot of stakeholder engagement ahead of time. Mm-hmm. And at my level, that's talking with other public agencies, with the cities, what we refer to as the eligible jurisdictions, which are the COGs and the other entities receiving money. A lot of our team was out there meeting with developers, and we were transparent about what we were talking about. So the questions that came in about the NOFA, about our funding, about how our funding works, we took, I want to say we had over 500 questions or something, and we posted those on our website. And this is in the middle of the process. And so the only way you can actually move an RFP along faster is if you get ahead of those questions. If we had got to the point where we were bringing a NOFA to the board to award projects, and we had a group of developers coming out there and saying, but if we take your money, will this happen? If we take your money, will this happen? I have a feeling our board would say, you guys haven't answered these questions, you need to take this to next month. But by the time we got NOFA projects ready to award, we had really done all of that legwork that was out there, and that's what let us go faster. And I think tying this back to the discussion of capital, that's also key, right? No one wants to look around and say, we want to invest in these projects, we want to invest together with these La Casa products, but we're not sure if they're going to come through. So we had to be able to show that, not only are we putting this out there, but we're going to do it in a way that's effective, and it's going to get done, and it's going to get done when we say it will.
I think even more so, I'll add on to that, Mike. We have had over something like 1,500 public engagements. I mean, all we do, we have Zooms, we're there. I do remember one thing that gave the board absolute heart attack was when we were making live wire changes to those questions, literally bringing to them. So we actually got more admonished for doing that. But everybody was part of the process. So I think that where you look at what we've tried to do is we've stepped back and tried to say, are these really true mountains, or are these just hills? Mm-hmm. So far over the last 18 months, we've done that exceptionally well. Thank you, by the way, Mike, you've been a big part of that. I can kind of remember that this time last year, I could barely get my head of HR a computer, so it's very exciting to know that we're putting capital out the door. So, Alex, I'm going to direct this question at you. So you've got the broad capital markets, the bond market, looking at La Casa. Do you think we fulfilled our promise to be more entrepreneurial than governments? And do you think that's going to kind of have a ripple effect throughout the county and all these projects?
I would say without question, yes, thus far. I'd point to three facets that Mike and others have touched upon here: partnership, transparency, and discipline, all at rapid speed, right? First of all, when you look at the fact that this agency has been stood up in, more or less a year with a well-defined expenditure plan, with a lot of policies that have been well-developed, a legal framework, and now, an eye towards accessing the capital markets. that is record speed. We don't see that anywhere in the country. We certainly don't see that here. So I think that's, one facet of the entrepreneurial focus of La Casa. I think, too, on partnership, which Mike touched upon, there has been a tremendous amount of transparency around working with the local agencies, with the developer community, with the capital markets, through us and some of our partners, figuring out what our buyers of La Casa's, future debt will want: the bond funds, pension funds, asset managers, impact investors, high net retail mom and pop that we hope to get into the transactions, maybe some international buyers. All of that has been very holistic and synergistic. And then, the discipline point is super important, because with a new agency that has, the keys to a powerful revenue stream, and obviously such tremendous demand by virtue of the NOFA, great oversubscription, sure, we could theoretically, start to finance a lot of that and put dollars, to work immediately, but that's not the purpose of setting up a solid foundation for access to the capital markets, for ensuring that there's a process by which the community knows, highest scored projects will be rewarded. The fact that La Casa will want to preserve capacity for its financings on a go-forward basis, secure high ratings, and get that low cost of capital. All of that model, all of those tenets that I mentioned, really underlines and underscores the entrepreneurial nature of what you all are doing. And I think it's a testament, certainly, to the leadership at the board level, back to the voters, and the folks that are up here and doing the work to get La Casa to, actually getting projects financed and shovels in the ground.
I'll direct this question really to Carl, Rob, and Cecile. We've heard a lot, right? The LIHTC program got expanded. Unfortunately, as we've also heard, the pricing dropped. So not as effective as the federal government wanted it to be. When you start thinking about here at La Casa, we've just laid the foundation to do a new way of doing it, 501c3 bonds with a B note, and we're coming in just at about 11.5% under where average LIHTC projects go. I'd love the take of not what have we done, we can ask that next year, but the promise that brings to another avenue to bring new capital to construction projects, talking mixed income, all of those things, and do it at a much lower cost basis than the traditional system.
I'll start out and let the rest of everyone take it from there. But what you said earlier about, I'll just use the year 15 transactions and everything that happens on the back end, getting a clean source of capital in where the capital stack is not 9, 10, or 11 things, but just a few, and there aren't Byzantine legal agreements on how to get out, is really key for attracting capital from other private sources. Mm-hmm. The difference between LIHTC and the conventional is we need a round trip as investors. We need to be able to get that cash out, not only from income, but also the principal, which has a different profile than LIHTC. And that back end, the ability to get in, value creation, and get out requires, you've heard the word on the prior panel, certainty. At least some sort of conventional practice of being able to get your capital out. I won't say certainty because nothing is 100% certain, but that particular component on the back end of a transaction that is a conventional cash flowing transaction that qualifies for CRA and public welfare investment is, I think, a really big, should be a big value add for the projects that you're financing at the early onset.
I completely agree. Oh, you wanted to go?
Oh, sure. I'll throw a few things in here. The biggest challenge, there's always going to be headwinds in affordable housing. There just always will, and that's why there's a huge supply-demand imbalance. Not enough supply, tons of demand. Always going to be headwinds. They always kind of pivot and shift. Right now, the largest problem, and speaking to all of our clients across the country, and we are a one-stop shop as well, and we're not just a LIHTC group. We do tons of LIHTC, but we also do all things community development and affordable housing. The lack of equity and the lack of priced equity that is enough equity causing major gaps in capital stacks. So there's tens of thousands of units across the entire country, including about 10,000 units in LA County that aren't getting off the ground because there's not enough there's not a good bridge financing. So that needs to be pulled forward to get these projects done. So that's the main thing here. La Casa's got a great opportunity to pull those forward. There's 10,000 units in LA County, about $1 billion of gap money. Those projects are all shovel ready to go. Banks can come in and help supplement and augment and be additive to this to bring these units to bear. I mean, there's other issues across the country in affordable housing where the middle income are now butting up against market rate in certain markets, which makes so the projects need to be feasible too. I don't think that's going to be that big of a problem here in LA County where there is such a big gap between market rents and affordable and middle income. I mean, there needs to be a minimum 10% gap in rents, minimum. I mean, preferably 30%. I think that's pretty safe here in LA County. So wanted to mention that as well, that is a potential headwind with the softening of market rate across the country. But I think we know that in the state of California, there's probably 40,000 units. I think 40,000 units that are shovel ready, 10,000 units shovel ready in LA County, but the LA County needs 500,000 units of affordable housing, mostly deeply affordable. So the program should work like perfectly here as long as the capital is flowing and can fill up all the capital stacks.
May I add to it? So what I would say is like going from what you guys said, I think we all agree there is no way LIHTC is by itself going to fix the affordable housing crisis. And it's not just a question of what the equity pricing is. You know, the amount of subsidy you need is just staggering. As we all said, the cost of putting a LIHTC transaction together, including that stack you were talking about, adds a tremendous cost to the project itself, right? So I think we all agree we are hugely excited about anything that's helping expand the pool of tools. But at the same time, right, LIHTC was created because there was nothing else. If the market had been doing it, LIHTC would not have been invented. So, right? So a key point, and I think we all hinted at it, is making developers bring those deals together. And I would say, like on the workforce housing side, in California versus some other states, the challenge has been the developers seeing how the numbers pencil out, right? It's not like we get to say no a lot. I'm going to just say, like, it's just the developer themselves, the very experienced one, are saying we're really struggling to make the numbers work. So anything that's like this tool, like what La Casa is doing, that's bringing new tools to the table, is by definition going to help tremendously, right? I agree with the discount to market issue. Unfortunately, that's the reality where when we're talking about deals that are not the traditional LIHTC ones, right? You're starting to deal with underwriting market risk. And in all market, that is a very real question. And again, it goes back to also developers making money and how much risk you want to take associated with it. So all those tools are essential. I think you're asking, in part, like, how do we reduce the cost, right? And like I said, definitely the fact that you have fewer layers, we all know that's a very direct improvement. That's a clear-cut one, right? I think we want to see more also like on modular, all type of construction-related cost containment approaches. I'm hoping like a lot of your pipeline actually includes some of those projects that are also creative on other cost containment. I'm assuming that's actually the case based on the numbers you shared. So very excited about it.
Yeah, I think when we stepped back and tried to develop this NOVA, we had, I can be a bit of an annoying CEO, I'll say this, having come from the private side. We thought to ourselves, how do we reduce your capital stack? 9 products, you could put in for 3. Most people are getting 2 products from us, so 20% of that capital stack is being filled by La Casa, sometimes it's 25%. I'm hoping that what that'll bring is less of the rainbow capital stack you all have to deal with, and the fact that if you all have not been on a affordable housing call to close an affordable housing deal, there are about 65 people on a call. We're hoping to get that down just to about 25. So my thought here is, as we start moving toward, next year, and we start thinking about these projects, the next 2 to 3 months, rubber's going to meet the road. I'm confident we're going to get there. But what do you think is La Casa be thinking about next? Like where do we go? How do we help preservation? How do we do those things that we've done in the first year? How do we bring it into the second year? Not just for us, but for our eligible jurisdictions who are getting a large amount of money. I'm free flowing this, you guys. You feel free to talk.
All right, I'm going to go then. I would say help the developers. We need a variety of developers. We need more smaller developers, like a bigger pool, right? And when you underwrite a deal, I wish it were just about the project or the stack. I'm sorry to say you go for like who is behind it. Who is the person who is going to make this project happen? The rest almost, I wouldn't say it's fluff, not quite, but I would say if you cannot be confident on the entity behind the deal, you're not going to touch the deal, or you should not touch the deal, right? Like so, and I do think like what's interesting from your awards is there are like more like the smaller developers that are a little bit hard to underwrite that coming out, and let's find a way over time to even show them up better.
I completely agree with that. So one of the things we've started trying to do is think about, and obviously everybody's got a price risk. How do we take the risk to entice you and the developer to come into that part of this position? Because again, if they can't make money, no one's going to build. Sorry, that's just the way of the world. Nobody will build. Mike, if I stop paying his bills, will no longer be my general counsel.
That's correct.
So
I'll throw something out.
Luigi, I'm kidding.
So in community development, in affordable housing, especially ground up construction, but also rehab, because you could be on the walls and you maybe not know what was back there until you actually tear the walls open. But there's always going to be, it takes a village to build, right? There's going to be challenges, there's going to be overruns, there's going to be delays. It just happens. And in LIHTC, generally you have the tax credit investor that kind of is forced to step up because of the risk position. So on a non-LIHTC, how will Acacia behave when there are problems in developing ground-up construction and in preservation when you tear the walls out and you find out there's some things back there you didn't really know and there's major cost overruns? Is Acacia going to step up and provide additional gap funding? What will need to be done? So to me, that's going to be a concern or an issue where we can rely on. There's so many different levers you can pull in a LIHTC deal. So many different levers. There's outsized developer fees. There's great contingency. There's the LIHTC investor that can generate more tax-exempt bonds because of the increased basis. So without that, and La Casa being a one-stop shop with all these projects, are they going to be able to free up more dollars to help out? Or is the developer going to put, because in a traditional affordable housing, a developer, it's very hard for them to put their own capital in because they're already charging subsidized rents. So that will be something that we'll watch. We traditionally, we love new programs. We've financed several $100 million of the accelerator programs, but we did put some guardrails around how much we're willing to do until we could see that play out. They all went really well. So brand new program here, durable revenue stream. We're excited to come in, make it happen. Hopefully we can increase our production every single year using the La Casa programs, but how will La Casa behave? Because there's going to be problems.
No, I think that's good. I think that's really a good point. Michael, grab you 1 second, but that we've tried to start off opposite. We work with you, we talk to you, we're not going to call default on developers, all of these things that can make it's a conversation. We're partners with both the developer and with you. There's no way that we could fill all the projects if we did it all of ourselves. So we have to be able to work together so we can leverage that money. I think it's a really good point, Rob, as the next evolution of La Casa comes in, how we're going to respond when things don't go right. Mike?
Yeah, and I think it's a great point. And what I come back to is, I don't think I could sit here right now and say, well, if this happens, then we'll do this, and if this happens, then we'll do this. What it comes down to is culture. Right, and I think one of the things that goes a little bit unsaid with what we've done over the past year is under Ryan's leadership and under Mayor Richardson's leadership, we've established a culture that's very flexible, very adaptable, that really thinks more like a startup than a government agency. And so I think one of the things that's most important for us going forward is to maintain that type of culture for when questions like these come up. Because this is a great point. You know, we can sit up here and talk about the money that's going out. Not every single one of those projects is going to be successful in the traditional sense, right? There's going to be things that come up with those projects that we have to be flexible on. The other thing I would say is part of what we're doing, you know, as Ryan mentioned with the NOFA, there are 9 different products. And that provides a great opportunity for developers because there's a menu and we can serve different types of projects and different product types. What it also does is it provides information that we can learn from. So I think, you know, by sending out this big initial NOFA, by sending out a lot of different products, it's also indicating what sort of gaps are we still seeing. You know, we maybe fill one gap by being able to get some money to 501c3 developers who aren't doing LIHTC projects, and so we can check that box. But there are other developers out there, like the smaller emerging developers, that there may be other things that are barriers to entry for them, even taking our money, that if we could be thoughtful and innovative and flexible, that we can address. And so I think it's just absolutely critical, the culture that Ryan and Mayor Richardson have set. That's our base, that's what we're portraying to the community, and that's what we need to keep carrying forward.
Yeah, I think it's a great point, Mike.
Can I just add one other point to that? So just to maybe double down a little bit on what you're saying, but you know, I reflect on, you know, a lot of our members are smaller or even working with some of the smaller developers. And so I do think more the education and as you offer different products, how do we apply those? Because we get involved as well, right? Where it's, you know, to try to build the capital stack becomes challenging. And so then sometimes, you know, it's hard to actually, you know, make that happen. So I do think the more we can say, how do the products work together? How can we all work together? Because each project is different, and I think sometimes we need to spend more time really understanding how to do that.
Can I add one more point to that?
Absolutely.
I know you have another question, but I think we're all saying very similar thing. Like, and for all the flaws of LIHTC, one thing to keep in mind is when you do a LIHTC deal, you have a limited partner investor, which everybody knows will step in if needed, right? You do non-LIHTC, it really goes down to the developer, and that's pretty much it. And I would say if history repeats itself, the last 3, 4, 5 years have shown that in California in particular, because we're in a high-cost market, clearly, when a deal gets delayed or has cost overruns, you're not talking about having to find $500,000 to keep moving. Developers might have and have had a lot to put out $10 million out of pocket, their own. So nobody is foreclosing, you know, you have no liens, you can get to construction finish, hopefully lease it up, get some more money from various people, but you need time. And that means the developer who can come up with that cash and within 30 days or so, right? They get something back at some point if everything goes well. That's the reality we're talking about, right? So when we're talking about non-LIHTC, to everybody's point, that's where we're counting on, about flexibility to help adjust if things go wrong. And you're right, CHAP was successful. We funded 40% of it, but we spent a whole lot of time with the state to structure it well. And I would say that was not for every developer for the exact reason I mentioned. And it wasn't about choosing and picking based on weird criteria. It was like, again, if it goes back, 30 days before you get liens. 30 days to come up with $10 million, not in everybody's reach. So that's what we're talking about the flexibility and how it's going to show, like, are you guys still there when the deals needs to keep moving? Because everybody wants, the most important thing is get the project to the finish line. It's not a loan, it's not a construction nice thing. We want people in, right? And once you're in, that means, you know, you guys, I assume you have a pool of money that will be more like for those emergency situations. I'm sure that's part of the consideration because it will come handy. That's pretty much guaranteed.
Cecilia, you're making me so excited to go back to the private sector. Money's getting these phone calls. I'm getting these nervous things from bankers again. Maybe I'll stay on. I don't know.
Can I just pile on here? Last comment that threads a lot of this conversation. I mentioned at the outset, you know, our investors in the municipal bond world are, you know, starved for, you know, places to put their capital to work. They have so much untapped dry powder that they would like to deploy. Most of the investors in our space, quite frankly, are not housing experts, but they've got capital. And I think a big sort of solution that La Casa is helping bring to bear, as Mike alluded to here, is really providing transparency on an ongoing basis as to where those gaps may lie. So whether it's through the NOFA, whether it's through very robust disclosure that the public and our investors will receive over time, we're going to help address the patchwork and fragmentation of the project landscape here, and La Casa is going to be the portal through which I think a lot of other sources of capital that heretofore have not been participants in traditional affordable or workforce housing or even market rate housing will come to bear.
I think it's a really good point. As Mayor Richardson said earlier, we have 1,500 units. That's 50% of our way to our Measure A goal. It's about $1 billion of development capital just from this agency alone. So, I'm sitting here with folks, from public, capital markets, banks. It's an early good sign. I would say this as a person who's had to raise a fund, that you get $1 billion in development value. When we start thinking about what that multiplier effect might look like, and this can be anything from preservation to NOAA, all of these things, what would be a benchmark that you'd all say, that turned out to be really good in that $1 billion worth of development value La Casa just got out that door?
One key benchmark for me is not a number, but it's qualitatively, do you get repeat investors? That is a sign that you're doing something correct. If the same investors come back and back the program or a developer using your capital, that is a key indication. That is the goal. Most fund managers or developers, the only thing they love more than an LP, a third-party investor, is a repeat LP. And to me, that is the indication that you're heading in the right direction.
I'm going to go in a completely different direction and forget about the money side. So I don't know if you guys have heard about our American Dream initiative. I know banks have many initiatives, right? But at the end of the day, if we're all funding projects and you see no difference on the street, if you don't see differences for household, for people who feel like finally they have economic opportunities, then we haven't achieved anything. So I'm hoping that the measure of success will be like, in LA, people walk around and say, I see fewer of my, fewer, I wish like none, but at least I see an impact where I see fewer of my neighbors, my friends struggling. I feel like I have hope, I can build something, and that's for all families, individuals of all walk of life. That will be the measure of success when we can all walk around and see that.
I think it's a great point, Cecile, and the best part about being CEO is you get to know things people don't know. So when you look at La Casa, almost 80% of our units are sub 60%. Mm-hmm. Somewhere about 30, we're hitting 30% at 30% AMI. That's unbelievable. And getting these projects off the ground, that's the big one. We are last dollars in, but it's going to be big to make sure with that kind of number at 30% at 30%, if we can get those off the ground in the next 8 months, I think that's a huge first benchmark of success for this organization. Projects not delayed. That's the biggest problem we hear, delayed projects. So I'm going to turn to you, Kelly. Mm-hmm. How can an organization like La Casa work with the Federal Home Loan Bank, and whether it's through your member agencies or it's direct?
Yeah, I would say, obviously we are a co-op and membership owned, so I think most of that would come through our memberships. However, we can do some connections with La Casa. And I would also say being, a reliable source of liquidity, I think that provides potentially more funds or scalable funds right through the membership base that could be, directed towards the work that you're doing. And I would also say, we have several different product lines. So if you think of letters of credit, they can help credit enhance housing bonds. So like if you start to look at, utilizing, more housing bonds, things of that nature, that's a place where I think we could help to play in that. And then lastly, I would say, and maybe most directly, would be in our community investment programs, right? So I mentioned earlier our affordable housing program. That would be direct funds that could be applied, through a member or a sponsor. So that can be through developers, et cetera. But I also just want to maybe bring up one other point. So I really appreciate what you were just saying, right, about getting people into homes. But we also do have several voluntary programs. And so when I think about it, part of it is, or most importantly, absolutely, is to build these affordable, units. But it's also important to get people into the units, right? And so we also do a lot of work around making sure individuals understand how they can get into these units, or even how they can utilize their own funding to be able to help pay and sustain, their lifestyle, et cetera. And so I think it's really the whole spectrum. And I think so once, you have, funded some of these developments, I think it's also then making sure that we're actually moving in the very low and low income, households, and making them successful as they, have a new journey, for their life.
Okay, that's a great point. As an underrated part of La Casa is we also oversee prevention. So we'll be much more able to react in a first strike, more on offense than defense. Governments are always playing defense in that way. And I really think that's probably a much more unheralded model, that we've got both prevention and production and preservation
That's
under us.
fantastic, really fantastic.
So, Mike, you talked about our culture. I'm hoping you're not referring to those early days when I forced many people to work on Sundays and have a Sunday meeting, executive meeting at 9 o'clock at night. Some people
did have a standing Sunday meeting. That's a startup culture. We could let go of that part and keep the innovative portions.
This isn't a performance review, Mike. So when you think about where we are, how we've kind of, and you have a broader perspective of like having worked with government from the legal side, what gives you kind of hope, not just we gave you a 2-year contract, by the way, but like that we can continue this sauce ongoing? Because it has been something that you may all not know, that we've really tried to make sure that we were a problem-solving culture first. Right. My thoughts are, Mike, like, how do we move it forward as over the next 18 months? There'll be a new leadership change here. I'm leaving in a few weeks, so how do we bring that culture and kind of make sure, I think we've ingrained it, but you're the employee.
So, I think it's both internal and external, and I kind of touched on the internal that, this is the culture we've established and how we view this role and how we're pushing it forward. And we kind of talked about a lot of the transparency we've done in doing the outreach, but I think there's another level that's continuing to convene regional stakeholders and regional partners and continuing to build out those relationships. One of the things we only touched on a little bit here is that of the Measure A money that goes to La Casa, or that goes to affordable housing, only 30% actually goes to La Casa. The other 70% is spread around the region. So there's a lot of opportunity here for La Casa to be a regional leader that's working with other agencies and other communities throughout the region in order to build that up. The other thing I would say is I think we can't lose sight of the fact that this is a voter mandate, and in a lot of ways, a somewhat expensive voter mandate, right? It's a lot of the people in this room went to bat for Measure A, and that's how it got passed, and that's how we're able to have this conversation. So I think keeping that perspective in mind, that it's not found money, right? It's money that there was a narrative that convinced the voters that this would be a good investment. And now we've got a mandate to prove to the voters that this is a good investment. And that puts a lot of pressure on us. When you think about the 10 million people in LA County and wanting to be accountable to them, but that's really what it is. And then, I think just continuing to carry the momentum off of that. Like Ryan said, when he was here a year ago, there was a lot of skepticism. When I came in, the employees out of La Casa were just Ryan. And the first question was, the very first thing we worked on him was, he's like, I got to get some employees. And we said, well, do you have any benefits to offer him? And we said, well, you got to get some employee benefits. And so we really had to go step by step to build it up. And part of that wasn't just to build up an agency, it was to be able to get past that skepticism and show the community, show the voters that you put your trust in us and we're going to move it forward. And so I think maintaining that mindset of there's always going to be some skepticism, we always have to prove ourselves, that's what we're going to have to do to keep moving La Casa forward.
That's the nicest someone's ever said about me firing someone before them, because I did fire the county. So when you step back for a second, you know, and look at the landscape, Mike, you brought up a great point. You know, the headwinds are big for affordable housing, actually big for real estate. Thinking about today, if we didn't have the Measure A dollars to fill those gaps, to come up with new innovative, you know, for a second, I want you to play alternate universe with me. You all underwrite. The gaps are pretty big. I mean, it's scary to imagine if we didn't have this voter mandate, what we would be doing today to build housing. It would be near, frankly, impossible, I think, to do that. So one of those really big things, stepping back here to say, there's always, we've got the money, and what would happen if we didn't have the money? I mean, Cecile, you've seen a lot of these deals.
Well, let's just say now you're the one who is really depressing, Ryan. I'm kidding. No, you have a point. If we didn't have the money, we'd be in big trouble. And we see other regions where that's clearly happening. And it has ripple effect, right? Like, because if you think about developers, landlords, everything, like not being able to have a pipeline coming means, you know, you might be okay for a while, but then it gets harder and harder, right? And of course, for the population, it's just staggering. Bad, right? Like, so we do know the situation we're in didn't start yesterday, right? It's not just the last economic cycle was not great. I've been here 25 years. As you can tell from my accent, I was not born here. When I arrived in LA, because I started my career here, there was an affordable housing crisis. That's not new. There hasn't been one day in 25 years where there hasn't been an affordable housing crisis in LA. And, you know, if nothing else, it just got worse, impacted more population, and is spread in many other markets to the extent we see. I think actually the voters' initiative was really, the way I explain it to people who are not in my world is like, you know, when I joined and I said I was doing affordable housing, people look at me as like, oh my gosh, that's the least glamorous job in the world and that sounds so boring. Now I don't say what I do because you will never hear the end of it, right? And that's what the voters' initiative have shown is people have realized in part in a very sad way because of the gap, but in a good way in terms of learning what affordable housing is, that it impacts all population. And suddenly, it's not about these other people, which we never knew who that was, but you know, there was really a perception that somehow it wasn't us, right, like for a large part of the population. And now everybody understands, which actually, again, that's the good, right? From an education perspective, people are realizing when you talk about affordable housing, you're talking about yourself, your family, your parent, you know, the person who helps you with gas at the gas station, the person who is not just, you know, people always say the teacher, the fireman. Yes, absolutely. But at the grocery store, you still need a cashier. You know, when you go to the doctor, you do need a receptionist. You need all of these people. They're essential to all of us. So I think, to your point, without the money, I don't know how we would. It would be really a lot more worse. But I think like the biggest lesson of all of that is not just we have a pool of money, is we have a population who understand that we're all in this together. And unless you have a healthy housing market, we're not going anywhere because our economy is contingent on it. And so that's you know, to your point, we would be worse off without the money, but I feel like there is a whole lot more behind it that actually keeps me very optimistic. Not just the fact we have the money, but the fact that we all learn together and people really want to invest in a region.
I know Rob or Carl, if you wanted to add to that, but you know, you guys see a ton of deals as well, you know.
Well, there's a lot of doomsday. Well, yeah, I hate to think about how bad it would be, but I will go back to a point made earlier that we're all in this together. And when you mentioned culture of your organization, you mentioned external. To the extent that you can help others in the state, region, and around the country replicate, all of my most successful investment managers that we place capital with, they think beyond themselves. So that part of your culture, I hope, will continue to expand. And internally, when it comes to developing a culture where everyone's not as sort of concerned or worried about where we're going, I'm not paraphrasing exactly what you said, but as long as you have a culture that allows people to evolve, because you're charting new territory, if you can hire and attract people who are willing to evolve into what you're doing, I think will preserve and expand your culture. Again, recognizing that we're all in this together as a community, but also as capital providers around the state and region, I think is most important.
All right, I gave you the doom. Now, one bit of doom, but now we're going to end on a good note here, because we're almost toward the end here, folks. When you step back, and you are all providers of capital in some form or another, what are the ways that we can successfully leverage partnerships with you in a way that's more private sector driven, less government driven? Because every time a government does usually come, I've had this happen in a few careers, people go, I'm not sure I want a partnership. So we're thinking of things like impact funds to help preservation, because as we know, we lose more units than we actually produce. That's a big problem. So how could we, as La Casa, on an optimistic note, form deeper partnerships with each of you?
I'll start with a quick one. And whenever someone rings my phone with an idea of a fund, I always say, have you started a conversation with the OCC? For bank investors, it's important that our regulators sign off on all this stuff. Yeah. So that is a critical partnership, I think, to the extent you can make sure the OCC is aware of what you're doing, what you bring to the table. If you go to launch a vehicle to raise more capital or leverage more capital, making sure that whoever your regulator is as a bank really is up to speed on what you're doing.
Mm-hmm. I would just say, stop thinking public-private as like two silos like fighting each other. We are in this together. As you heard, I think all of us clearly are saying we're interested in innovation. We want to do more. We're not reactionary. We want to be there. We have shown it already. In a positive note, it's like we're all wanting to go in the same direction. So let's stop thinking about like, oh, this side is like creating the problem.
Yeah, I agree with that we're all in it together. I think the side I've come from to this side of the public side is not all, and Mike, you don't have to answer this question to back your boss up here. The public sector sometimes does come at it from a more combative angle. I've had that experience. It's why I decided to take this job 18 months ago, to bring that scenario to it. Is it always that way? No, but it's not always easy to work with government. And I think at the end of the day, the culture we wanted to create was an ease of partnership, so we could get to seat at the table. But I think we also had to understand distrust exists, and you have to prove yourself a bit. So with all that said, I'm going to say this. I'm going to wrap up the way the board chair would want me to wrap it up, on time. La Casa, in delivering our mandate to the voters, we're 50% of the way to our agency goal. That's staggering for a person who couldn't get benefits last year. And when you step back, I look at all of our rooms filled with developers who have told me how good it is to work with my team. So when I step back, and now my tenure here is coming to an end, I would say that I'm most proud that what La Casa didn't do was get slowed down in the morass. Oftentimes, I will tell you that as a private person who has come to government. Force your government partners to become more entrepreneurial and innovative. If we don't, then we can't really have a table. What I hope that my legacy will be when I leave here isn't all the projects that got built. It's that we had a board that worked. We all solved the problem. And in the immortal words of Board Chair Rex Richardson, who I wish he was here to hear this, you are either going to be somebody or do something. La Casa is an organization that does something, and the results speak for themselves. So thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Sandy Sanchez, Vice President of Policy at 5 Point.
Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. I want to thank Mary Leslie and David Nahai, the entire LABC team and LABC board for hosting this wonderful summit yet again. I'm Sandy Sanchez, Vice President of Policy with 5 Point, one of the largest community builders in the state. And it's a pleasure to introduce this conversation on aligning state and regional housing priorities. For those of us working on large-scale community housing developments in California, we see every day how housing policy decisions made in Sacramento interact with regional planning, infrastructure investments, and the realities of getting projects approved and built, so families can actually move into homes across our communities. You can see this dynamic clearly at our growing community in Los Angeles County. Valencia by 5 Point is a vibrant development in the Santa Clarita Valley, built on one simple idea, that high-quality housing, open space preservation, and economic investment and sustainability can all move forward together. Valencia by 5 Point is now home to approximately 4,000 residents. Amid this severe housing crisis, we're proud that 2/3 of our homes sold to date in Valencia have been below the LA County median home price. 2/3. Recently, LA County approved approximately 1,500 additional homes and job-producing commercial space in Valencia. This is all part of our long-term vision of creating approximately 21,500 homes at a range of price points while preserving 10,000 acres of open space and achieving net zero greenhouse gas emissions during the construction and long-term operations. Even with this progress, the pace of new housing starts has been uneven, and much more needs to be done to deliver the housing the county needs. Today, we are fortunate to have a group of leaders who bring deep expertise and the get-it-done attitude that is so important. Joining us from the state is Secretary Tamika Moss, who was appointed by Governor Gavin Newsom in November 2023 to lead the California Business Consumer Services and Housing Agency, which oversees California's core housing and homeless departments, including California Department of Housing and Community Development and the California Housing Finance Agency. Secretary Moss is focused on strengthening coordination across state programs and ensuring that state investments translate into measurable progress in housing production and affordability. We also have Supervisor Holly Mitchell, who represents District 2 on the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors. Supervisor Mitchell has been leading voice on housing and social policy in California for more than 2 decades. Prior to joining the board, she served in both the state and Senate for the state of California. And also, she served as chair of the Senate Budget Committee, where she helped shape major state investments in housing and homeless programs. Supervisor Mitchell was an inaugural board chair of the Los Angeles County Affordable Housing Solutions Agency, where she currently serves as a board member and plays a critical role in advancing regional strategies to address housing production and affordability. Also, we have Lourdes Castro Ramirez, President and CEO of the Housing Authority for the City of Los Angeles. She leads the nation's second largest public housing agency, serving over 200,000 people. A strategic advisor to Mayor Karen Bass, Lourdes specializes in scaling affordable housing production and building regional coalitions in one of the most complex housing markets in the nation. Lourdes brings deep experience from her time as an appointee of Barack Obama, our president, to lead the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development's Office of Public and Indian Housing, and the previous secretary of the California Business Consumer Services and Housing Agency appointed by Governor Newsom. Moderating our conversation today is Ben Metcalf, Managing Director for the Turner Center for Housing Innovation at UC Berkeley. Ben is one of California's leading housing policy experts. His work at the Turner Center focuses on what actually drives housing production, the intersection between land use, finance, and policy. His research regularly informs decision-making at both the state and local level. Together, this group reflects the full housing delivery system, state leadership, regional governance, local implementation, and policy research. That's exactly what makes this conversation so important. California has made significant policy progress in recent years. The challenge now is how those policies align across all levels of government and translate into housing that actually gets built. Please join me in welcoming our esteemed panel of experts.
Thank you for calling my president. We all love that. Yeah, thank you, Sandy.
Good morning. It's so nice to be here. Thank you to LABC and UCLA for hosting us. My name is Ben Metcalf with the Turner Center, and it is my distinct pleasure to moderate this amazing panel. I did have this feeling as we were walking in that if we could just lock these three in a room and give them all the keys to all of the housing questions, we would get
We'll take it.
everything solved.
Not just keys, give us some money.
Yeah, exactly. The keys to the vault.
Yes, you're welcome in advance.
So we've heard a lot, we've kind of have a panel of finance, we've always talked a lot about some of the innovations that are already playing forward in Los Angeles. We really want to talk in this session a little bit about these significant shifts to governance that are happening in real time around us at different levels of government. And think a little bit about how agencies in this moment are really stepping up to redesign their institutions, align their financing and rental assistance, and really serve the needs of people at all levels. And so we're going to talk about this from a very multi-level perspective, right? Here at the local level, what are we seeing with La Casa? What are we seeing with the Measure A delivery system? What about the nexus with healthcare and housing? We're going to talk about the state level, thinking a little bit about some of these huge reorganizations that are coming our way with the state housing agency. We want to talk also about the federal implications, right? So shifts in who's receiving federal rental assistance, exclusions to mixed status households and work requirements, the specter of certain cuts coming from the feds, as well as some opportunities on the tax code, for example. And really think about how the best of the best here are trying to stitch together these disparate multi-level funding sources, both against different levels of government, but also against different kinds of programs, housing and healthcare and tax. With the question being, how do we deliver on timely, cost-effective housing to the people who need it in the ways that address our policy goals? So that's our modest challenge for the small time that we have.
37 minutes.
Exactly. So on that note, I'm going to start with you, Secretary Moss, because certainly one of the big headlines right now is July 1 and the specter of a whole new agency coming to California to fix many of these problems. If you could just give an example maybe of what is something that people in this room might notice that would be different in July and beyond, that would be helpful. And then also what is it in that reorganization that you think is also helpful for us to think about as we try and do alignment between the local and the state level?
Yeah. So good morning. I think it's still morning. Good to see you all. I know it's been a marathon of conversation, so I'm really excited to be in discussion with these amazing ladies. And Ben, I would be in a bunker with you all at any time, so count me in. I'm really excited about this reorganization. Typically, reorganizations are like improvements in business operations, and no one cares, right? You're kind of like, Why is a reorganization a headline? But I think what's exciting about this one is that for the first time, California will have a singular cabinet-level housing and homelessness agency that will encompass all of our housing and homelessness programs, as well as our civil rights department, which looks at fair housing and fair employment. And I think what's so significant about that is that we all know that our housing and homelessness crisis isn't going anywhere. And in fact, it has escalated over my 20 plus years doing this work in California. And so to be able to have an agency that is truly dedicated to not just elevating the issues, but figuring out how do we harmonize our housing finance programs? How do we prioritize our strategies and policies to actually deliver on the goals that we have, which is 2.5 million homes permitted over the next decade, right? We talk about that as an aspiration, but we haven't been organized to really deliver on those goals. And so in my opinion, the innovation also is that the housing finance system in California is one of the most complex and difficult systems in the United States. Can I get an amen? Would anybody agree with that statement? So we are taking on the big challenge of really trying to build on the work that the legislature and this administration has done over the last many years of streamlining practices, synchronizing programs, and we're really developing a new department within the agency to really focus on how do we bring our state housing programs into one system? How do we align our tax credits and bonds? How do we make sure that right now 18 different state departments touch housing and homeless financing across the state? That's an impossible task when you're trying to get something built or preserved. So Ben, to your question, I think what people will see on July 1st, so the new agency will launch on July 1st, doors open, business ready. We want continuity of services and programs. So we've been working over the last year and a half to make sure that we are ready to go. And what is significant about that is the singular application that was really predicated by Assembly Bill 519, which will have all of our programs in one application, y'all. Right. And so when our developers and stakeholders come to HDFC to get state financing, they'll be able to get their projects fully funded in one place. And so that, of course, is going to be a process. But I think if we can build trust, that we know that that's actually what we need to do, and build partnership and helping to iterate on making that a reality, it's going to be amazing. So I'm super excited about it.
I am too.
I know. It's so exciting.
I know this has been all-consuming for you, and for those of you who haven't had the great joy of doing a massive governmental reorganization, please understand how hard this can really be to get to governmental excellence. I just want to also reflect that, like, your job can't only be doing a reorg. There are a few other things you have to do along the way, and I think as a follow-up, just to say, like, you are also navigating very tricky federal policy changes, right? I mean, traditionally, HUD is where all the money came from and where all the policies were set. How do you think, from the state perspective, about navigating this sort of new world we find ourselves in with Washington, D.C. today?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's such a good question. You know, we think a lot about, because, you know, by the way, there are two agencies being stood up. The Housing and Homelessness Agency. I'm also standing up the Business Consumer Services Agency, which oversees all of our regulatory business services programs for the state of California. So we got a few jobs, and I, you know, wear sunscreen and lipstick to keep going. But what's interesting about the federal partnership, and Lourdes will talk a lot about this because it directly affects her work, we can't let the federal government off the hook for being responsible for partnering with us on the work that our states are responsible to do. And unfortunately, we do not have a willing partnership in the federal government. But it doesn't mean it's okay that the federal government is not working with the state of California and other states across this nation to address our housing and homelessness crisis, period. And so when I think of that, it is, we've had some really interesting success with the federal government, where the 50% test for bonds was lowered. And that is tremendous for the state of California. It will actually unlock potentially doubling our housing pipeline over the next decades. And so while we see resistance in some of our daily operations, in terms of how we are thinking about protecting residents in their homes, making sure that folks have access to rental assistance and housing opportunities, we also want to take advantage of the bright spots that have happened in terms of us facilitating more housing production in California. So my real answer, Ben, is all levels of government, our local, state, regional, and I've worked in city government, regional government, and now in state government. We all have a role to play if we're going to get to the aspiration of what Californians need from us. And I'm really looking forward to continuing to find those bright spots, not closing any doors, but also holding folks accountable for what people expect.
Yeah, thank you. President Castro-Ramirez, let me turn to you. So you're definitely on the front lines of dealing with these shifts in federal policy. And I think what's interesting is a lot of what you're facing, I think, is really challenging. It is cuts and retrenchments and policy shifts that are stretching your agency more and more. But there is an interesting dynamic where it's not one-dimensional, right? Like, blue states are the biggest beneficiaries of the tax LIHTC changes. There's opportunity zones. There's a couple of big bills in the Senate and the House that will help you, I think, as well. So, yeah, give us your take on what's taking your time and energy right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, first of all, I am so inspired by Secretary Moss and the leadership and the change that she's leading at the state. And I would say that we were all hoping for that level of leadership at the federal level, and frankly, quite the reverse has occurred. And Ben, you're absolutely right. I think that for us at the local level, especially as a housing authority that relies heavily on funding from the federal government, we are on the front lines, right? We are where federal policy meets the local reality. And so the last 15 months of leading the housing authority, and maybe I'll just take a step back for those of you that may not be acquainted with the role of housing authorities. Across the country, there are over 3,000 housing authorities that are essentially institutions of government created by the state to ensure that we're developing affordable housing, we're managing housing, we're also the administrators of rental assistance at scale. There are over 2 million people that receive rental assistance. In the city of LA, that number is almost 60,000 people receiving rental assistance. And so we're institutions with capacity to administer rental assistance, capacity to build. And the changes, to your point, the changes that have been occurring at the federal level have been quite destabilizing, and destabilizing more directly to the families that we serve. Because at the end of the day, the dollars that are coming in from the federal government are not dollars that stay with our agency. These are dollars that go right into community, right into ensuring that families have access to deeply affordable housing, right into the pockets of property owners that are participating in the Section 8 Housing Choice Voucher Program. And the changes that have been introduced by the federal government have been changes that add more regulation, that don't necessarily focus on a singular system, streamlining. It is more about providing greater oversight of the work that we're doing. And yet, in the middle of all of this, we are doing our best to stay focused on why we exist, who we're here to serve, and looking at the partnership at the local level, at the regional level, and at the state level, because this housing crisis, it's affecting especially our most vulnerable harder, in a more difficult manner.
Yeah. I want to go to this point you made about just making it harder to do the work. So, I mean, you may disagree with the policy shifts that the federal government are trying to make in terms of who are the beneficiaries on the ground. And also, you are saying that even if these policy choices were ones you might agree with, the problem is the way that it's being administered is a way that massively increases the paperwork burden, not just on you, right, but on families themselves, on property owners, in ways that may be counterproductive. Can you talk a little bit about that? Because I think that's a piece that people don't really.
Yeah, the other reality of housing authorities is that we are heavily regulated. We're heavily regulated, and we have learned how to meet compliance requirements. We rely on having a rulemaking process that is clear, where compliance standards are understood. Why is that important? Because it allows for us to plan, to ensure that we're complying with federal requirements. When the federal government chooses not to follow a rulemaking process that is clear and predictable and transparent, it creates uncertainty and chaos. And it confuses agencies that are already under a lot of oversight in terms of how we're administering our programs. So what have we done as an agency, right? Year one, I will say, in 2025, all of the changes that were coming from the federal government were tough. And I think there was a sense of, are we even going to exist as housing authorities to be able to continue to deliver on this mission? Yeah. Fast forward 16 months later, I think we have become very effective shock absorbers, meaning that we don't react or overreact. We pay attention to what's happening at the federal level. We then go through this process of looking at the change that is being introduced through the lens of how will this lead to instability in the programs and the people that we serve. So let me give you an example. The federal government has, actually the president released his budget just about 2 weeks ago. And the budget calls for a $10 billion reduction in housing programs. The elimination of CDBG, the elimination of home, the elimination of the choice, the neighborhood choice, grant, choice neighborhoods program, and of course, sends panic across the industry. But we know this is a starting point, right? This is a starting point. We know where the federal government is going, and so now we have to coordinate and align with our industry partners to ensure that we are making the case for why it's important to continue to have these resources in our communities, because we know that these are the tools and the resources that are necessary to build more housing, to stabilize households. And maybe the last example that I'll just briefly share is a more immediate example pertaining to the emergency housing voucher program. Under the Biden administration, there was a focus on providing more resources to communities to bring people who were experiencing homelessness, at risk of homeless, or victims of domestic violence into stable permanent housing. Over 70,000 vouchers were funded through the Emergency Housing Voucher Program. In LA, we were able to house just over 3,300 households. In 2025, this federal administration said, we are sunsetting this program by the end of 2026. Essentially, there will be no additional resources. And we are now finding ourselves in a place where there's no federal funding coming, and we're looking at the state, we're looking at the region, but I think it's also important to going back to Secretary Moss's point, as we look for solutions at the state, as we look for solutions at the regional level and the local level, we cannot we cannot leave the federal government off the hook. So there has to continue to be the level of elevating stories and elevating our voice, demanding that our federal government not retrench, especially in a time when we have seen the progress and the impact of these programs. EHV, I would argue, was an important source of reducing homelessness in the city of LA.
It was.
Over the last 2 years, a 17% reduction in the number of people experiencing homelessness.
Yeah. Thank you. Supervisor Mitchell, let me turn to you now, but let's stay on the federal theme for just a couple minutes longer, because in your role at the county, you are overseeing one of the largest Medicaid programs in the country, and now we are looking at very significant cuts there. Can you talk about
the most significant in our nation's history?
Thank you. Huge cuts, and I think you are now tasked with both responding to that, but also sort of proactively coming up with ways to fill some of those gaps. Can you talk a little bit about what you're doing, how you're approaching that, a little bit about Measure ER as well, and what that might mean?
So, good morning. It's a pleasure to be with you all. I appreciate it. A couple things as I was sitting here listening to you all, and I looked back, Los Angeles Business Council. This afternoon, I'll be speaking before the LA County First Five Commission. And the reality is all that you're planning for and thinking about are 0 to 5. We're planning for, particularly when you think about infrastructure and building, we're not building for ourselves, we're building for those who will come behind us. So the irony that I'm here in the morning and the conversation is really deeply connected. You know, there may not be any Medi-Cal recipients in this room. I'll just assume. I represent 2 million people of LA County's 10 million. 850,000 of the people I have the privilege of representing are Medi-Cal beneficiaries. So just doing basic math, that means everyone in here has a family, friend, or neighbor who's a Medi-Cal beneficiary. All of us in here, unfortunately, will need an ER at some point in our lives, but it's just the reality, right? And so when we're talking about the largest cut in healthcare services in the nation's 250-year history, that will have a direct impact on you. So when you hear Medi-Cal beneficiaries or California provided Medi-Cal to undocumented people, please don't think that that's not a you problem. This is a all of us problem. Because as the hospital on this very campus very well understands, if any ER closes in this region, that puts pressure on them. And if any of you all have been in an ambulance or had a family member in an ambulance that was calling ahead to find out if an ER was open or taking patients and had to be rerouted mid-emergency, you too should appreciate what we are potentially facing. The billions of dollars that the state will lose, the projected $800 million only one county Department of Health Services will lose, is devastating. We are looking at closure of a county hospital, and we have already closed 7 to 9 county health clinics already. And so as you both say we have to hold the federal government responsible and accountable, I agree, but I'm not sure how we do that given this current federal government. I don't see the how. So because my back's against the wall, the only how I could come up with was my least favorite, which is a sales tax on all of us. It's Measure ER, will be on the June ballot. It's half a penny, not on food, not on medications, but it's half a penny. That's 50 cents on a $100 purchase. That could raise us $1 billion. That will not close the $2.4 billion gap that HR 1 dropped on our heads, but will help prevent the likelihood that our community clinics will close and that we'll have to close the county hospital. My favorite thing to do in my job? No. The most necessary thing for me to do at this point in my job? I believe so. Because counties are the safety net level of government. We have a statutory requirement to provide health care to whoever needs it. And yet the rug has been pulled out from under us from the very same level of government who imposed that statutory requirement on us. Go figure. This is a 5-year bridge. It is a 5-year bridge to get us out of hell. It's the bridge to health salvation, whatever we want to call it. And so that's what we're facing.
Yeah.
And when you recognize the connection between health and housing, I think it's really important.
I was just about to say the same thing. We don't think of Medi-Cal as a housing program, but it is, right?
Absolutely.
It is
Absolutely, yes.
probably the most significant housing program we operate in terms of keeping people from falling into homelessness, as well as helping them often to get back out of it when they do fall in.
And I would say, Ben, it is one of the most one of the most significant ways to address housing. But I think that there is still a lack of understanding of how to effectively leverage health dollars in the housing space.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
And so I think that it is really important, back to Supervisor, to your point about how do we hold the federal government accountable, right? And as we figure that out, we also need to get creative and innovative at the local level. So we need to tap into healthcare dollars, to address the need for housing. And as it relates to the population that we serve, the vast majority of the families that we serve through HACLA are families that are making below 50% of AMI, who are struggling. They're working,
right?
Because this is another thing that the federal government is pushing, that there has to be work requirements and there has to be time limits. They're working. They're trying to get ahead. They're now losing their health coverage, and so we do need to ensure that the housing and the healthcare sector are doing a better job leveraging the resources that are available.
Yeah, and I would even say health, housing. I tell everybody housing is every policy issue.
It is.
It is climate. It is a climate solution. It is a transportation solution. People don't live their lives in isolation.
Right.
Which is why what you were just describing, Supervisor, is so critical. You lose, say you're already precariously housed and you're in some of your homes, Lourdes, and then you go and lose your Medi-Cal benefits.
And your CalFresh and your CalWorks.
Say what now? So that is
cumulative of
and
impact.
I think that is what we have to realize, that's not only happening to our most vulnerable folks, but that is increasingly going up the economic ladder. And so we have to figure out, and that's why I'm just so impressed that our local jurisdictions, county governments are coming up with solutions to help.
Right.
Because, state resources are constrained. We are doing our best as California to protect everyone against the assault that we are seeing from some of the policy changes at the federal level, but we can't do it by ourselves. So our business partners, our county governments, philanthropy, our academic institutions, Ben, we couldn't do so much of the work that we do without the research that you provide us and helping to tell the story about that integrated, holistic experience. So I just think it's so important to remember the connectivity of how people are living so that we can make better informed policy decisions to help people.
Couldn't agree more.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, thank you for that. The fragmentation is our foe on all of this, and trying to figure out how we bring people together and coming from diverse backgrounds and actors. I think we heard a lot about La Casa this morning from Mayor Richardson, from Ryan Johnson. Supervisor Mitchell, I want to start with you, but open it up to the whole panel to just reflect a little bit on, now that we are a year or two into the La Casa experience, what are the sort of emerging lessons learned there that could be instructive in other contexts? What do you see in that space, sort of a regional government that's been given room to do some more innovative things that might be helpful as we approach these other sticky challenges? So you were the inaugural chair, so you were there at the beginning. Give us your thoughts, please.
And we were laughing backstage as we were listening. I was like, well, we don't need to say another word about La Casa. And I see a number of my La Casa colleagues here. It goes back to the policy. I will tip my hat to now Congresswoman, then State Senator Sidney Kamlager, for fighting the battle. It was not successful the first round. We had to figure out a new strategy and then go in hard the second round, because there was lots of questions, concerns, haters, all of the above. And we now laugh at La Casa saying, the hearing room was empty until Measure A passed. Now it's the biggest, the most popular party once a month in LA. And so it's about timing. It was about courageous leadership, and it was about timing. And I think we are proving the haters wrong. I love to go to La Casa meetings where I'm surrounded by fellow elected officials, representatives from nonprofit development, people representing tenants, and we come together with a common goal. Our 3 Ps. We're going to preserve, we're going to protect, we're going to produce housing. The whole focus of La Casa is to build affordable housing. And I think we've established a model that we can get it done. We established, we've heard a lot of conversation about the culture. The primary culture was how in which we were going to work together. And stay committed to the goal of the enabling legislation in La Casa. Because when money is on the table, then a lot of competing interests and a whole bunch of cousins you never knew you had showed up. And so we have stayed true to the core mission of La Casa, which is to those 3 Ps.
Yeah.
And we got money on the street. We're being innovative and creative in terms of the financing models. You all understand that much better than I. But we've stayed committed. And what's beautiful around the table from my perspective, from the county, the 5 queens, we often take up a lot of air and space when we come in the room, but it is shared listening, accountability, and responsibility. Yeah. We are spreading the love of the La Casa resources and how we stood up the organization truly across the region. And I think those are lessons learned, what I find most valuable about the La Casa experience, and what we've all agreed to continue to bring to the table.
Well, and also I would say, Supervisor, well, first, thank you for your leadership in that first year as the chair of La Casa.
Appreciate you.
Incredible. And I would add that level of coordination and clarity in terms of the 3 Ps has allowed for greater alignment across the agencies that are responsible for the preservation and the production of housing, including the Housing Authority.
Yeah.
And so we are very focused, first and foremost, on making sure that we're keeping families housed. Why is the emergency housing voucher so important? Because we finally have individuals housed with permanent, affordable housing and property owners participating. And it's not just a HACLA thing. We have 16 housing authorities in the county of LA, about 6,000 families that rely on this assistance. It also has, in terms of the 3 Ps, from a preservation perspective, we're focused on keeping people housed. We're also, as an agency, producing and looking at unlocking all the tools that are available to a housing authority. And we have been, someone said earlier in the earlier panel about how important it is to focus on the culture of an agency and an organization. And so at the Housing Authority, despite what the federal government is doing, we see ourselves as change agents in community, where we see ourselves as builders and developers. So we launched an acquisitions fund that is focused on acquiring market rate units in high opportunity areas and creating that into mixed income housing. And we've been able to do that thanks to the strength of our agency, but also we're still tapping at that, into federal subsidies through a program called Restore Rebuild. We're also very open to partnering with for-profit and affordable nonprofit developers. We asked, pitch your project to us and let's see if, there's a way for us to be able to either develop or rehab. Again, the goal is we need to produce more housing. And I would say, just in terms of context, this is not something that is just affecting LA and the state. Across the country, we have over 23 million people that are paying more than 30% of their income on rent.
Yeah.
We have a shortage of over 7 million units. So it is not just a California, LA thing. It is a national problem. That's why I do think that we have to figure out how to continue to stay focused at the federal level. And two ways that I think have been effective from that, where we have seen benefit. One is through litigation. Unfortunately, we joined 7 other housing authorities in suing HUD when they attempted to change the grant agreement language, forcing us to not, essentially to add language pertaining to DEI, pertaining to gender ideology, pertaining to immigration. We sued, we won, and so that language is not in our contracts. And the second is through engagement. Just actually this week on the 21st, the HUD released proposed rules to change a regulation that has been in place since the 1980s that was focused on mixed status families. That has been working well. We do not provide direct assistance to a person that is ineligible. We provide a prorated assistance to the family to keep families together. Well, they're looking to change this without really understanding the why. HUD received over 13,000 comments from across the country, comments from the county, from the city, from the state civil rights department. And I think it is important for us to continue to engage and to push back and not to accept that this is just the way it's going to be.
I agree.
I did want to. If I could I want to close the loop on La Casa 1 quick second. Yeah. Because I'm not sure if the previous panel talked about what we've actually done. So in our first round of production and preservation funding, $1 billion in total development value, 1,500 units, 21 projects, 11 in the city of LA, and that's in round 1. I just wanted to get that out there.
So I appreciate that, because what I was going to share is that these regional housing finance agencies is a strategy for all of California. We now have legislation that allows other regions to stand up their own housing finance agencies. We see in San Diego, they've engaged their education partners. The Bay Area, I have to say, was the blueprint for La Casa. And what's so amazing is that the voters were able to provide funding for La Casa. BAFA is still trying to figure out how to get revenue into that. But the point is, the institutions are what matter. It allows us to aggregate funding to respond to local needs. Lourdes has been talking about the people who are affected. We need these kinds of institutional tools that can help counties, local jurisdictions, and the state figure out economies of scale for the entire region. I am a full-fledged regionalist, and it is critical that we invest in these institutions so that they can actually accelerate all of the inspiration of the 3 Ps that we all believe in. So I just wanted to make sure folks know it's not just a big city, big county initiative. Our jurisdictions across the state can access this tool now.
Well, yeah, the three regional agencies that are up and running now represent half of the state's population, right? So we're at the front end of a very big transformation. And I think, I'll just offer as well, not only I think were we hearing earlier this morning about the ways that La Casa and BAFA and San Diego would be well positioned to access private financing from the capital markets in a way that's harder for local governments to do. But I also think there's interesting opportunities downstream where the state can see these entities sort of as delegated arms of the state itself, right?
Exactly.
And really figure out a way to really get that capital stack so it aligns for folks coming in the front door. I know we're almost at the end, and I just want to throw it out there as you guys think about other ways that we can, bring this fragmented space together, where we can make, the whole greater than the sum of the parts. What's giving you hope? What else is out there that we should be focusing our time on from where you guys sit?
So, what's most hopeful to me is the aspiration of this transformational change. We use these words to describe what we're doing, not just to make ourselves feel good or inspire those who are listening to us, but because I truly believe, having done this work in California for more than 2 decades, that we have a unique opportunity to work together to create, reform, reimagine a housing finance system that actually delivers on what so many people desperately need. And so I am hopeful that as we stand up this new agency, that we can partner with every single person in this room and bring trust and credibility back to government. People don't believe us, y'all. When we tell them we want to help our communities thrive, they don't believe us. This is an opportunity to reimagine and give them hope that government still has a really critical role to play in the success of our state.
I think all of us in the room are old enough to remember the old Virginia Slims commercial, "We've come a long way, baby." And as I hear you talk about setting up this agency, I was very proud to author the enabling the bill that it created the Homeless Coordinating Council at the state level. And when I think back to the kinds of conversations we were having in the assembly, in the legislature then, what the original vision was, and then what we got, sometimes there's a delta there. To come full circle now, we've come a long way as a state. And you're right, you all in the room are here because you already get it. How do we communicate to all of our family, friends, and neighbors that what we see on TV at the federal level does impact us in one way, but what I do every day has more direct impact on your lives, frankly, what happens at the state level, what happens at the city level. And so how can we continue to share the good news, grow this room, cross-sector, to really, even in our convenings, make sure that we're not just talking about housing, but we're talking about housing and health. We're talking about housing and economic development and expansion, because those are the multiple impacts that impact, our lives on an everyday basis. And so, maybe this oppression I'm feeling from the federal government, is going to create a sweet spot and an opportunity for us to think differently about when one level of government abandons us, in fact, puts us in the middle of the bullseye, how we then reach out in other unique ways, private-public partnerships, across levels of government, regional approaches, to really come up with some solutions based on what we know to be true and what we need to not only survive, but to thrive.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. Yes, absolutely ditto everything that has been said. What gives me hope is that we are fortifying, strengthening our local institutions, our regional institutions, and the partnership at the state level. And despite how difficult it is to operate in this federal environment, we're not afraid, right? We're not afraid to try things differently. We're not afraid to push back. And we're bringing people along. And that includes residents. That includes people that live in public housing. Yes. That includes families that participate in Section 8, because it is equally important that they be at the table, that they share their story, that they participate.
Yes.
So know that as a housing authority, we've talked a lot about housing and building and the pressures, but at the end of the day, we're about people and making sure that we're also investing in people, and that gives me hope.
Perfect. On that note, thank you to each of the three of you for being here and for your leadership, creativity, and commitment on this hard problem.
Thank you.
Please welcome Greg Medician, Head of Partnerships and Government Affairs at Servicon.
Hello, everyone, and welcome. Thanks for having me, LABC. Yeah, you're going to want to pay attention because you got a really good one coming up. For those of you who don't know me, which I assume is like the majority of you, my name is Greg Medizian. I'm the head of partnerships and government affairs, one of the leaders at Servicon. We are a national complex custodial provider based here in Los Angeles. Complex custodial means we service some of the most complicated buildings in the country, like hospitals, Los Angeles General, for example, aerospace and defense manufacturers, biotech facilities and labs, and a lot others. So it's pretty actually high-level work, even though most people don't consider it. We actually employ a few thousand people, and several hundred of whom live in our next speaker's district. So it is an honor for me to introduce Representative Maxine Waters. I think everybody here knows who she is, because when I was asked to do this, my first thought was, does Maxine Waters, of all people, need an introduction? Does she need some guy you've never heard of coming on stage to tell you who she is? I mean, she in the 1980s spearheaded the divestment from South Africa apartheid movement and really was one of the major players in getting that system to end. In the 90s, she was critical in helping rebuild our city and heal after the riots. In more recent days, she's been one of the leading defenders of democracy in America as it's been under assault. So like, what more? Everybody already knows this. What more can you say? And I realized that this is a specific niche event, and there actually is something that she's doing that's fantastic that not everybody knows about. So today we're going to be discussing the Road to Housing Act. As the ranking member of the House Financial Services Committee, Congresswoman Waters, she plays one of the most critical roles in shaping federal housing policy. She focuses on expanding access to affordable housing, increasing federal investment in housing production and preservation. For our employees, the several hundred who live in her district, this is one of the reasons why time and again they vote her to lead them. They are blue-collar folks. They are often housing insecure, even if they have a job, because it's just too expensive. So Congresswoman Waters is actually spearheading and driving the initiatives that are going to directly improve her constituents, our employees, but everybody's affordability, which is one of the largest crises here in America. The Road to Housing Act is a comprehensive legislative proposal aimed at addressing our nation's housing shortage. It's going to be supporting new development, preserving existing affordable housing, and streamlining federal programs to improve delivering and efficiency. She's also, and I think this is really important, taking charge of the movement to ensure that the bill becomes truly effective. It was very great that it came out of the Senate, but there were some crucial issues with it, and Congresswoman Waters is leading the charge to fix those issues to make sure that when it is implemented, when it does pass, it actually does as advertised and helps provide more housing and more affordable housing. She brings needed experience on the intersection of housing, economic opportunity, and community stability. Her leadership continues to shape the national conversation on expanding access to safe and affordable housing. So please welcome Ranking Member Maxine Waters.
Well, hello everybody. I'm very pleased to be here this morning, and it's always good to be back with you. Now, first of all, I must thank you to the head of partnerships and government affairs, Greg Medizian. That was a very kind introduction. And I want to thank the Los Angeles Business Council for inviting me once again. This is an event that I look forward to. Every year, the Los Angeles Business Council has consistently been a real partner in tackling one of the greatest and biggest challenges facing city housing. You're not just part of the conversation, you're part of the solution. I want you to know that you bring together business leaders and policymakers and community and bosses to help move projects forward, unlock investments, and actually get housing built. That kind of leadership is critical right now. Now, before I share a few things with you, I want you to know there's not a lot of good news to talk about. I'm coming from Washington, and it is very, very difficult, very complicated, and I want you to know, however, I'm going to try and be as positive as I possibly can. One of the things that is helping me to be positive, despite the fact that we have a president of the United States of America, the likes of which we have never, ever seen before, and hopefully never will again. I had a good friend that just passed, and he was all about hope. He was all about, having the ability, no matter how bad things are, to look for the good, to look for the possibilities. His name was Jesse Jackson, and he ran for president of the United States of America. He was the first black to make a significant run for the presidency, and he traveled this country. He changed the Democratic Party somewhat, but he inspired so very many young people. He did a great job when he talked about you are somebody, and help young people to believe that they had a chance to be successful. And so coming off of the memorial services that we have been doing, coming off of what we were doing in the House of Representatives to recognize him and to give him credit for his work, I do have hope. No matter Trump, I have hope. And I want you to know that what he is doing right now is so absolutely brazen and disrespectful and critical to our ability to try and make things work for everybody. However, he does not do that. He cares about himself. He cares about cryptocurrency. He owns cryptocurrency. Melania owns cryptocurrency. All of the family owns cryptocurrency. And so it's about making money. It's about him improving his bottom line. However, having said all of that, we're in a crisis. And I want to talk about this housing crisis. I'm sure many of you know that we are facing a national housing crisis. And Los Angeles is at the epicenter. Yes, we've made some progress, and we should acknowledge that. But let's be honest. There are more than 75,000 people sleeping on the streets, experiencing homelessness in Los Angeles County. That is not acceptable, and it should alarm every single one of us. At the same time, rents keep rising. Home ownership is slipping further out of reach, and more families are being pushed to the brink. That is not just a housing problem, it's a crisis, and it demands urgent, decisive action. And what is Donald Trump doing? He's made and is making the crisis worse. His tariffs on lumber and other building materials have driven up costs. His administration has rolled back all of the civil rights protections in housing. He's cut key federal programs and created labor shortages that are slowing construction and raising prices. Now, let me just say that many of you work with HUD, and you understand how important HUD is and what it does with Section 8 and all of that. It is a shadow of what it used to be. They have literally fired or caused to retire 50% of all of the employees in HUD. And so, HUD is not the HUD that you have worked with, where you're talking about what you can do to improve Section 8 and to make sure that Los Angeles is getting its fair share of the money that we send for housing, et cetera. At the Federal Housing Finance Agency, you've heard of this person, Bill Pruitt, has focused on political distractions instead of solutions. His absurd idea for 50-year mortgages would leave families paying far more in interest while still, trying so very hard to just get a down payment. And I want you to know that it is impossible for us to overcome at this point in time what HUD is doing because he is following the direction of the President of the United States of America. The President came into office and he was going to, and he said he was going to, change the direction of this country. We always confronted with Project, 25, where they showed us ahead of time what they were going to do, and they are doing it. The administration has also targeted the Community Development Financial Institutions Fund. Why do I mention that? Many of you are dealing with the banks and financial institutions, and you understand what is happening with mortgages, et cetera. There are still a segment of our society who cannot get these loans from the banks for whatever reasons. Many of the attempts to get a loan are loans for people who are not in the $500,000 situation. They're not in the $1 million, $2 million, $3 million. And they're talking about trying to still acquire homes that would be $250,000 or $300,000. The banks aren't interested in that. They really don't make any money on these very, very low mortgages. And so we have something called CDFI. CDFI is a Community Financial Development Institution, and they're about the alternatives to what the banks do not like to do. And so we have created this fund, and with the CDFIs, we have people who are able to get in with low down payments, get in with the mortgages that they can afford. However, the President of the United States is also taking charge of the CDFI. Now, it's very interested in how they do this. Whether you're talking about CDFIs that they will basically undermine, or Social Security, they don't come out and say, we're cutting them. What they do is destroy the infrastructure of them so that they can't respond, they can't answer questions, they can't help people. And that is what is happening with CDFIs. And if that continues with CDFIs, those people who can afford a $250,000, $300,000 house probably won't be able to get a loan anywhere. And what does that do? That increase homelessness. The homelessness that I just referenced. Thank you. That is a long ride on airplanes from Los Angeles to Washington, D.C., and coming home late at night to be here. Because we have to share with you what is going on and help you to understand. I have people who say to me, yes, the president is awful. He's terrible. Why don't you all lock him up? Why don't you put him in jail? They don't understand that the president can do whatever he wants to do. There's nothing in the Constitution that says what you can't do. And so he's an expert at using executive orders to get what he wants done. They have not only targeted the Community Development Financial Institution. It doesn't stop there. The U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development that I just referenced recently proposed changes to its housing counseling funding that would eliminate support for home buyer counseling. That means fewer families are prepared to be able to buy a home, more at risk of foreclosures, and fewer pathways to stable housing. Housing has always been central to my work in Congress, but today we're up against an administration that is fueling the crisis, walking away from real solutions and making it harder for families to keep a roof over their heads. And so now you've heard a lot about the 21st Century Road to Housing Act. And people have a lot of hope that somehow this is going to help change things. It is very complicated. It is not easy. And we have not reached a point where we see that we're going to be able to pass it. First of all, this housing bill was started on the Senate side and on the House side. On the Senate side, it was someone that we have a lot of faith in, Elizabeth Warren, and she coupled with Tim Scott, who has the ear of the president. But they worked something out so that they could come up with a bill. Much of the bill we don't really like, some of it we like an awful lot, but the most important thing is our House bill that I worked with on Hill on the opposite side of the aisle. The bill that we put together had included in it many of our members that serve on my committee who had great ideas about what we could do, dealing with everything from the zoning problems, from, not in my backyard that y'all have to face all the time. They had a lot of ideas about how to deal with some of these things. However, because of the commitment that was obviously made by Tim Scott and Elizabeth Warren working, trying to get something, they stripped out everything that we put in from the House side, and all hell broke loose. And Hill, the Republican that I worked with, and Tim Scott were at each other's throats, and of course that has been difficult to resolve. And so, while maybe they're still looking at having a bill that represents more of what the Senate want, because Tim Scott is saying, I have the president on my side. I have the president, and he's going to go with what we want. But anybody who can believe the president and believe that he's going to say what he do what he says, you got to recognize what he's been like, what he's done, and how he does business. He would change on the drop of a penny if it's in his best interest to do so. And so while they're relying on him and holding on to the bill without accepting any of the changes that we have, I don't know where that's going to go, because in all of this, the building associations of this country have said, wait, something's wrong with this bill. Even coming from the Senate side, something's very wrong, because what they're doing is they're limiting the ability for home builders to build in a way that will help expand the possibility of home ownership. But what they're really talking about is private equity. As you know, private equity basically buys up homes that are already, there. We have some complaints about private equity because we feel that when they buy up large parcels of land and homes, et cetera, that they get a break from the bank on the price that they pay. And so they buy up a lot of residential properties, and they have to increase the price of the rents. The rents go up, and maybe, as they have been accused, that they don't put the money back in to keep them upgraded and to repair and do all of the things that need to be done. And so there is some objection to the way that has been done. But now they're saying we want to build housing. We want to build housing because we know that you need more housing, more residential properties in this country. And in doing that, there was a little bit of an agreement made that said, you can build, however, you have to get out of that house in 7 years. You can't continue the ownership of it. You have to turn it over. And so now there's a big fight from the lobbying effort, basically led by private equity and home builders, because they don't like the way that it has been identified for them to be able to participate. And so we have this 21st century road to housing. And it matters an awful lot. The House passed this bill with overwhelming bipartisan support because we understand that we cannot solve this crisis without removing the barriers that makes it too expensive to build more housing. This bill focuses on results. It lowers the barriers that drive up costs and delay development. It expands access to home ownership and lays the groundwork for the development of new affordable homes. It makes long overdue improvements to federal housing programs and better protects borrowers and families living in federally assisted housing. And so that's what we did on the House side. And we disagree with a little bit, a lot maybe, in some opinions, about what happened on the Senate side. Some of what the Republicans wanted got into the bill. And in that bill, they talk about what they tried to do to housing all over this country and say that you have to go to work under certain conditions. And that is something that we have been opposing for a long time because it doesn't make good sense. It doesn't make good sense if you're in public housing that you have to go to work, no matter if you have a disability, no matter if you have small children, no matter. And so that got into the Senate bill, and of course we don't agree with that. And so there are some things that we don't agree with in that Senate bill, but I know that Elizabeth Warren is trying to do the very best job that she can possibly do. And we normally work together, but this is a little bit of a challenge, you all. And while everybody wants a housing bill to come out this year, and we're working on it, I don't know that it is going to happen. And so I don't want to give you any false hopes, but I want you to know we're fighting. We're fighting very hard. Our bill also strengthens accountability so that federal programs actually deliver for the people they are meant to serve. Unfortunately, the Senate removed several critical House provisions from our bill when they amended our bill on March 1st. I've long supported the legislation and work of my Senate colleagues. I've also been clear about wanting to include more provisions from House Democrats to make the package more impactful, such as support for households facing eviction and requiring cities to maintain public databases of available land to develop. What I discovered was, for example, Metro owns a lot of land, and I had some conversations with them, and they told me that yes, they can make that land available and they don't even have to force market value on them. And I thought if they can do it, we can do it all over the country. So I put it in the bill that any cities or counties who have land that is not in use, that if they have that land, we want to know whether or not they can do what Metro is doing and make it available not at market price. And so that's in the bill so that we get all of these databases from the cities and counties all over America to see if we have an opportunity to negotiate with those who want to build affordable housing to be able to do it and bring down those costs, because acquiring the land is a big cost in developing housing. And so that's what we're working on. Now, I want you to know, as I talk about, the database that I'm trying to do, while this bill represents a momentous step toward addressing our nation's affordable housing crisis, we also know that to truly solve this crisis, we must pair these policy changes with significant federal investments in housing programs to ensure effective, lasting outcomes for our community. Now, that is why I reintroduced my 3 groundbreaking housing bills, which together represent the most comprehensive investment in affordable housing history, and which would end homelessness, boost the affordable housing supply, and restore the American dream of home ownership. However, since initial introduction, inflation and housing costs have continued to soar, and the Trump administration has defunded critical housing programs, and this may no longer be enough. So I'm working very hard to strengthen these bills to meet the growing needs of this crisis. Now, this is where I ask for your support and your help. I'm going to introduce a $1 trillion bill, $1 trillion, because you can't get housing developed. You can't get more housing affordable that's developed without having the resources to do it. We need money to put into housing. So let me be clear about what is at stake. This is about whether working people in Los Angeles can afford a place to live. This is about whether families can build stability and wealth. This is about whether we're willing to meet this crisis with real solutions. I, along with my Democrats colleagues, are working to meet this moment. We're protecting housing programs. We're strengthening the institutions that support our communities. And we're advancing real solutions, including the 21st Century Road to Housing Act. The people of Los Angeles do not need more delay. We need results, and we're willing to work as hard as we can to resolve the problems between the Senate and the House. And that means that each of us is going to have to give. I introduced the idea of having a conference committee so that we could get together. That is not liked by some. They said it's too formal. It takes too long. Well, that's okay, because what I consider a conference is both sides just getting together and getting in a room and sitting down and talking about what we got to have, what we can give up. That's the kind of conference that I'm talking about. But what I need from you as we go down the road to trying to deal with this crisis is the support for real money for housing. You know, some people are saying the budget. The Republicans don't give a damn about the budget. They keep spending money as if it's coming out of their back pocket. But we, being so responsible, we're always talking about the budget. We can't do this, we can't do this. The president spends money on anything that he wants to spend money on. He didn't come to us and ask us if he could go to war and start out with spending $1 billion a day, and now coming back to us talking about he needs $200, maybe $1 billion in order to continue what has to go on. And he says and tries to embarrass us and make us feel bad because he's deployed many of our soldiers on the ground because, you know, he said they have to have a ground operation of some kind. And I say to him, bring them home. And they won't have to spend the money. They don't have any business there anyway. You didn't come to the Congress of the United States and ask us. The Constitution says that we have the authority to deliver whether or not that's a war, whether or not we get into a war. But the president doesn't care. He doesn't think that we can do anything about this. It takes the people. I want to tell you, in addition to what I do as a legislator, as addition to what I do with my committee that I once had the gavel on, that I intend to get back again, I want you to know that it is very important to have you not only joining with all these protest actions. I want to tell you I'm out on everyone that I can do. Sometimes when they're doing the Los Angeles area, I do 3 of them in one day. I'm downtown, I'm out in South LA, and I'm in West LA. I'm wherever we have to be, because in the final analysis, it is the people who is going to create these changes. And so I told you, I've been, you know, talking about Jesse Jackson and in these memorials. And despite whatever I say, I have hope. And when I go to bed at night, sometimes I'm so disgusted at what we're confronted with. But I wake up every morning after a good night's sleep, and I say, we can create change. We can do this. We've got to fight. And I tell you, when you fight, you win. So as we develop what is needed in order to have housing for everybody, I want you to be able to support a $1 trillion bill. $1 trillion that goes into the investment for housing. I don't want anybody saying that's too much money. I don't want anybody saying, I think you can't get it. We can get it if we go for it. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our next panel, Beyond 2028, Transportation, Infrastructure, and Economic Development, moderated by Phil Reck, partner at Mayor Brown.
Good morning, everyone. As the panel comes on, let me welcome you to our panel on transportation infrastructure and economic development. For those who have been here in prior years, you may remember that we quite often focused on the system improvements in advance of the LA 28 Olympics. Would we be ready for the onslaught of tourists and visitors and the like? That's an interesting topic, but in all honesty, the real question is, what is our system going to be like when the circus leaves town and when it's just us, once again, here, that need to get around? And that's what we want to focus on today. What do we want our system to look like in the long term? We've picked the year 2040, which is 14 years out, which a lot of people look at as a sort of stretch goal here. And we want to explore what we want the system to look like and how can we get there. To set the stage, let me give you a few facts, some negative, some positive. On the negative side, given our culture and sprawl, and despite all the expansions of our metro system, LA continues to be a very car-centric city, with only 6% of residents routinely using metro public transit, and most of those people don't have a car, and they're low income to boot. Cars still account for 93% of all passenger miles. 73% of drivers are still driving alone, and as a result, LA continues to be among the 10 most congested cities in the world. It is the third most congested city in the country. And driving here is not only slow, but it's dangerous. LA has the 5th highest auto crash rate of all large cities in the country. And on the population side, we've been losing population. Our population is getting older much quicker than it's getting younger. On the positive side, however, congestion and commute times actually went down 1% last year. Traffic fatalities are also trending down. That's good. Ridership on metro, bus, and rail actually went up quite significantly in 2024, and the same is true at the airport, where both passengers and freight are trending up. As for Metro and LA, they are in the middle of these historic expansion programs. They're not as big as initially scoped out, but they're well underway with a lot of promise to expand and improve those systems. And since we last met, there have been really extraordinary advances on the technology side. With autonomous vehicles common on our roads now, we have new air travel technologies nearing deployment. We have major advances in chips and cybersecurity, and AI technology is all critical to the transportation system. And here's something else which is good. LA is has one of the highest technology adoption rates of any city in the world. So given all this, we are poised in LA to achieve what are often stated as the goals for a long-term transportation system in 2040. I'll just mention them. We want an expanded system, less congested, something that's safer, more connected, more efficient, more multimodal, and cleaner as well. And that's what we want to explore today. What do we really want to achieve? How can we get there? We have a terrific panel. Let me just mention them real quickly. On my left is Adam Lane, who is State and Local Policy Manager at Waymo, who used to be head of policy here at the LABC. He used to run these panels. Kristen Malik, who's the Global Director of Strategic Partnerships at CDW. Welcome for the first time. John Overman, first time also Principal Transportation Manager at Jacobs Engineering. A returning veteran here, David Rich, who is Deputy Executive Director of Mobility Strategy at LAWA. Another returning veteran, Ray Sosa, who is the Chief Planning Officer at LA Metro. And another new entrant, Stan Tran, who's a principal at United Airlines Ventures. Thank you all for joining the panel. Let's get into it. Let's start with Metro and Ray. So Metro, we talked a lot in the past about the 28 by 28 plan, all the projects that are going, the subway to the sea, San Fernando, the K-line extensions north and south. We now have the Sepulveda Pass subway project going as well. These would add, by my count, something like 40 to 50 miles to the system. Maybe it's more, and this is in addition to all the improvements you're making on roads like I-105 Express. So the question to you, and I'm going to ask the same question of everybody, what is Metro's vision for an ideal 2040 transportation system? How do these projects and others fit into that?
Yeah, so our ideal vision is that we have substantially completed those projects that you just listed. We've got a number of them that we had major milestones over the last few months, just project after project getting either approved or a decision on a route that we're finally going to focus on. So as those continue, we'd like to make sure that all the uncertainty in funding at the state, federal level really is no longer an issue for us, and that somehow we're able to also have some sort of dedicated funding for operations, because as we build these systems, they're getting older. The older ones are getting older. We need to make sure that they are repaired and provide a great experience. But we're adding drivers, we're adding mechanics and maintenance crews. We're going to have to operate them for the long term. We want to operate them at a high level, similar to how we're going to be operating during the Olympics. So that's what I'd like to see in 2040.
So let me ask you this. Most of the riders, the vast, vast majority, are sort of everyday riders. The so-called choice riders, the folks who have a car, don't need to use it, are lesser, but they seem to be on the upswing, and there was a real surge as a result of these gas price hikes. So how does Metro get to the choice riders? How did we really increase the number of people who use this even though they don't have to?
Well, we've seen a real rise in ridership on the weekends, where people are using it for trips other than going to work. And we really want to expand that folks can see that as part of their daily lives, is not just use it to get to work and home, but use it in all parts of getting to services, getting to events, getting to recreation. So that's all part of just being in LA. If we can do that, then I think more will start to use it for the work trips as well.
So I was just in New York City, and we use the subway throughout. It's terrific. And in New York City, 56% of the population routinely use the subway. 6% do here. So what realistically, we'll never get to 56%, but realistically, where do we want to get to? Where can we get to 10, 15%? Where can we go?
We'd love to be about 15 to 20% if we can get there, yeah.
And do you have a projection of that?
Well, no, we don't have a projection of that yet, but we have a substantial system when it's fully in place that would optimize our ability to get there. So we're talking Sepulveda Transit Corridor, we're talking Southeast Gateway Line, we're talking Crenshaw North as well. A lot of Sepulveda and Crenshaw North and Southeast Gateway Line in very dense urban environments that would push the ridership tremendously. And we need partners to get there. So making that experience more than just what we currently have, which is you board the station and you get to your destination, we want to make those stations actually a destination in and of itself. So looking at what's done internationally at stations so that people will go to the stations and right when you get off, you're there at restaurants, you're there at activities. We're moving in that direction. We'd really like to make that an incredible leap for the system.
Well, I'll just say in New York, in the stations themselves, there's restaurants, there's stores. It's interesting to be down there. Let me ask you a quick question on the highway side. So since we were here last, there were changes made to the I-710 project proposal. There was going to be a widening of that road, but the widening was rejected in favor of other improvements. Can you explain why? And is that sort of a sign of things to come? Are we done with road widenings? I mean, we did the 405. It had somewhat mixed improvements and the like. Is what happened at the 710, is that really where we're going in the future?
Well, what we are focused on in highway planning is on the safety aspect of it. So safety improvements, a lot of the on and off ramps on the interchanges and so forth, less a focus on widening. That's definitely, in an urban environment, it's just not something that we're moving forward. So it's either the safety and then it's the multimodal aspect. How do we improve the multimodal? So looking at adding an HOV lane within the right-of-way, converting those into potentially express lanes are things that we're looking at in the future.
So last question, and we'll switch to the airport. So what keeps you up at night? What are the biggest concerns that could stop you from getting where you need to? Is it money? Is it NIMBYism? Is it something else?
I definitely think we've seen over the last few months that there still is so much passion for us to continue the expansion. We're opening up the extension of the D line in 2 weeks to 3 new stations. We have the Sepulveda Transit Corridor, 8,000 public comments. 90% of those were supportive of us moving ahead. So I don't think it's a matter of the passion, but we need certainty on the funding, and in particular the federal funding in the future.
Thanks. Let me turn to David. And the airport, again, since we met last, we talked a lot about the improvement plans. Since then, the plans to build new terminals 0 and 9 have at least been put on the side, but there's a lot going on. Conrac is done. You're working on the people mover and the like. Can you answer the same question? What is the airport's vision for an ideal or good system in 2040, and how are these projects and others you might conceive of moving in that direction?
Sure. Thanks, Phil, and thanks to LABC for having us today. When we look out to 2040, we're looking, broadly speaking, for the airport, 3 main areas where we need to ensure that we're providing the capacity needed to meet demand and to efficiently move our passengers through, providing the best experience possible. That's the air side, making sure our runways and taxiways are ready. It's the terminals, making sure that they can move people efficiently through. And then my day-to-day job, looking at the land side and how people get to and from the airport. And as you know, we've made large investments in improving that. We're on the cusp of delivering finally the landside access modernization program. We've hit some key milestones on that. In the beginning of March, we fully opened what was called the Consolidated Rental Car Center. It's now just the Rental Car Center, where all of our major concessionaires are in there, Hertz, Enterprise, Avis, Sixt, the others delivering through that building. We started this week system demonstration testing on the Skylink, which is our name for the automated people mover system, which will connect directly to that rental car center, but also to the first time, and a big landmark for the city, connecting us to Metro, 2 light rail lines, 12 bus lines at the LAX Metro Transit Center. So the vision for 2040 is we're even more fully integrated into that regional transportation system. We will, and we'll do this very soon, deliver that last mile to their system. So what does that mean? It means 2-minute headways on a train that's elevated above traffic, that's getting into the central terminal area, depending on this on the people mover station, in as little as 2.5 minutes and no more than 9 minutes. So really seamless connection for the users of that facility. We'll be providing for people choices how they can get to LAX that they really haven't had before. And through that, diminishing or reducing traffic through the horseshoe, we're looking to remove about 20 to 30% of the vehicles. So we know LA is going to continue to grow as a global hub, and we're there to provide that connectivity. And our biggest pain point has been in my area, in the land side, and we're making the investments to do that.
Can I ask on the horseshoe, because we've talked in the past that when people get into the terminals, they're pretty content with what's in there. It's the getting in, and the horseshoe is the focal point, of course. So are you still considering an entry fee, an entrance fee for, I think, rideshare vehicles and the like? Or what else beyond what you're doing right now do you think is necessary?
Sure. So, we look at customer ratings across, all aspects of the terminals. And, I'll just highlight for you, you probably saw in the news a lot of airports with the recent TSA kind of mess with the funding that they weren't processing passengers through. We were able to do it in LA, and that's a real testament to our TSA partners, to the leadership there, to our workforce. Even under an extreme situation, they were coming to work and delivering. We're really thankful for that. We consistently rank the highest. So you're absolutely right, Phil, on kind of TSA throughput. Like we said, the land side is an issue. So what are we doing? In addition to connecting to Metro and connecting to the Rent-A-Car Center, we know some people are still going to be coming in a variety of different kinds of for-hire vehicles and private vehicles. So through a combination of fees and policies, we're diverting those to pick-up drop-off locations outside the central terminal area. But there'll still be the option to pick up drop-off. Every airport in the country charges fees to rideshare vehicles, and we're no exception. We hadn't revisited ours in over 10 years. So we brought the kind of base fee up to parity, and now we'll have a higher fee for pickups, drop-offs within that central terminal area.
So back on the security line. So can we start showing up again an hour before instead of 2 hours before? Is that
I wouldn't recommend it, but if you want to come to me for personal tips, there are times when the airport's not as busy as others. So if you happen to be flying out at 3 o'clock today, it's a little easier. If you're there on a Thursday, Friday, Sunday night, those are our busiest times, and you might want to allow a little extra time to get in, largely because of the landside traffic. But.
Well, Phil, if you're flying United, we'll tell you on our app.
So there you go. You learned something here today.
Well, and I'll put a plug in. When you pick up your loved one, look on the app as well, or just look up flight information when they're arriving. And then if you kind of know they have a bag, don't get there till a half hour after it arrives, because they're getting their bag through the baggage claim. Even if they don't have a bag, 15 minutes to kind of get them out to the curb, because if you get there early, you're just going to circle or sit on the curb. So encouraging those private vehicle users to kind of monitor when their loved one's going to be there. You can all help with the traffic.
Okay, so don't say you didn't learn something practical by coming here today. One last question for you. So passenger and cargo loads. So I think we talked that before COVID, it was about 100 million. We're in the 80 millions now. Where do you see passenger loads going? And question, do we care? Do we care? Does it matter to us in the city to get them back up in the 100 million range or not? What are your thoughts?
Right. So, we've gone through a turbulent time, right? With COVID, definitely scrambled all the forecasts, and we were looking at, like you were saying, in 2019 we did 89 million passengers, and we were looking at by 2028 or so being 110 million passengers. Right now we're at about 76 million. We have not recovered as quickly as some other airports. There's various reasons for that. As we look out, we obviously don't have a crystal ball, but we look at the forecasts and we kind of do a base case and a high case, and from a planning standpoint, we try to arrive at a flexibility where we can accommodate whatever does come. So whatever the demand is, we want to be ready. But also, if we're competitive, we can attract kind of airlines, and they all still want to be here, and LA is still huge in their horizons. So would we like to get higher? Of course, we'd always like to get higher. It means economic development for this region. It's just when we get there, we want to make sure it's still a great experience.
So that's a good segue. Let's move over to Stan, who's with United Airlines Ventures. So for those who don't know, and Stan will explain more, this is a division of United. They invest in emerging aviation technologies, including air taxis and next generation aircraft and the like. So why don't you tell us a bit maybe about that and United's vision for a 2040 ideal aircraft or air travel scenario?
Sure. So maybe I'll start with the second part first. Put simply, we want to earn your business. We want to be the #1 airline in Los Angeles. Today we are #2, but we're gunning for that airline in Atlanta that is currently #1. We're really pleased that LAWA just approved a modernization of Terminals 7 and 8, which is United's terminals at LAX, and that will bring us at parity with the new terminals at Delta. But what we envision for 2040 and beyond is to deliver that seamless guest experience for all of our customers. That starts from when you book the journey on our award-winning app that will tell you how long it should take to go through TSA. We'll give you an opportunity to, whether you want to book an air taxi with our partner Archer or Eve, or take a Lyft or maybe a Waymo in the future, and deliver you to LAX, whether you want to be 5 minutes before boarding or you want to enjoy our clubs and lounges and have time to have a drink before your flight. That's something that we want to have the option for all of our customers to have. When you board one of our aircraft, if you're a road warrior and you're needing to go to London as soon as possible, we want to have a supersonic jet for you to get you from New York to London in 3 to 4 hours. If you want a more elevated experience, a living room in the sky. We're invested, in fact, in a company called Jet Zero in Long Beach that's building a flying wing that's going to be more fuel efficient, that's going to have a really spacious cabin to take you there, in 10 hours, but it'll be a really comfortable and elevated experience. And then when you land, it'll be the reverse. Hopefully, again, with a Waymo or an Archer air taxi taking you to your final destination.
Let me ask you about supersonic. So they were sort of the rage 20 years ago, something like that, sort of died off, sort of like dinosaurs. They're predicted to come back in 2029. So is that realistic? And just out of curiosity, what's it going to cost to fly, I assume, to Europe, right?
Look, venture startups will always have aggressive timelines. We are a very conservative airline with more pragmatic assumptions. We hope that Boom, which is one of our investments, who is trying to build a supersonic jet. There's also another company we invested in called AstraMechanica that's also building a supersonic engine. We hope they'll be ready in their published timelines. But if not, we will be ready and prepared to fly their jets and engines when the time comes. Yes, this will be primarily a transatlantic service, just given the current range forecasts of these aircraft. And we are expecting that customers will pay somewhere in the ballpark of where Concorde, which was the supersonic jet of the past, charged their fares at, which was kind of in that $10,000 to $15,000 round trip price range. But I'll tell you what, customers today are paying last minute business fares in that range. So it's not out of the realm of possibility.
My guess is there will be no shortage, particularly in LA, of people that want to take it. Let me go back to the air taxi thing for a moment. Again, we've talked about that in the past, but they're really not in deployment yet. So when do you see them being in deployment, number one? What kind of routes would they take in LA? And what percentage of road passenger rides do you think they would ever sort of displace?
We're really excited about air taxis. We're an early investor in Archer way back in 2021. There's also several other companies in the space. Eve is another one that we've invested in 2022. It's going to take a little bit of time. I think we have a lot of support from DOT. They recently launched a program called the EIPP, which will be in certain geographies in the coming years to allow for Archer and its peers to test out the capabilities of the aircraft while it is getting certified by the FAA. These include missions like cargo, air medical, and things that are a little less high risk or challenging, right? Transporting humans is certainly, there's a higher safety standard there. In terms of where it's going to be deployed in LA, we would love for Archer to have airport shuttle service to LAX, to Burbank, to Ontario, to John Wayne. The reality is, United is in the business of flying very big jets. These jets and air taxis compete for the same airspace. We want our big jets to have priority because that's where we make money, full stop. And we want to make sure that the air traffic control system that's in place, that the FAA has in place, can adequately serve both modes of transportation. So if it just so happens that it's not at LAX initially, and maybe it's more for a commuter use case. So, for folks living in Orange County that need to go to downtown LA or up here to Westwood, that is perfectly fine for us. We would just love for those people to think of United Airlines when they utilize that service.
So another discussion for another day is what's going on with the air traffic control system. It's been pretty strained. There's some new things going on at FAA, but some other day. But let's turn to Adam here with autonomous vehicles. Again, so since we met last, things have dramatically, I think, dramatically improved. Back then, Waymo was mostly testing. Now you got major deployments. Statistics I've seen are in 2024, there were about 50,000, I'm going to call them robo-taxi rides a week. It's up to 500,000 in 2 years. That's a tenfold increase. You've gone from 3 to 10 cities. You're doing joint ventures with a half dozen car companies and with Uber, and all your competitors are threatening to get into the market, so that's probably a good sign that you're doing something right. Anyhow, what is Waymo's vision for 2040? What are you doing to get there?
Yeah, thanks, Bill. And let me just add a little bit more color to that. We launched Los Angeles in November of 2024, which is right around when we were doing about 50,000 trips per week. So a year and a half later, we're up tenfold. 500,000 trips per week is equivalent to just over 4 million miles. So we are doing 6 human lifetimes of driving every single week across the markets we're operating in. When you wrote that, there was 10 cities. There's 11 today. So that's the speed at which we're growing at. We're now in 11 markets across the United States. The vision is really to scale. I think we have so much interest and demand from communities that we're not yet operating in. So how can we both expand, particularly think about Los Angeles, huge market here for the service we're operating in, whether it's San Diego, which is one of our next cities and areas that we're going to operate into, expanding to the San Fernando Valley, expanding down to the South Bay. These are areas we already have approval from a regulatory basis. But what's great about this technology is that the opportunities are sort of endless. We have partnerships with Uber, as you mentioned. We have a partnership with Lyft in Nashville, where we will be operating both our own application and offering sort of excess demand on the Lyft app as well. But also we've entered into partnerships with transportation agencies. In Chandler, Arizona, we're an official microtransit provider for their Chandler Flex program. We are one of the mobility providers for Metro's Mobility Wallet program. So we want to be able to integrate more properly into public transit. We want to be a part of the major sports entertainment events, not just for the Olympics, but afterwards. There's a lot of key partnerships there, scaling into new communities. But also we've talked about this being a service that will expand beyond likely ride-hailing at some point. Our CEO's talked a lot about creating an AV ecosystem. We are an autonomous driving technology company. We are not a vehicle manufacturer. And there's a key difference between what we're doing and what other companies are trying to do is our technology right now is on a retrofitted Jaguar vehicle. We have a new Ojai vehicle coming out that is purpose-built just for us, and it's going to be a big factor in expanding into all of our new cities. It will also allow us to enter into new winter weather markets, which is very exciting, and handle deep snow. But we also have a Hyundai Ioniq coming out that we're going to retrofit. But we've announced a partnership with Toyota, for example, to look at both incorporating one of their vehicles into our fleet and potentially looking at personal car ownership. We have a partnership in Arizona with food delivery. So there's a whole bunch of opportunities, and I think what's really exciting about this tech, it's evolving, it's advancing, it's getting more and more efficient, more and more effective, and we really can look at a whole variety of different sectors for partnerships and to offer services to folks who need it. I'll just end with this quickly is one of the biggest advancements and the biggest areas of progress for AV is the ability to open up accessibility to folks. A lot of folks might feel left out of current transportation options. And that's because they're someone with epilepsy, they are someone who is blind or deaf, they are someone with a physical disability. Our first rider ever was a fully blind individual who had an opportunity to get his freedom back in a car. Our cars don't discriminate whether you have a service animal. They don't discriminate against your neighborhood as long as we're operating a service there. We've actually built in features. Our new Ojai vehicle has Braille in it so that you're able to utilize the hard equipment. We have features in our app such as screen readers, more precise pickup locations, the ability to text with a remote operator, the ability to add more auditory cues. So there's all these really exciting features that we've added to make sure that the technology is accessible to all. And of course, there's always more improvement you can make because accessibility is such a diverse area where we're really trying to capture more and more folks. So by 2040, hopefully we can capture an even larger group.
Well, I thought you'd mention your partnership with Waze where you are mapping out all the potholes in LA. So this is
I can mention that.
Services as well. Can I say about the safety issue? Because we know autonomous vehicles are enormously safer than human drivers, but that's not necessarily been the perception of the public. And there was a recent incident in Santa Monica, and there have been some incidents. What's your take on that? Is it still a sort of fragile issue, or do you think the public has just gotten over this and have come to accept AVs?
I think we've gotten to a point in the industry where folks can differentiate between companies. Years ago, when you would see AV statistics, A lot of times I would get numbers repeated at me that actually had nothing to do with Waymo. They had to do with another quite large manufacturer that I'm guessing you all can guess who it is. But we were lumped in with them even though they weren't operating a fully autonomous ride-hailing service. So I think there's two pieces of this. The more we penetrate a market, you see public opinion change drastically. When we first come to a market, there's either the general public or active transportation folks who might be a little bit concerned. Once we're in the market, you start to hear from bike advocacy groups, look, we don't love cars, but if there's going to be a car on the road, we want it to be a Waymo. It's the only car that actually gives us adequate space as we're riding our bike or our scooter or whatever it is on the road. So I think it's twofold of just penetration in the market, but also it's incumbent upon us as a company to build trust and safety. We actually release our vehicle miles traveled on our webpage. We actually have a downloadable database of our incidents. We unredact more information than we need. Folks can go and look at exactly what occurred, but we also compare that to human-driven equivalents, and we're seeing that we're 13 times safer than a human-driven vehicle in the markets we're in. So I think there is progress and there's change, but it's incumbent upon us as a company, as an industry, to continue to build that trust. We don't just get it from day one.
So one last quick question, we'll move on. So autonomous vehicles someday by 2040 are something that I could go buy. I mean, we can go buy our own autonomous vehicle, right? Do you have, does Waymo have any projections as to 2040 when they're really common in the market as to what the percentage of autonomous vehicles will be in terms of private ownership versus ownership by either a Waymo or an Uber or some kind of robotaxi?
We don't have projections ourselves. I mean, I think there's a lot of industry groups that have looked at this. Look, for us right now, the goal is to scale up the ride-hailing business. Right. That's going to be a factor for us. We also, being a part of a multimodal transit system is important for us. We don't want everyone just shifting from one to one from their own personal vehicle into an autonomous vehicle. The drive for us is safety. So if folks choose to want to own a vehicle, if they one day have the option for a fully autonomous car that is a much safer driver, that's the goal, but it's not just to shift one to one. So, you know, I think there's different groups that have put out projections. I think there's gonna be a little bit more discussion about how personal car ownership works. Liability gets a lot murkier. Were you driving when the accident was on, or was the ADS engaged when the accident occurred? Right now in our vehicles, it's very clear. It's on the company, it's on the automated driving system, but personal cars introduce a whole regulatory scheme that still needs to be worked out.
Next time we're going to do a panel just on AVs. We can go forever. John, we're going to try to power through. So John, you're with Jacobs, and Jacobs is a major project management company, deeply involved in planning. You've been involved and you're managing some of the biggest projects at Metro and at LAX, and you personally worked on these projects. So what is Jacobs' vision for the ideal sort of project management system come 2040, improvements from now, and what are you doing to get there?
That's a very good question, and good morning, everyone. Happy to be back at UCLA. Thanks for having me. So I'll start by maybe answering some of the questions. I wanted to pick up on kind of some of the stuff that said before. I thought you were going to ask about my vision. So my vision, I'll answer the Jacobs question as well as sort of where I think it's going. What I'm hoping to see in the future is kind of the connection between everything that's been said here, right? You have mass transit supporting communities where people can access what they need to access. And it's going to include autonomous vehicles. It's going to include transit. It's going to include all the housing that was discussed this morning. And so it's really going to be a partnership of all those elements. And to get to 15-20% ridership on transit, you're going to need access to that transit. You're also going to perhaps make it harder to drive or make it more attractive to choose transit instead of driving. So it's going to be that kind of integrated system. But I think to your question about what is Jacobs doing, I think it's helping clients kind of future-proof their systems. So you've already seen over the last 10 years in terms of project delivery has been changing. You've got different mechanisms to deliver projects from progressive design build, and Metro has been a big proponent of that. Contract manager and general contractor strategies. So you've seen some of these changes in delivery that really kind of front load or makes the project delivery more upstream and brings in the construction folks, the operations folks, the maintenance folks earlier in the process in order to understand those risks. So we're going to continue to promote that. But I think really understanding, how do we, given how much is going to change, how much has changed in the last couple of years, how much is going to change in the next 14 years, how can you future-proof your systems and allow for that technology? Because it's not an afterthought. Technology is embedded from the beginning.
What role does AI play in all this? Do you use AI in project planning?
We are starting to, yeah, and I think everyone is dabbling with it. There's a bit of an AI arms race, and so if on Jacobs, yes, we are. We've always invested in technology. We acquired Streetlight Data a few years back. We acquired a new consulting firm that tests a lot of technology, PA Consulting. So we want to be on the forefront of that, but we also recognize the limitations of it, and it's not going to answer all your questions. I think for me, I do a lot of planning, long-range planning, and to be able to test lots of different scenarios, to kind of iterate on different alternatives in real time rather than just looking at a couple concepts, really looking at hundreds or thousands of alternatives would be possible. Ingesting lots of stakeholder feedback and making sense of it in real time and translating that back to people in ways that they can understand it. So I think you'll see a lot more of that in the planning stages and then into construction and design. Just, again, the iteration, building of models, the digital twin models to understand kind of the long-term operations and maintenance of a project in the design phase. So you're going to see more and more of that, for sure.
So let me ask, maybe it's a good segue into this question. So you were involved in the I-710 planning, right? And I just want to get your thoughts and Jacob's thoughts on what happened there. To what extent, again, is that a sign of where we're going? And I know you've been deeply involved in this kind of approach to sort of highway development and the like. What are your thoughts there?
Yeah, and so it's the 710 South, formerly known as the 710 South. Now it's called the Long Beach East LA Multimodal Corridor Plan. I worked on it at a previous firm, so Jacobs was not involved in that previous effort. But it's really metros, and shout out to Keandra if she's still back here. There she is, former Metro Office of Equity and Race. Super involved in that process. So yeah, I think it was an interesting step back and say, okay, we've got all this money that was supposed to go to highway widening. That's not going to happen. What can we do with this almost $750 million? And it's a community, it's a corridor that has seen a lot of truck traffic from the ports. They've seen a lot of environmental injustices. So how can we use this money and leverage it to bring about kind of community benefits as well as transportation benefits? So it was a very cool process. I'm not sure that Metro is going to kind of recreate that process every time, but I think understanding that focusing on the outcomes rather than, okay, we've got a mode and we're going to build highway projects, or we've got transit, we're going to build transit. What are you trying to achieve? Focus on the outcomes and the goals, and then figuring out what the best solution is for that particular problem. So I think that kind of model can be applied to other metro projects, even if they're not going to go through with the full 2-year process to get all that community input and engagement.
Great. So, Kristen, you're last. Save the best for last, Kristen Malik. So CDW is a leading information technology company. You are the IT solutions company for LA 28. You have that contract. So you are our expert in all things tech and systems and the like, the data platforms and the like that are so critical to transportation systems, also AI, cybersecurity, and the like. So what is CDW's vision of the role of IT, let's say in 2040, and what are you doing to get there?
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you to UCLA for having me as well. I want to make sure that I double click on your comment. I loved where you ended with accessibility, because I do think that when you help those in the margins, you are helping all. And so thank you for your work on that. And if you heard the panel kind of look of, oh, you're catching a flight at 3 o'clock and everyone up here smile, that is me trying to be mom of the year to make a volleyball tournament for my daughter. But I have David on my side who can assure I will get through, or is going to make sure I can get through and get on that flight. But to answer your question, so CDW, I want to be really clear what our role will be here. So we are the equipment and IT solutions provider for LA 28 Games and the Paralympics. Specifically, CDW is the solution provider so that people can do amazing things. So we service our customers in education, K-12, higher education, and hospitals, healthcare, and public and private sector. Specifically, though, talking about vision and what we want to do and what I do is ensure that when we are meeting our customers' needs and understanding their missions, is that we are bringing the local businesses with us into our chain. So what does that mean? That means that if we're going to do work here in LA, as we intend to do with high accountability and responsibility, is we are going to bring LA's very best tech, small businesses, local businesses with us. And when we do that at scale,
right? We do that at about $4 billion annually as an investment with our customers' local ecosystems. We are co-selling together, we are co-winning together, we are mentoring, coaching, we're assessing on capability, capacity, and the ability to carry the cost of capital in a variety of economic moments. I'm an optimistic warrior, so I'm going to say moments, that we have to ensure that they can meet that demand. And so when we think about bringing those ecosystems, into our supply chain, they have to be safe, secure, and the very best for the end user. But when you also do that, you create economic delivery, you create economic mobility, and you're creating revenue in these communities. And so my vision and our goal is that when we're developing all the infrastructure and all of the goals that we've heard here today, that when we talk about who's going to do that work, like who will do that work, who are the builders, there's a lot of builders in this room, is that it's from the LA region, that the workforce is here. So we have to continue to have conversations like this so that we are bringing LA talent, local talent into these projects to be builders and talk about capital funding, right? And so, the vision will be beyond 2028. The vision today is going to ignite the pipeline so that we're ready to go to have the very best Games and Paralympics, but understand that the opportunities that we'll bring to these subcontractors, to the local businesses, to our suppliers, our vendors, that their past performance and the opportunities that they will gain from this experience will be the future. If we have the best technology and the best infrastructure and the best transportation, but we miss the moment for economic growth, then we won't have had success. And so beyond any closing ceremony, the chance for the small businesses and LA businesses to have a chance for beyond the closing ceremonies is going to be the vision, which will help 2040.
For sure. Well, let me ask you about cybersecurity. There have been any number of incidents of late, including one at Metro recently. There was a ransomware attack, for those who didn't follow it, by...
Not a ransomware attack.
I thought it was ransomware.
Disruption.
A disruption, I'm sorry. By actually an Iranian sympathizer, I think. But it served to shut down some Metro operations for at least a few hours. So my question to you is, how serious is the cybersecurity threat, and what are we doing? What can we do to address it?
Yeah. Well, it's very serious, and it's no longer an IT disruption, an IT problem. It's an operational breakdown, right? And so the more devices that are out there, the more surfaces there are for vulnerability, right, in cyber. And so, AI will participate in helping that, but also as a defender, but it'll also be an offender as well, right? So at CDW, we're making sure that our customers are looking at cybersecurity not as a line item, but from day one, and not an afterthought. And I would say, simply put, is that you should assume breach. Assume it, inspect it, and test for it, and then staff it so that you can measure it.
Ray, do you want to address
Yes.
that question at all? And I assume this is a concern, of course, at Metro.
Oh yeah, I mean, this was a blessing in some aspects because it really prepared us for what's next. We know more is coming. We were proud of the way our security really helped us avoid what would have been a even much greater situation. So it helps us to really understand the dynamics of what happens and how we can be resilient going forward. So we took a lesson from it as well. We were happy though, trains were operating, buses were operating. It was our internal systems that we had to really refocus for a while.
David, same question to you. I mean, this has got to be a big concern at the airport. And
it's a huge focus. I know we talk about it all the time in our meetings, and one of the big vulnerabilities in the first lines of defense is your workforce. They're all using these devices that Krista talked about. So really educating within your whole organization the importance of cybersecurity is an important step amongst many, but just training and testing phishing emails and things like that to make sure that those vulnerabilities aren't exposed. So it is always an ongoing focus for us and our partners.
Kristen, one last question for you, and then we maybe have a few minutes for predictions, quick lightning round. So just back on the IT and the tech world. So what advancements do you see over the next 14 years, let's say? We're talking about 2040 in the tech world that will make a difference in the transportation system.
Gosh, that's a great question. And I think that we won't be able to even dream of what's going to be in 2040, right? I'm impressed with all of the conversation that we've had on the panel. But what I am clear on, well, I might not be clear on that, but I am clear on that the future has to be focused on local economic delivery, that it is one of the same. And so that we don't have a business strategy and then an economic strategy, that they are not mutually exclusive, because it is one. When all communities are participating in the economy, the GDP grows. I'm clear on that.
That's a good thing. Okay, we have 5 minutes and 11 seconds. So we usually do this sort of lightning round of predictions just for, let's have some fun. So I got a few questions here. Okay, so these are predictions. So as I mentioned earlier, currently 6% of Angelenos are frequent users of Metro, bus, or transit. What percentage do we think that will be in the year 2040? We heard Ray's prediction. So would it be less than 10%, 10 to 20%, or magnificently more than 20%? How many think it'll be less than 10%? How many 10 to 20%? How many more than 20%?
No, not more.
And Ray's not voting. Okay, you got it. It's going to improve. Okay. There was recently an LA Times article, and the writer said, I am going to try to get to LAX from Fullerton and Riverside by public transit. And it took 3 hours, and it only costs about 20 minutes. Most of the problem was MetroLink. He also said, by Uber or Lyft, I could have gotten there in 1 hour, but it would cost me $100. Okay, so the question is, in 2040, if you take the same trip by public transit from Riverside or Fullerton, will that take still 3 hours, more closer to 2 hours, or 1 hour? How many 3 hours? How many around 2 hours?
I think around 2.
How about 1? Nobody, okay.
Can I question that it would take an hour to get to Riverside?
From where?
Middle of the night. 2 a.m.
Okay, it depends on time. Depends on time of day. David's right. Okay. LA is, we mentioned earlier, currently the 3rd most congested city in the United States. What will it rank in 2040? Will it still be 3rd? Will it be somewhere between the 3rd and the 10th, or will it be better than the 10th? How many say it'd still be the 3rd? How many between the 3rd and the 10th? How many better than 10th? Not too many. Okay, so hopefully a little better. So I didn't say this earlier, but 93% of LA households own or lease at least one vehicle. 93%. Given the expansion of the metro systems and the advent of robotaxis and the like, what percentage of LA households in 2040 are going to still own or lease at least one vehicle? Is it still going to be over 90%? Is it going to be between 80 and 90%, or is it going to be less than 80%? How many think it'll still be over 90%? How many between 80 and 90%? How many think it'll be less than 80%? That's interesting. I will tell you that if you look at a lot of the futurists and the like, that's sort of where they're coming out. They
feels
think
like the question should be 2 or more vehicles.
Well, it actually is 2. Well, that's good too. A lot of these 93% have had 2 or more vehicles. I don't want to complicate things too much.
And not to mess up the lightning round, but it's the investments everyone here is making, but it's also cultural.
Yeah.
Things are expensive for the youth. You know, folks are getting to the age like, does anyone have a kid that doesn't want a driver's license? Has anyone? Yeah, okay, I see some hands being raised. Folks don't want, the first thing I did when I could get a driver's permit was I got a driver's permit and I started air guitaring to myself. Like it was the greatest moment of freedom I ever had. But it's expensive now to get insurance and have a car and pay for everything. So it's cultural, but it's also the investments that we're making to allow these changes that Gen Z and Gen Alpha eventually is going to want in the way they get around.
I think that's absolutely right. It's clearly a big cultural issue. Okay, 2 more questions. Will cybersecurity still be a concern in 2040, or will we have licked this problem? How many think it'll still be a concern? How many thinks we've licked this? Okay, you've seen it here. And David, don't take this the wrong way, but will getting around the LAX horseshoe still be a topic of conversation in 2040? Yes or no? How many think it'll still be a topic of conversation in 2040?
Of course, either way, because it's going to be how much it's improved. Since
well, maybe that's it.
Is it good conversation? Or?
A good conversation.
What do you want us to say? Tell us.
Say yes.
Okay, yes.
We'll leave it at that, and let's hope it's a good conversation. Anyhow, please join me in thanking this terrific panel for.
Please welcome Tim Christian, Regional Property Manager, Southern California at Air Communities.
On behalf of Air Communities, a longtime LABC supporter and owner-operator of almost 4,000 apartment homes here in Los Angeles, it is my pleasure to introduce Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass to begin the Housing, Transportation, and Jobs Summit in conversation with LABC's founding and Vice Chairman, Richard Ziman. Since taking office, Mayor Bass has addressed some of the city's most pressing challenges with a particular emphasis on housing, transportation, and economic opportunity. On housing, her team has prioritized streamlining project approvals and expanding interim and permanent housing options throughout Executive Directive 1. On transportation, Mayor Bass has worked closely with regional partners to advance critical infrastructure investments, improve mobility across the city, and prepare Los Angeles for major global events. At the same time, her administration is focused on strengthening the city's economic footing, particularly in the face of budget constraints and broader economic uncertainty. We are honored to have her with us today and commend Mayor Bass for dedication to solving homelessness in the city. Joining Mayor Bass for this conversation, it is my pleasure to introduce Richard Ziman, the founding and current vice chair of the LABC. As founding chair of the LABC, Richard helped establish it as a leading voice on issues including housing, sustainability, and economic development in Los Angeles. Richard is a visionary real estate leader, philanthropist, and longtime champion of civic engagement and economic development across Los Angeles. Please join me in welcoming Mayor Karen Bass and Richard Ziman.
Thank you.
Ooh, I don't want to walk in. Yes, I will. Excuse me, Madam Mayor. Well, here we are again.
Yes,
the
another
mayor,
year.
The mayor and me. And it's an honor. It's a distinct honor, and I'm glad and welcome to everyone here. A unique opportunity to visit with our mayor, especially in the height of this election season. And we saw some headlines today about the mayor having, I guess, had a little cup of coffee with the President of the United States. Madam Mayor, why don't you fill us in and show us the check for $16 billion.
Yes.
And by the way, she just got back last night.
This morning.
And, you know, it's, or this morning, there you
Yes.
go. So nice to have her here with us and sharing her experience.
Thank you, thank you. Well, first of all, good morning, everyone, or afternoon, whichever it is, I'm confused. But it's good to be here. I think this is probably my third year in a row, and have worked with Richard for a long time. So I admire the work of LABC and always happy to be supportive. You know, one of the things I have to say that, you know, when I ran for mayor, and remember we talked about this when I was running, I ran because, you know, I was just so concerned about what was happening in LA, and so many things needed to change, and I wanted to focus on tackling some of the most difficult problems in our city. And many of these problems have been decades in the making. And so coming in and wanting to kind of shake up things really has been the focus. But I will tell you, Richard, that one of the things that's been helpful to me is the fact that I served in DC and in Sacramento, so I do understand how those systems work. And believe it or not, I mean, many of the secretaries and cabinet officials that the president chose were my colleagues in the House of Representatives. And so working that angle led to the meeting a couple of days ago with the president, with my number one partner on this issue, which is Catherine Barger from the County Board of Supervisors. So we're always joined at the hip. And the point of our meeting was to really push for the money to rebuild the infrastructure in the Palisades and also in Altadena. I will tell you that it would be a massive multi-billion-dollar hit to our general fund if we had to absorb those costs. We submitted, hundreds of millions of dollars of requests to FEMA. Some is pending, some was denied, and so that was the basis of our meeting. The president was very receptive. It turns out, no surprise, but he has some personal friends in the Palisades. Not so sure about Altadena, but personal friends in the Palisades, and so there was some direct interest, and we found him to be very, very receptive. As a matter of fact, just an hour ago, I did a follow-up phone call with the head of OMB, Office of Management and Budget, Russell Voigt, and some people might know a little bit about him. Anyway, why are you shaking your head, John? John Vine is over there going, oh my God. But anyway, the point is that I know how to stay focused. I know how to keep my eyes on the prize. I don't get involved in what our differences are. And I didn't hesitate for 1 minute to fight the administration over the invasion of June 6th. And I feel very strong about that, and he certainly knows that because we've had many conflicts before. And I also, served in Congress during his first administration, so it wasn't my first engagement with him.
So yesterday.
So I'll let you know about the check.
Oh.
But I do feel good that we will get some resources.
Yeah, one of the difficulties too is this is wrapped into a $30-some billion request by the state of California through the governor's office, and hopefully they will not go part and parcel, and that this $16 billion, 8 of which goes to the city of Los Angeles and the other 8 is to the county, I believe, will be separately and can come faster. Because if it's tied up with everything, it may be just...
Well, and also if there's a personal interest connection, then there's another reason to be supported.
All right, so yesterday, the Los Angeles Business Council Institute Housing, Supply, and Affordability Survey was released. And it shows that voters are overwhelmingly focused on 3 issues, and we've all heard them before: homelessness, housing costs, and the overall cost of living. We've tracked these issues over the last 7 years through the survey, and it shows that voters' concerns on these topics are only intensifying. Looking back on your 3 years in City Hall, how do you measure the success of your housing initiatives?
Sure. Well, let me just say that I've done a number of things in relation to housing. Most notable is our Executive Directive 1, which essentially blasted through the red tape, pushed affordable housing so that we have 42,000 units that have been expedited through the process now. About 6,000 of those units are actively under construction. But we also did several other things. Most notably, when I was running and talked to people, nonprofit, for-profit developers of anything in the city, they would talk about how difficult it was to get through the process. And so we've used a number of the lessons from homelessness and building affordable housing to apply in other areas. We used those to apply to rebuilding in the Palisades. We had additional learnings from the Palisades, the use of artificial intelligence, self-certification, and I'm getting ready to release another executive directive on development services because, again, every ounce of red tape I find, I want to figure out how I eliminate it or at least make some changes because there's barriers every step of the way. And so we are looking at the use of technology. We're looking at, lessons learned from other places to begin to expedite. And it's nice that now when I talk to people who are undergoing the process, they talk about how things have been much better. I know one of our issues, I'm seeing our interim general manager from the Department of Water and Power, raise your hand. He notes to hide because the DWP has been one of the issues. But I'm so excited that under his leadership, we're going to now have a concierge service for people because now instead of people complaining about the permitting process, I hear them complain about DWP and I hear them complain about fire. And so I do think that very soon the DWP issue will be resolved with the concierge service. And so anything that we can do to speed up building. But then the other thing is that on day one when I came in, I wanted to address street homelessness because that's the way it impacts the quality of life for everybody. Obviously, the people on the street, but also the people that run businesses. You can't run a business where people have to go through your encampment to get there. Kids and families walking to school. Just general quality of life in neighborhoods. So the first time we've had a reduction in street homelessness, where homelessness went up in the nation 18%, it went down in LA for the first time about 18%, 17.5. And then for the first time, we've also had a reduction in the mortality rate. But Richard, one of the biggest obstacles I found, especially in the area of homelessness, is policies, really bad policy decisions, in my opinion, that the city and the county made years ago, which said the only way to deal with homelessness is to build, build, build. Now, of course, I support that. But what I do not support is leaving people on the street while you're building, building, building. So in New York, they made a different policy decision. They have 80,000 homeless people, and 97% of them are in some form of housing or shelter. And I think what people forgot here is people focused on housing, but they didn't focus on the individuals. And many of the people who've been on the street for years, you can't just plop them in an apartment and think they're going to do well. You need something in the middle so that you can address their issues so that they will be more successful. So in the second term, which of course I'm fighting to get so that I can finish this work, we want to make sure that we have comprehensive services with people in interim housing so that they will stay, we can address their problems while we continue to build, 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 build. It's not an exclusion of the other, it's this and, housing and services.
So one of the topics of this summit is jobs. And the recent LABC survey showed a big increase in concern for jobs here in Los Angeles and Los Angeles County. We've all heard companies leaving. The latest, I think, is KB Home going to Phoenix, I think it is. We heard Wendy's was leaving. We heard a number of private equity firms, believe it or not, leaving for Dallas, and even a few for, I don't know why, but Florida. Where are we on jobs in Los Angeles? And how are we going to retain these companies? What can we do to make sure that they understand what we have, what the city has to offer, and to keep these companies here and keep these growing? Because the most important thing, too, is yes, jobs, and that filter town effect of every single job that leaves, the negative. Look what's happened to downtown. We went from 3-4% vacancy in office buildings to 30-35% vacancy. And it's not just the office building owners that suffer, it's the local restaurants, it's the local dry cleaners, and everyone around that suffers. And so the same thing happens when a company leaves the city of Los Angeles. So jobs.
Sure, so a couple of things. One of the things that I think is most important is obviously we want to do everything we can to attract new businesses coming. And I will tell you that we've had several businesses come to downtown. and occupy major spaces within some of the downtown buildings where there's been a big vacancy. But the other thing is that I did policies through executive directives that eventually became city law on adaptive reuse. And so what you're finding, and I visited several of these buildings now on Wilshire Boulevard, when you drive down them, in the 3500s around Koreatown, these buildings that you might still believe are offices, they're not, they're housing. And they're putting in hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of units of housing. Now, conventional wisdom a couple of years ago said you can't really convert office buildings into housing, primarily because of the plumbing. And there are companies that have found a way. And I've seen and visited now hundreds of units where they have adapted it. And so that's the other thing that we're really trying to focus on too. Innovative solutions. So we're not just always building housing from the ground up, but we are using adaptive reuse ordinances to make sure that we can build. But the other thing is retaining especially our foundational industries like the entertainment industry. And so pushing for the tax credits, I was involved in the first tax credit when I was up in the legislature in my last term. I served as speaker, and we were able to get the first tax credit into the state, and that was in the height of the Great Recession. My vision was it was going to grow over time, but it didn't grow enough. And New York and the other states came in. During those years, we were worried about Toronto. But I asked, and I have built, by the way, a business cabinet, so the business cabinet could tell me what is wrong with City Hall in terms of businesses. They gave us ideas for policies. We have implemented them, and we stay in contact and evaluate them to make sure they're working. But in the entertainment industry, when the tax credits went through $700+ million, I also convened my entertainment industry council and asked them what specifically can the city of LA do. And so we cut down the costs of production and filming in LA. For example, it used to cost $100,000 to film at Griffith Park Observatory. Now it's $30,000. We opened up the library and other iconic places within LA. We cut down the number of staff. And so that has helped. The tax credits and all of that, companies are coming back, shows are coming back. And so it's holding on to our existing businesses, taking advantage of the games that are coming to LA to recruit new businesses to come. But you got to do all of the above, and then you have to create the environment that businesses want to stay and don't want to leave.
As you know, the Los Angeles Business Council has long been a strong advocate for procurement reform and played a key role in developing the regional procurement model for RAMP. LA 28 has committed to using RAMP to expand access to contracting opportunities. How will you, as mayor, ensure that LA 28 is held accountable to its stated goals of awarding 25% of the contracts to small businesses and 75% to local businesses?
So that is a big issue for us because, my motto, our motto in the city for the games is Games for All. We want these games to benefit the entire city, not just certain neighborhoods or certain companies and some of the usual players. And so one of the ways that we have talked about doing that is really convening our business community. And my deputy mayor for business and economic development, Rachel Freeman, who has just done such outstanding work and is responsible for all of our executive directives, she put on 2 business summits. We did one in 24, one in 25, the one in 26 will be in the fall. We had 1,000 small businesses in each one of those summits. We did it years in advance to get them ready for contracts. Now with LA 28, we do have to clarify what the definition of local is, because there is a definition that has it so broad that we're worried about whether the city of LA will actually be able to take advantage of local and small. We don't want it to be so widespread that the city misses it. But we have to view the games as economic drivers. And we have to view it as a way of providing lots of jobs, but also uplifting the neighborhood. So for the World Cup, which happens in, it's less than 50 days, we're having watch parties, all 100 different locations. The World Cup lasts for 30 days. And so in these neighborhoods where we're doing watch parties, that's an opportunity to lift up those neighborhoods with all that surrounds, doing a watch party. So we want to make sure, and by the way, I took this from visiting Paris, because the way Paris, I think, handled the games, maybe 5% of folks actually attended the games. But if you were anywhere in Paris during the games, you felt like you were involved because the games were everywhere. And we're lucky that we have these other games beforehand because it gives us some dress rehearsal, some practice to see what works.
So, while we're on the Olympic Games, is the city going to be prepared?
Yes.
Is the city going to incur, we've heard upwards of $250 million in expenses?
Better not.
Tell us how you see from here to there. How are we going to visualize today what you see for LA 28?
So let me just reference the $250 million because that is if LA 28 did not raise all of the money. But LA 28 right now, what they are reporting is that they're way ahead of the curve in terms of how much is needed to pay for the games. So I maintain the confidence that LA 28 will raise all of the money, and so that $250 million will not be a factor. I think that that is important. But in terms of whether the city will be ready, when I went to Paris the first time, which was March, before the games, I wanted to see what they were doing to prepare. And Paul Krikorian was on the trip. He was in the city council at the time, getting ready to term out. And I asked him shortly after that if after he termed out, he would stay on board and become the executive director of the Office of Major Events. So we have one person in charge of making sure that all of the city departments are working collaboratively and that we make sure that our responsibility, which is essentially for the venues, to make sure that the venues are ready. And for us, of course, that means basic city services. That means, transportation. My other job is sitting on the board of Metro. In July, I take over as its chair. And so it's making sure that our city is fully prepared. With our Office of Major Events, I have high confidence that our city will be prepared.
Great. ULI, or the mansion tax. I mean ULA, or ULI. ULA, or the mansion tax. We all know it. It's
your favorite.
Let's say there's the good, there's the bad, and the ugly. There's a lot of initiative measures to change ULI. There's one initiative measure which I'm confident they have enough signatures that will be on the ballot to essentially eliminate ULA and go back to day one. And part of that measure is also to increase the threshold for passing state, county, and local bonding authority from the voters from 50% to 2/3, which of course would be egregious in some ways because we don't usually get even 60% to vote affirmative on any vote propositions. ULA has also had a negative impact on many developers in town who refuse now to even develop in the city of Los Angeles. You've been a proponent for modifying ULA. Where are we going with it? What's going to happen? What do you perceive, and who's going to finally win out and settle this?
So a couple of things. You said the good, bad, and ugly. So the good is that ULA has brought in hundreds of millions of dollars for affordable housing and also hundreds of millions for renter protection and eviction prevention. And so just recently we were able to award major grants. So we will absolutely see a lot of affordable housing built because of ULA. There's some other issues in it, that you raised that developers are very concerned about and have turned away from. I will tell you that the Jarvis Initiative, which is what Richard is referring to, it's my understanding, has qualified. And for those of you that remember life before Proposition 13, Jarvis is Proposition 13 on steroids. And so it will essentially prevent cities, all cities, because this is California, it's not an LA measure, it will prevent us from ever raising revenue. And for those of you that might remember that was one of the main impediments for us to get schools built. And we had to do state ballot initiatives to lower it back to majority vote in order to get the schools built. And so if we had to do that for basic city services, it would have an absolutely devastating effect. So it is my hope that we will band together and oppose this initiative, because this is not just about ULA. This goes way beyond ULA. And that's what I'm very, very fearful of.
In terms of ULA, one of the initiatives was to, through the city council.
Yes.
And therefore the signatures wouldn't be necessary if modifications were approved by the city council, and it could then go on the ballot as an initiative in November. What are your thoughts on those modifications?
Sure.
Now, if I can summarize generally what some of those requests are, and they vary, and this is not what the final aspect obviously would be to exempt certain types of commercial structures, commercial development for the first 15 years after they were completed. That would spur on then commercial development, and that would include multifamily, office buildings, industrial, and other retail uses. The 5% on the mansion, or 4 or 5%, depending on how you calculate, would stay in place generally. That's one proposal. One proposal even may be to reduce the 5% to a lesser percent, and the consensus in the latest LABC poll survey came out at would 51% favored a reduction overall, if nothing else changed, to 2%, which we found extremely interesting. Will the city council do you think the city council will accomplish something for the November ballot that will give the voters an alternative to the so-called Jarvis?
So here's the problem, is that Jarvis is statewide. So, I mean, the question about will the city council, Richard is referring to the ad hoc committee on ULA that President of the council, Harris Dawson, put forward. As far as I know, they've just had 2 meetings. I know that there's a lot of effort and that they want to put something on the ballot. But unfortunately, that's not going to impact Jarvis, because Jarvis is statewide. Now, in addition to that, there are statewide discussions going on in Sacramento in terms of if ULA, and it turns out, which I didn't realize at first, there's a lot of ULA, there's a lot of transfer tax that a number of cities have done. I don't remember the number, but I know it's double digits have done. And so the question is, will that satisfy people and pull them away from Jarvis? My concern is that the folks behind Jarvis are just fed up, and I'm not sure that a compromise will allow them to say, well, we're not going to go forward. I'm very, very worried about this. And I just can't explain how bad it was once Proposition 13 passed. That's when we had devastating impacts on education. That's what's put us in a lot of the problems we have in local government. And so I'm very worried about that. But so that's an effort in Sacramento. That's an effort in Los Angeles. And then there is, the statewide. But in LA, we have another issue we're worried about, and that's the gross receipt tax. So there is an effort to eliminate the gross receipt tax locally, and that's connected to some other issues. If that were to go through, that would be an $800 million hit on our general fund, which could push us into bankruptcy. So there is this conflict that is going on right now, and if it doesn't get settled, we could have absolutely catastrophic consequences in November. And this is coming right into the Super Bowl next year and the Olympics in 2028 that would tie our hands from any sort of revenue.
So there's lots of talk about charter reform in Los Angeles, and wild provisions, increasing the number of city council people from 15 to 25, and doing this and doing that. What are your thoughts? If charter reform could happen, what would be the top couple of things you, as when you are reelected, would like to see as?
Well, it doesn't have anything to do with those. The top thing that I want to deal with is the city bureaucracy, because that has been one of the biggest challenges that I have faced. So when I said I ran because I believe the city needed profound change, I'm going to continue fighting for that change. But we have to tackle our bureaucracy. For example, it takes an act of Congress to hire anybody in the city. I mean, there's just numerous examples of impediments. The charter is outdated. What I am really worried about, though, Richard, I haven't seen all of the proposals, but it's such a hodgepodge. And one proposal I'm definitely concerned about, and that's ranked choice voting. I mean, I watched what's happened in San Francisco, Oakland, New York, and that's not something I want to emulate. And so I think that there's kind of these knee-jerk reactions. It sounds like good government, but I don't think people study unintended consequences. And so some of those changes that are kind of in vogue right now, I just hope that we don't go down that road. So my answer is that it's a mixed bag. There's some things that I support. Of course, there's some things I put forward. But then there's other things that I think would just be a hot mess.
Let's go back to homelessness. The LABC Institute recent survey, which was released yesterday, as I said, 94% of the respondents identified homelessness as the most serious problem here in LA. More than any other issue facing the city, nearly twice as many voters surveyed favored using public funding to build short-term shelters as opposed to long-term housing. Where's your priority?
Prioritizing.
Shelters versus long-term housing.
Yeah, no, see, you have to do both. And I think that shelters, when you hear that word, you think of a big plot of land with cots in it. But shelters have been new and improved, and there's a lot of innovative ways where a person has a modicum of privacy. But I'm going to tell you something. I don't care what structure it is. If you don't take care of the people inside, you're not accomplishing anything. And so I guess I bring a different perspective to this because I worked at County General Hospital in the emergency rooms. My patients were unhoused. And I think that we have paid little to no attention to the individuals. And I don't know where we came up with this ideology that all you need is to plop somebody in an apartment. And then we will say, oh my God, so many people leave. You know, there's reportings about people leaving Inside Safe now and fixated on the 40% that leave, not the 60% that stay. But and the thing is that to say they go back to the street, the system isn't designed to track them. We don't know where they are. Some of them might not even be alive anymore. Some of them might have left the state or reunited with their families. But the system is so profoundly broken and dysfunctional. And what I'm worried about is the ideological war that says housing first, which I agree to, but there is a dogmatic interpretation of housing first. And I think it is completely unacceptable to say you have to stay on the street until we build something for you. And the only people that believe that sleep in beds.
Okay, and with that,
Thank you, everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, lunch is now being served in the foyer. We ask you to please pick up your lunch and come right back. We will hear from the candidates for governor at 1:25. and CEO of the Weingart Foundation.
Yay! Hi. Woohoo! Okay, here, we'll come to here. All right. Good afternoon and welcome. We hope you had a good morning. It was a full morning. Thank you all for participating with us here today. And we're very excited to be joined by Joanna Jackson, the CEO and president of the Weingart Foundation. Joanna, who will help introduce our final panel of the day.
Yes, thank you, Mary. Good afternoon, everyone. As Mary said, I'm Joanna Jackson, President and CEO of the Weingart Foundation, and we're really honored to introduce an important panel on housing and affordability in California, two issues that will be core to the new governor's agenda and mission to build a California that truly serves all. As we all know, Los Angeles here, we are grappling with an unprecedented homelessness crisis, coupled with some of the highest housing costs in the country. And as we know, communities of color are disproportionately impacted. At the Weingart Foundation, we are proud to partner with organizations, with advocates throughout the region to build a Southern California where everyone has the opportunity to have a safe and affordable home and to flourish in an economy that actually serves everyone. We work to partner with organizations that are supporting tenants, people experiencing homelessness, to create affordable housing, community-based affordable housing, supporting housing with the services that people actually need and deserve. And we also move a bold system change agenda to get at the core of our housing and homelessness crisis, and also to work to dismantle the systemic racism and the anti-Black racism that actually sit at the core. So, yes, as the state continues to grapple with these and other crises, this nonpartisan forum today gives you the opportunity to hear from leading candidates for governor regarding their priorities and perspectives on critical issues that are shaping and facing our communities, including the cost of housing and affordability, and the effect on the state's economic competitiveness and how they are going to help to create a California where all of our residents can actually thrive.
Yeah, thank you, Joanna. It's really important, the work you do. And I'm happy to say that yesterday, many of you may have seen a housing survey that we just released with FM3, John Fairbanks' group. This housing survey is the fourth in a series that we have done since 2019. And what it does is it really takes a look at what Angelenos are saying. Over 750 Angelenos are saying about how they feel about our housing challenges and also what the solutions are. And we really focus on the solutions. But this time we did something a little bit different. On your program today, you'll see a QR code. If you go to that QR code, you will find our survey. You will find the questions we asked. You will find the analysis that FM3 did of the poll. And what it'll tell you is a bunch of things that are super important. It'll tell you that voters still have a very deep concern about housing costs, and homelessness concerns have intensified. And there is a very broad-based consensus around all housing types now. The way it used to be one kind of housing type, permanent supportive housing, now it's about all forms of housing, as the mayor was talking about earlier, the importance of interim housing. The other thing we're seeing that's different is mixed income housing, serving middle-class families. There's now a heightened awareness is that they are increasingly priced out of Los Angeles. So this survey also does something super interesting. We decided to test the key ideas of our candidates. And I have to say, the key ideas of housing solutions from this group of candidates is extremely positive. There's some very important subtleties within it that I think our moderator, Alex Cohen, will get at today. But I would strongly suggest you take a look at that. And any portion of the summit that you did not see today or want to watch, if you just go to our website at www.labusinesscouncil.org, you can pick up today's summit. And also tonight on LAS at 7 p.m., this will air, the candidate forum or the candidate panel will air in its entirety. So it is now my supreme pleasure to introduce our moderator today, Emmy award-winning journalist, Alex Cohen. Alex. And the candidates.
Superb. Thank you.
Of course.
All right.
Thanks.
And I'm not alone. Hello, everybody. Thank you for having me here today to moderate this incredibly important gubernatorial candidate panel focused squarely on one of the most important issues facing Californians today, housing. As the LABC Institute's brand new survey clearly demonstrates, now more than ever, Angelenos are deeply concerned about housing supply and affordability. Here today to talk about California's role in delivering housing at scale, with speed, and at the cost that Californians need are four of the candidates running to be our next governor. We're very honored to have with us, to my left, the Republican candidate and small business owner, Steve Hilton, and our three Democratic candidates who are with us here today, San Jose Mayor Matt Mahan, climate advocate Tom Steyer, and former Los Angeles Mayor Antonio Villaraigosa. Round of applause. And now we're going to do a little bit of housekeeping. First and foremost, that applause was lovely. Please do not do it again or make any other noise until the end so we have time to hear from our candidates. That's point number one. Point number two, the candidates on stage met objective qualifying criteria and have reached a polling threshold of 3% or higher. That's based on an average of 3 reputable, nonpartisan, and independent surveys taken between December of last year and today. All gubernatorial candidates who met these standards were invited. The four who accepted our invitation are here today. For most of our questions, these panelists will have 90 seconds to respond. I will specify if there is a shorter time to respond. Gentlemen, I may interject if I believe that you are not directly answering the questions we have asked. We do have in front of us here a visible timer, and we will note at this juncture we have the ability to mute your microphones if you go over. Don't make us do it. To ensure fairness, we will be rotating the order in which questions are answered so that each of our candidates will be able to provide the first answer at least once. There will be no opening nor closing statements today. This is not a debate, nor is it a forum to attack each other. We really see this as an opportunity to showcase your individual platform and vision. We ask you not to invoke the names of other candidates in a disparaging manner at any time. Please be civil. There will be no crosstalk or rebuttal on this day. We asked for no visible responses here. Also, please notice that this is going to be recorded for later broadcasts locally on LAist, statewide by KQED. So please be careful if you are entering or exiting the room. We ask you to refrain from doing that if you can. Okay, let's get to the fun stuff. Our first question, for which we will have 60 seconds on our timer, beginning with Steve Hilton. When you hear the word home, what comes to mind for you personally and why?
Thank you, Alex. Two things. First of all, literally helping to build them. My parents are Hungarian. They were refugees from communism, grew up in England. My stepfather was also Hungarian, and he was in a refugee camp and then ended up in England and worked in construction. And he ran, by the time I was there, a small local general contracting business, and I would go and help him build houses, literally, when I was a kid. The second thing, after I moved to London, after Oxford University, started a business, made a bit of money. We didn't have money in our family, but I made enough to buy a place in London in my 20s. And I still remember that feeling, walking across the threshold of this place that I earned. And it's a crime to me that we're taking away that sense of achievement and opportunity from this generation in California, and we have to get that back.
Thank you. Matt Mahan, 60 seconds. What does home mean to you?
Thanks, Alex, and good afternoon, everyone. It's great to be back. I sat on this stage as a new mayor a little over 3 years ago, and we talked about the plan for addressing housing affordability. I'm excited to give you an update on that today. But to answer your question, Alex, when I think about the word home, my mind immediately goes to growing up and the fact that my family was so lucky to be able to own our home. We were paycheck to paycheck growing up. My mom was a teacher. My dad was a mailman. But I remember their conversations about how to make the mortgage payment. That was a constant backdrop in my home as a kid. And we were very lucky. I also think about the thousands of people in my city and across the state who don't have that stability. And I'm proud that in San Jose, we were willing to approach the problem differently. We've led the state in building an entire continuum of interim housing and shelter and moved thousands of people off our streets in the last 3 years. We're finally turning the corner on this huge moral failing in our society.
Thank you. Tom Steyer.
So when I think about home, I obviously think about family. And I remember growing up with my family, and the things I remember most are lying in bed, reading with my mom and my two brothers, often, believe it or not, the Bible. And I remember the same thing with my kids. The most fun I've ever had in my life is sitting around the dining table with my wife and 4 kids and just shooting the breeze every night. And it's that is so worth it. So, and I will tell you, when I first bought a house in San Francisco, I thought it was too expensive, and I called my mom to say, the prices in California houses are amazing. And she said, Tom, it's not an investment in an asset. It's not about money. It's about building a life and building a family. It's not about the money. And that is exactly the point about why home ownership is a critical part of the California dream. The ability to build a life and a family in a place with peace and safety, so you can read together in bed and, basically love each other.
Antonio Villaraigosa.
First of all, it's great to be here at my alma mater, and I want to acknowledge and thank the LABC. And every summit that you had, every year I attended and keynoted, and proud to have worked with them throughout the years. I want to acknowledge Olivia Swiller, who got me to change my schedule to be here. I wouldn't have done it if I hadn't known her since she was a little girl. And I want to thank all of you. Let me just say what I think about. Like you, I think about family. We didn't own a home, but I remember my mother struggling to make ends meet and dreaming to own a home. I remember the guilt I felt when I bought a home at 25, that my mother had worked her whole life and she wasn't able to buy a home until later. And I remember the elation I had that, here I am buying a home for $42,000 in the hills of Cal State LA. So that's what I remember, and that's why I'm committed to making sure more people can buy a home.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. From here on out, we'll have 90 seconds to answer these questions, where I believe we'll start maybe to see some differences after those similar themes we just heard. This time beginning with Mayor Matt Mahan, the question is this. Governors often campaign on ambitious housing goals, but implementation requires navigating state agencies, cooperation from local governments and the legislature, and private sector partnerships. What specific experience do each of you bring that demonstrates your ability to execute large-scale housing policy, and how would you translate campaign commitments into realistic outcomes? Mayor Mahan, 90 seconds.
Thanks, Alex. So I'd love to share with you all just a little bit of my record as the mayor of the 3rd largest city in California, San Jose, 1 million residents, where we stopped just making excuses, admiring the problems, studying things, saying, gee, it would be nice if somebody else would fix it. And we started holding ourselves accountable for facilitating home building, interim housing building at scale. We've led the state in building out an entire system of interim housing and moved thousands of people off of our streets. We've reduced unsheltered homelessness by 1/3 over the last 4 years. I also noticed that we kept approving housing projects, 22,000 units, most of which never got built because they didn't pencil. And so I went to my council and we pushed through a huge reform package, ministerial approval in downtown and all of our growth areas, fee reductions, and we got thousands of new homes under construction. I've put out the most practical and comprehensive housing plan on my website. It's mahanforcalifornia.com. You can download the 15-point plan. It is all rooted in tackling the heart of this issue today, which is increasingly not about zoning, it's about the cost of construction, speeding up permitting, reducing fees, simplifying the building code, reforming CEQA and reducing litigation risk. We've got to bring down costs so that more of these projects pencil. That's what we're doing in San Jose, and that's what I'll do as governor.
Thank you. Mr. Steyer.
So the thing that everybody thinks is going on and the problem in California is about permits and that we need to get the permitting process better at the state level. And last year there was a big CEQA reform. I supported it. We pushed really hard for it and it went through. There was a big zoning reform. I pushed for it really hard and it went through. And let me say this, the state government, the legislature is absolutely desperate for housing. And I think that any governor with a vision for housing is going to get a lot of support going forward if we can really make it happen. So that means it really comes down to the other two sectors, which is the local governments and the private sector. The local governments have a lot of control about permitting, they have a lot of control about fees, and they're a big reason it's slow because they view housing as an unfunded mandate. That every time they build a house, they're responsible for education and health, and they don't have the money to do it, so they drag their feet and they put in big fees. I'm going to pass split roll, corporate real estate tax loophole, $22 billion a year to California, to local places so they can actually permit it. It's really critical to cooperate with those people and to get them to cooperate with us so we shorten permit time and lower fees. But also we need to work with the developers because there are ways to build housing now, industrial construction off-site, putting it together on-site that can drop the per square foot cost by 1/3 to 1/2. Those two things are going to be the two things that really drive whether we build 1 million houses at the price people can afford, and I can do both those things.
Mr. Villaraigosa.
Antonio's fine. You start with record. I was mayor for 8 years in this town. There were 20,000 people downtown. By the time I left, there were 60,000 people. I built more market rate workforce and affordable housing and homeless housing than the 12 years before me. But 4 of my years was the middle of a recession. What do? We got together with a land trust organization that helped us buy land. We worked with all of these enterprises and all these groups who helped us finance some of what we did. The next governor's going to have to do 3 things. First of all, we need to build more, and not just affordable housing, market rate workforce, affordable homeless housing. Second, we need to build faster. And I agree with my colleagues that CEQA was broken. I've been saying that for years. We need one permit shopping. You go in LA, you go to 12 agencies. In the state, you go to multiple agencies, and they all tell you different things. We need first-time buyer assistance. Meet where the market doesn't provide that first-time buyer assistance. We can. There's a $25 billion initiative that no cost to the taxpayer that'll help us do that. And we got to do everything possible to put a housing accountability production board that makes sure we do everything that we say we're going to do.
Thank you. Mr. Hilton.
A lot of good ideas from my colleagues here. I'll get to the specific question, which was, what specific experience do you have that could help us in this situation? I'll point to 3 things. My first job actually was project manager for a construction company many years ago. And you may say, well, what's that got to do with anything at this elevated level? Actually, a lot. Because in that role, you have to be incredibly practical and focus on outcomes and results and budgets and timelines. And there's no room for just, skating by on grandiose statements. You've got to really, and that's what I learned. It's my first job. Second piece of relevant experience, many years later, I worked in 10 Downing Street in England as senior advisor to the Prime Minister, David Cameron. And my main responsibility there was the implementation of our domestic policy reform program. And so I saw firsthand how difficult it is to make change happen through a bureaucracy, through a centralized system. The UK government about the same size as the California government. I'm not saying we got everything right, but I learned how hard it is and actually the kind of attitude you need to make things happen. And then the third thing I'd point to is my time, most of my career actually, in business, where you've got to have that problem-solving, pragmatic attitude. Otherwise, nothing happens. I've started businesses here and on the other side of the Atlantic, and you cannot have a bureaucratic, process-oriented mindset. You have to focus on results and getting things done.
Thank you. For this next question, we'll begin with Tom Steyer. The question is this: 96% of respondents in the new LA Business Council survey say it is difficult for Angelenos to afford the cost of housing. 7 out of 10 say it is difficult for them personally. The state has enacted major housing reforms and assigned ambitious regional targets, and yet projects still stall. What do you believe is the single biggest barrier to delivering housing at scale? And what would you change first, if elected, to significantly accelerate production?
So let me say this. I have financed 17,000 low-income housing units. I am a business person. I have been involved in lots of development. And when we look at this problem, what I was trying to say to you, and I know that the question was one, but the two things that we really need to do differently, one is to work with the local counties because they are pushing back very hard. And I said that I was going to close a corporate loophole that would give them $20 billion so they could afford to permit housing. But I think it's more than that, because I think what Antonio said really is critical, that we're going to have much fewer permits and have a coordinated system to get it done faster and get rid of the fees. That is a critical thing. But there are tens of thousands of permitted zone units in the state of California that are not getting built because it's too expensive. And when I talk about using new technologies of industrial construction off-site and then putting it together on-site, that is a critical change in this state. What we're seeing is the cost per square foot in this state is incredibly high, and it is preventing things from getting built. I was talking to developers about it this morning. I was talking about counties about how to work together last night. Those are going to be the two biggest issues, and it's absolutely true. We're going to have to take a non-process oriented, results oriented way of doing it. But this is we have the technology. We're going to have to push this through because people are suffering, and it's important that we take it with the urgency that their suffering mandates.
Thank you. Mr. Villaraigosa. Antonio.
I think the single biggest thing that stopped us is Sacramento is great at setting goals, everybody. They set goals on everything and then don't implement them. The number one job of a governor and a mayor and the president of the United States, a chief executive, is to drill down on the things you promise. You know, I didn't know who McKinsey was before I got started as mayor, but I learned afterwards. I put dashboards by everything. That's how crime went down 48%. That's how graduation rates went up 60%. That's how we built more infrastructure than anybody in the United States during that period. And that's how we reduced greenhouse gases more than anybody. The fact is, that's why I said a housing production accountability board that's drilling down with cities and counties, making sure they're doing what they say they're going to do. A carrot and stick approach, provide when they're doing well and they're doing the right thing, support them, help them, streamline stuff, all of that. When they're not, hold them accountable and draw back that money. That's what we need to do. That's what a chief executive does. You're not doing laws and goals all day long like we do too much in Sacramento. You're actually getting the job done.
Steve Hilton.
I'm afraid, Alex, I'm going to do 3, because there are 3 structural barriers to getting where we want to go that are deeply interconnected. Matt mentioned one of them, which is litigation. We talk about CEQA the whole time, quite rightly, and it's way too complicated And that's correct. We need to simplify, reduce, and so on. But one of the main problems with CEQA is the private right of action under CEQA. The lawsuits that are filed under CEQA using environmental reasons as a pretext. 70% of CEQA lawsuits are used to block housing. Now let's get to the second structural factor. Most of those lawsuits are filed by unions to use as leverage to negotiate project labor agreements, which then increase the cost of housing because of provisions like skilled and trained workforce, which is a euphemism for union members only, prevailing wage, which is a euphemism for much higher than market rate wages. That's why the bill that Tom mentioned last year, AB 130 and 131, isn't going to make much difference because they have these union carve-outs. That's the second big one, union power. Of course we want people to be well paid. Of course we want workers to have good careers, but not at the cost of making housing so expensive that union workers can't afford to buy them. And then the third one, I'm afraid, is the climate agenda, which of course we all want to protect the environment, but it's gone so far now, so extreme, it's actually getting in the way of other objectives. And if you look at all these barriers to housing, the climate goals are driving up the cost, the regulations on construction, VMT, all these things we need to bring back into balance so we can build the housing we need.
And Mayor Mayhem, before we go to you, just a point of clarification for anyone watching online, CEQA, of course, being the California Environmental Quality Act. Mr. Mayhem, 90 seconds to you.
Thank you. So you started the question by talking about Angelenos not being able to afford housing. And we should just be very clear with everyone that this is fundamentally a supply problem. In most of our coastal cities, we have seen job growth and population growth outpace housing production. In some places like Silicon Valley, that has been a ratio of nearly 8 new jobs created for every 1 home built over the last couple of decades. That is not sustainable. It prices people out, pushes people to the brink. So the plan that I've put online is rooted in what I have done as mayor of a big city to unblock thousands of homes that are literally under construction as we speak. Capping fees, which is something the state can do. Creating strict timelines for permits. We should have a 30-day deadline for permits for conforming infill projects. And if you don't get the answer from the city, it should simply be by right. We need to simplify building and fire codes where the legislature keeps adding more and more rules and process and requirements every year. We absolutely need to incentivize manufactured or factory-built housing. You can cut the timeline in half and the cost by 20 to 30% quite easily, and then reducing litigation risk. It is all about practical solutions to bringing down the cost of construction so that more of these projects pencil. And once they're financeable, we will see them get built because we've done a lot of the underlying regulatory changes around zoning and other foundational pieces.
We'd like to drill down now a little bit on responsibility and authority. This question will go first to Antonio Villaraigosa. Right now, cities control a lot of things, permitting timelines, fees, implementation. We'd like to hear how big of a role you believe the state should play in these matters. Should cities which consistently fail to meet housing targets face financial or legal consequences? What would you do if elected to enforce housing law for cities or counties which openly flaunt mandates?
Yeah, well, thank you for that question. Look, I've been a mayor and I've been Speaker of the Assembly. And there were too many things that Sacramento does that used to, as a mayor, we would push back on. I don't believe that one size fits all. But if we have a goal and we all say we want to get there, you have to be accountable. And so I said earlier, I intend to use a carrot and a stick. I want to collaborate with cities. But those cities, particularly the affluent ones and the affluent neighborhoods within those cities that think they're not going to bear some of the responsibility for building the housing we need, we will hold them accountable. First, on a short timeline, by the way. First, try to work with them, of course. I've always believed that you get more with honey than you do with vinegar. But second, we will pull their chain. At the end of the day, this housing is critical. We know that, for instance, with homeless housing, everybody likes to complain about the fact there's too many homeless. And then when we try to put a facility close to them, they say, no, not in my backyard.
They want it all in the poor neighborhoods.
Mr. Villaraigosa, since we just have I've heard stick and I've heard pull the chain. Legal action, yes or no? Would that be something you would take?
Yes, pull the chain is legal action and more. Absolutely.
All right. Mr. Hilton.
So, Alex, I think this may be the first area where there's a bit of disagreement between us. First of all, in principle, I really, truly believe in decentralization of power. I've always believed that decisions are best made closest to the people who affect them. And throughout my career and what I've argued for and written and the policies I've advocated, decentralization has been a real big part of it. I think the central problem here, actually, that's causing all this tension and obstructionism is this idea, this ideology really of density. That the only acceptable development, the only acceptable housing is infill housing in the current development boundary. I think that is what's driving a lot of this. And that's why we're seeing Sacramento trying to force housing into neighborhoods and towns and cities that don't want it. And you're seeing pushback and legal action, NIMBY, battles and all the rest of it. Instead, I want us to think about a very important fact. We already have the highest density in the country. Only 6% of our land is developed in California. You could increase that to 7% and have room for 10 million people in single-family homes on quarter-acre lots. We don't even need that much. And so my argument is, let's stop trying to force housing into places that don't want it and instead allow housing to be built in the places that do want it or where there's no one at all, and let's build new towns and cities for the future.
Once again, though, even if it's not a density law, if it's a target that's not met, would you take it?
I wouldn't even have any I would just scrap the whole system of targets and enforcement and instead open up another whole area of our state for development so we can build the housing we need. That's what we did before when we were growing as a state.
We will leave it at that, but I appreciate it. That man.
So Governor Newsom's administration has been much more aggressive about intervening and holding cities accountable, including through lawsuits. And I think he and his team have been right to do that. And I will continue that approach. But I want to just note, Alex, that litigation is not a great answer for anyone. It takes a very long time. It's very expensive. And ultimately, what the courts often end up doing years later is instructing the locality to go back and update the plan. And then they're given another year to do that. So if we really want housing, we've got to go back to the last question and tackle the cost stack so that more projects get funded faster and get under construction. I also think we have some tools that the state can leverage that isn't just a litigation pathway. We saw when cities refused to submit compliant housing elements that showed that they had the zoning and the capacity and the programs and policies in place to allow housing, the state came in and said, we're going to allow by right development, meaning if a developer comes in and has the ability to finance and build a project on a given parcel, they'll have the ability to do that. You lose local control, but not in a way that's tied up in the courts for years. You actually get housing built as a consequence if you refuse to create the conditions for it to get built. So that to me is the happy medium. You allow local control as long as cities and counties do the right thing. And if they don't, you allow an override mechanism so that the housing gets built and you're not mired in the courts for years on end.
Thank you. Mr. Steyer.
So I think that there is something going on here that people are not willing to acknowledge, and that is Prop 13. The truth is, we built a lot of housing in California until Prop 13. And the reason the cities and counties don't want to build housing, yeah, there's NIMBYism for sure, and that's something we can address. But the real reason that overall in California people don't want to build housing is when housing is permitted and built in the city and county, they're responsible for the education and the health costs. And nobody else on this stage is talking about the fact that they're fighting back because they feel like they don't have the money. And the state isn't giving them the money. So when houses are built, they are fighting back and putting in big fees as a way of trying to combat the fact that Prop 13 took away the local money. That's one of the reasons that I'm pushing to close the corporate part of Prop 13, split roll, $22 billion. I think the other thing that's really true here is this. The state has a mechanism to push back, and that's called withholding funds. You don't have to sue. It's like if some rich county doesn't want to do their share of house building, it's like, check, guess what? No money. And so therefore what you're trying to say to them is, it's a good deal to build housing. It isn't a good deal for them now, which is why they're not being irresponsible. They're trying to do their job and not get put in an impossible situation. That's why split roll is important, and using the money that the state controls to control them. I would like a state override. I think that's a good idea, but mostly it's going to be about the money.
All right, this question will begin with Steve Hilton. Even when zoning allows housing, developers of projects often face years of permitting, environmental review, and litigation risks. What specific reforms would you support to shorten project timelines? We've already heard get rid of CEQA, reform CEQA, if that is part of your answer. We also strongly would like to hear what specifically you would commit to ensure that environmental and community protections that are critical will also be preserved.
So a very specific aspect that I just want to address is something that I worked on actually, my first step into the world of California policy and politics was this issue of housing. A few years ago now, and in fact I tried to get a ballot initiative qualified for the ballot that would address two of the critical things that have been mentioned. In fact, Matt and I first met when I was talking about that a few years ago, and the two components, one I'll just briefly mention, which is capping impact fees, which Matt spoke about, but on CEQA and on the litigation risk, it was removing the private right of action so that lawsuits using CEQA couldn't be filed by anybody at all to block housing. Just like with most of our laws, they could only be filed by the county DA or the state attorney general if it's a project affecting more than one county. That single reform would make so much difference and free not just those who want to build from the litigation, but remove the leverage that the unions use to actually hold things up and drive up costs. So ending the private right of action under CEQA would be a major reform that would really transform this whole area.
Thank you. Matt Mayer.
So I agree with that, and I think we've hit on a lot of the core things here. So, it is reducing litigation risk. It's moving to ministerial approvals, which can allow you to actually bypass CEQA entirely in infill projects. So and that's what we're doing in San Jose. In our downtown and our growth areas, there's effectively is no CEQA. You get to build by right. Localities should be required to approve permits in a timely fashion. I've proposed for conforming projects 30 days, or it's automatically by right development. We've hit on a lot of the core things, but I just say that I lead a big city that has, over my 6 years on this city council, has never once mentioned Prop 13 as a barrier to approving housing. We've approved 22,000 housing units, and never once has that been a barrier for us. The barrier has been we keep entitling and approving projects that never get financing. That is by far, we have tens of thousands of units. So what we found in our studies is if we can hit a density, an average density citywide of 30, 40 units to the acre, so you're mixed, some are less, some are more, we cover the cost of providing services. We even have declining student enrollment. This is not, I think we're pointing to the wrong problem. And if you increase revenue by another $22 billion, I promise you that's going to find its way into higher costs for small businesses and consumers in an already very expensive state.
Mr. Steyer.
So in defense of doing split roll, you should know San Jose is the most expensive city in the world. So it is a unique place with unique positives, but a very different set of circumstances than any place else in the world, including in California. Let me say this. Think about what happened after the big fires in Pacific Palisades and Altadena. And think about then the ability to get permits and coordination from all the different agencies, the state, the city, the county. And that is a huge issue of what is going on in terms of what everybody here is talking about, the state permitting rules. And I did work to get them reformed last year. But let me say this, this is an awful lot about coordination. Yeah. It is an awful lot about duplicative and different requirements that are not in any way, shape, or form working together. I talked to a big national developer this morning to think about housing. And he said, look, we crush it in New Jersey, blue state. We crush it in Massachusetts. Blue state, we can't get anything done in California. And I said, why? And he said, the difference there is they have an override for the governor. That in fact, all that duplicative stuff gets pushed aside and the governor has more power. And that is something that would make a huge difference because it's about the duplication and lack of coordination that actually drives people crazy.
Maybe because we were both mayors, I agree a lot with what Matt said. I do. And I know this. Prop 13 is broken. I didn't vote for it in the first place. But I can tell you this. The only way to fix it is to fix the whole broken tax system. That's the only, we have the highest upper income tax. We over rely on that. Anybody who's had to balance a budget, and I did twice, with a Republican and a Democrat, with a surplus. I left this town on a sound financial footing. It's not just Prop 13, it's the whole broken tax system. Secondly, you asked me at the end about litigation. I said yes, but again, I'm with Matt. There are a whole lot of things we need to do before that. That's why I said pull the chain, and the like. But let me tell you, the biggest issue is the issue that I told you. We keep on setting all these goals, and then nobody's in charge of getting them done. That's what I did as mayor. And mayor, by the way, of a city bigger than San Jose, Oakland, San Francisco, and San Diego combined. A world-class city, an economy bigger than many states. At the end, big poverty in this city, poverty like Fresno, and also the biggest economy. So at the end of the day, you need a chief executive driving this, pushing this, putting it on dashboards like I did with you, David, where I said, I want this done. I want it done by this time. I want people responsible for doing it. That's how you get this done.
Matt Mahan, this question will go first to you. We're going to look specifically at the intersection between housing and labor. California cannot solve our housing shortage without the workforce. Contractors across the state report persistent shortages of skilled trades. And some have also expressed concern that new proposals to increase affordable housing through things like prefab units could put local builders out of work. What role should the state play in expanding the construction workforce, and how do we do that while simultaneously maintaining strong labor standards and delivering projects at scale?
It's a great question, and I don't think that these things are zero-sum. The answer, as is so often the case and so often how California leads the world, is innovation. I was just down in Carson next to Long Beach at Full Stack Modular and went through the entire production, the assembly line, if you will, where I was able to see firsthand factory-built housing. I've also been to Factory OS up in Northern California. This new methodology allows us to have the best of both worlds. So Full Stack is run by the building trades, fully unionized with skilled and trained, so there are apprenticeships for new employees to learn the trades. But because it's on an assembly line, it's faster, it's not exposed to the elements. They don't have to arbitrarily start and stop at certain times because of the traffic or noise impacts. They have units that come in steel frame, just a frame, and in 10 days are on the other side of the assembly line, fully finished inside, beautiful customizable exteriors. Because they're steel frame, they can go 28 stories high. They showed me a project at Cal Poly student housing, 320 units, that they are delivering in half the time and at 20% lower cost, and it's the first project in this factory. You imagine the state leveraging its tax credits, its funding mechanisms to incentivize that kind of housing at scale, tens of thousands of units. We can have both.
Thank you. Tom Stack.
So I completely agree with what Matt said. I've been saying for a long time, the way we do this is a lot of our problems are solvable if we will be the technology state that decides to use technology. And this is a good example. But let's talk for a second about jobs, because the big question in jobs for people in the state of California right now is AI. This is really a question of how are we going to protect millions of jobs? What is going to happen to those people? How is AI going to hurt those people? What is the government going to do about it? So let's talk about that for a second, because it does relate to people working in terms of building housing. Look, AI is here. It's not coming. It's here. It's going to be critical for the government to protect jobs, to make sure that we protect jobs in every case, but also to retrain people for skilled labor for a specific job. And what Alex was saying is there aren't enough people to do these jobs. So the first thing is we need to do that, a huge program, because everybody's worried about losing their jobs to the tune of millions and millions of Californians. The only way we're going to do that, which I've proposed, is for the people of California to own part of AI. For us to, in effect, as a state, take a small fee for every calculation made by one of those AI companies and use it, first of all, to protect workers and retrain workers for just this kind of thing that you can't do with a computer. And second of all, if it's as big as people say, we'll have a sovereign wealth fund to pay for all the things the state needs and give us a financial cushion. We need to do a huge job training effort, and this is the way to do it.
Let me agree with my two colleagues about the fact that it's not either or. It's all of the above. That's just anybody who's ever been a mayor or a chief executive knows, the problem with Sacramento right now is we make every decision like this. We've got to broaden our vision, everybody. It's not either or. First of all, we don't have enough workers to build the infrastructure. According to the American Society of Engineers and Architects, we have a D in infrastructure. And we're not building the 2 million plus housing that we need. So I've said that we have to focus on career technical education. The jobs that aren't going away with AI are those jobs. And so we got to double down and train the people for the jobs of the 21st century. And that is building housing, building infrastructure, building the grid, building everything we need. And that means we have to double down on that. But I'm with you, both of you, because you said you agreed. We got to do all of the above. We got to do all of the above. It's not just one thing, and it's not either or. And anybody that tells you that has never had the job of doing this like I have.
Mr. Hilton.
Well, how about this? I'm going to agree with my three colleagues here.
No, Steve, don't.
I know, I'm going to get in
please.
terrible trouble because these are very common sense, practical things, and I think it's great that we have some consensus on that. I'll just focus on one aspect of it, which is really picking up where Antonio left off, which is the skilled and trained part of this in terms of the future workforce, both in terms of preparing ourselves for a world of AI, which is unpredictable. The basis of that is to have our kids leave school properly educated and trained. And there's two things that are going wrong. First of all, on the basic academics, we're falling way short. In terms of English, for example, it's less than half of students in our public schools meet basic standards. For math, it's 35%. That's a disaster. There's a whole set of reforms we need to do there on the basics. But actually, we need to learn from other places where you have a much earlier diversity in the school system. For example, Germany, where at age 14, you can have a totally different track of school, vocational school that's just as high status, but gives you a complete training from a much earlier age than just leaving school and maybe doing community college and then getting skills training. You can start that much earlier. So I think structural changes within our school system to bring much more diversity, both to improve academics, but also to introduce high quality, high status skills training much, much earlier than we do now.
Well, clearly we've all been getting along way too smoothly. So now let's turn to an area
not letting us challenge one
where
another.
I think we might see some differences in this next question. This fall, voters will weigh in on a measure sponsored by the Howard Jarvis Taxpayers Association. If approved, it will be harder to raise local taxes, and there would be a cap placed on municipal transfer taxes. These fees would eliminate billions in revenues for some California cities. Meanwhile, there's another ballot initiative that would impose a one-time 5% tax on Californians with assets worth more than $1 billion. Beginning with Tom Steyer. What drives your approach to who should be taxed, for what, and by how much? And yes, I might have thought a little bit about the order of this question. Let's be fully transparent.
So you guys should know that I'm the billionaire who thinks billionaires should pay more money. But let's take a look at what I've actually done, because I've passed 3 propositions. One of them supporting a tax, and 2, imposing taxes. And then let's talk about what I think I'd do. So the first one was no on 23, which was basically saying we need cap and trade. 2 oil companies came into California in 2010, tried to get rid of cap and trade. Everybody said the oil companies always win. And by the way, right now the oil companies are winning like crazy. And George Shultz and I ran a campaign that said no, and we got 70% of the vote. Secondly, $2 a pack cigarette tax. Legislature couldn't do it for 20 years. We got 60% of the vote. And the last was a tax on out-of-state corporations who weren't paying fair taxes in California. We took the money and used it to fix up schools from an energy standpoint so they could earn money going forward, save money going forward. I'm proposing closing split roll. Every one of those taxes is money we need. That's billions of dollars to Californians where Californians aren't paying a penny. And in every one of these cases, you can't come to me and say that the state is worse off. There's no second order effect. Am I for Howard Jarvis? No, Howard Jarvis are the people who put through Prop 13, and we're paying the price for it right now. That's why we're twisting ourselves up into all these pretzels. The billionaires tax. I am for taxing billionaires more. We have the richest state in the world, and we have the highest poverty rate. But the truth is, I think the tax isn't designed the way I would do it. It's a one-time tax, and second of all, it doesn't distribute the money the way everything else in California gets distributed.
I understand why people would want to tax people that make that kind of money, for sure. But what I say is this. They're already leaving. They've been leaving for some time. They're going to be gone pretty soon. And the federal government should do something, for sure. That's one. People that make that kind of money should pay more than the rest of us. 2, the problem with and I oppose the billionaire tax for that reason. But the other reason, it's a one-time tax, everybody. And it's not for everything. It's just for health care, which will be decimated by the big ugly bill. No question about it. But at the end of the day, we need to understand this. Jerry Brown left us with a surplus. And off and on over the last 6 years, we've been in deficits, sometimes surpluses, in part because we over-rely on the upper income tax, and in part because different than all of you in your homes and your businesses, we spend more than we got by a lot. The LAO says we're looking at an $18 to $30 billion deficit next year, multiple years. Finally, on the Jarvis Initiative, absolutely not. It's going to devastate cities and counties. It's going to devastate their ability to tax fairly and smart, and so I'm against it.
Thank you, Mr. Houghton.
So we got to get this argument about tax rate. We already have the highest tax rates in the country. The budget of the state of California has nearly doubled in the last 10 years, as Matt often points out. In the last 5 years, what is it, 75% increase. The problem in California is not a shortage of money. We are swimming in money. State government, local government, taxes have risen and risen to the point where we have the highest poverty rate. 1/3 or more of Californians can't afford to meet their basic needs. People on the working poor are paying tax rates that are just unsustainable. That's why the first line of my tax plan is your first $100,000 tax-free. Specifically on local taxes, we can't keep gouging taxpayers to pay for things where the money is already there. And these loopholes that have been carved out to allow local organizations, often non-profits who then benefit from the sales tax increase or the local tax increase that they put on the ballot. This is all corrupt and it needs to go. And I'll be very direct. I'm very much in favor of the Howard Jarvis measure, and I should be clear that I'm endorsed by the Howard Jarvis Taxpayers Association as the endorsed candidate for governor, but I think that's something a badge I wear with pride because we are massively overtaxed in California. We don't need to tax more, we need to spend more wisely.
See, I told you, differences. Matt Mann.
Well, let's go different again. So as usual, I fall somewhere in between some of my colleagues here. You asked about 3 taxes. On the Howard Jarvis proposal, I oppose it because it will put cities, counties, school districts at great risk, particularly when it comes to renewing revenue that they've come to rely upon. It's a bad idea. On transfer taxes, there is a distortion there, and we're seeing that in housing markets. So I don't think they should be eliminated, but I think a cap that keeps them at a low level, and I think that's ultimately where the compromise in the legislature will end up, is a reasonable cap on them so that they don't have a negative impact on housing supply and transfers. On the wealth tax, we've seen 14 European countries try this. They've almost all repealed it because the administrative costs are a nightmare. You need an army of assessors to go out picking through people's lives. You got to go to the Cayman Islands and figure out what people own. And you end up seeing less tax revenue. Ultimately, we've already seen $1 trillion of capital flight. There are other smarter ways to tax billionaires and other wealthy people. They shouldn't be able to endlessly borrow against appreciated assets as a way to avoid capital gains taxes. And there are other loopholes like that. That's what I would focus on. But ultimately, the truth is, we have the second highest overall tax burden in the country. After Prop 13, we added a ton of other taxes and fees. Spending in the capital is up 75% in 6 years. It shouldn't be more or less, it should be better. Let's focus on getting impact for our revenue.
Thank you. Tens of billions of dollars have been spent in recent years trying to tackle the problem of homelessness, and yet it is still a crisis throughout the state. The new LABC survey shows that there is not consistent agreement on how funding should be spent. Starting with Antonio Villaraigosa, if elected, wait for the question, please. How would you personally ensure that dollars intended to resolve homelessness are well spent and not wasted?
Well, first of all, I didn't realize if you're by transfer tax, you're talking about the ULA. No, I'm not for it. I didn't realize that slipped me. At the end of the day, UCLA and RAND have said, and I understand why they said mansions, but mansions cost more than $5 million in the city of LA. Just try down the street, one. And two, it impacts multifamily dwellings substantially and commercial development. According to RAND and UCLA, an 83% drop in investment. So I'm not for that tax unless they amend it. Second, with respect to your question, let me be clear. When I talked about a housing production accountability board, that's what that board will do with the governor on top of it, ensuring that we're doing what we're saying we're going to do. So we spent $24 billion from the state and billions more in the city, the county, all up and down the state, and homelessness went up during that period. The LAO legislative analysts did a study, and they said only 2 programs work.
Well, what will you do differently? Because we've just got a few seconds left. What
Hold them accountable. That's what that housing production accountability board is all about. Making sure that we do what we say we're going to do, and when we're not doing it, pull that money back, do whatever we have to do to make it happen. That's what I'll do. And I said that at the beginning.
Mr. Houghton.
There are 3 things I'd do differently. First of all, we got to acknowledge that this is completely unacceptable, this scandal. You don't see it in other states and other countries. It shames us. And it's gone on for too long. We've got to be very strong and clear that it cannot go on like this. The 3 things I do differently. Number 1, when you see homeless encampments, people sleeping outside, I know that's not the whole extent of homelessness, but let's just focus on street sleeping. That's against the law. It's illegal. It's always been illegal. And the starting point is to enforce the law, to make sure that that doesn't happen. But then, of course, the most important part after that is how do you help people who you've got off the street? You need to get them into the services that they need to get their lives back on track. Over 80% of people who are outside are suffering from either severe mental health problems or drug or alcohol addiction or some combination. And it doesn't matter whether they developed those things as a result of being homeless, or whether they became homeless as a result of having them in the first place, we got to help them. And so the main difference on drug and alcohol addiction is that we've got to get over this ideology of housing first, where you give people shelter and housing without any conditions attached in terms of getting clean and sober. With mental health, we have to massively expand provision, which is woefully inadequate. And the main change there is to actually get the waiver from this 16-bed rule that Medicaid imposes for reimbursement for mental health care. And that way we can have modern, efficient mental health facilities that makes our money go further.
Matt Mahan, how will you make sure money is well spent when it comes to homelessness?
I know exactly what we need to do because we're doing it in San Jose, and we have led the state in reducing unsheltered homelessness by nearly 1/3. By the next count, likely more than that. And it comes down to setting outcome goals around a few core things. Number one, prevention. We created the nation's leading prevention system, short-term rental subsidy paired with intensive case management to help bridge people to something better. Number two, interim housing, and for those for whom interim housing can't be the first stop, inpatient treatment facilities, having the safe, dignified alternatives to the streets with supportive services. Number three, require people come indoors. The good news is 70 to 80% of the folks out there will gladly come indoors if you offer them something safe and dignified. But for those who are truly service resistant due to deep behavioral health challenges, we have to use our mental health courts, our conservatorship laws, our drug courts to compel people to come indoors, detox, stabilize, and have the opportunity to take advantage of services. And number four, be a pro-housing state. All the things we've been talking about. Bring down the cost structure, expand where you can build, make it easier and less expensive to build housing supply. And in San Jose, since I've been mayor, we've been building housing, including affordable and market rate, faster than job growth, which is helping us to reduce the inflow into homelessness. If we do those four things, we can really start to turn this around in California.
Mr. Steyer.
So I hate to agree with people on this stage, because we're all supposed to be bickering. But the truth is we've had a chance to listen to each other now for several months and listen to some good ideas coming from our competitors and friends. And so to me, the biggest question here is we know that being on the street is an incredibly dangerous, vulnerable, stressful situation. Only 1 in 7 people who get on the street have a mental health problem, but being on the street causes immense mental health pressures and immense mental health problems. Our current system, as Antonio said, no accountability. $24 billion, 7 years to get people into permanent housing, $750 to $1 million a key. Doesn't make sense. Does not make sense. What does make sense? Keeping people from getting on the street in the first place. Being on the street is incredibly expensive for them, incredibly expensive for us. Getting them off the street as fast as possible into the kind of emergency interim housing that Matt was talking about. Building houses. Look, the truth is we need to get people off the street for their sake. We need to get people off the street for our sake, for the people who are in the community. We need to have safe, vibrant, walkable communities in the state of California so kids can walk around, so families can be safe, and so people can enjoy the hell out of their community. So there is a huge pressure on us to solve this problem in a compassionate way, but to solve it so that we can build back our inner cities and make them the places that the people of California can absolutely thrive in and have a great time.
Speaking of having a great time, our final question, 10 seconds or less apiece, starting with Steve Hilton. This is an event organized by the LA Business Council. Your 3 favorite LA businesses, go.
Oh my goodness. Well, you know, the first thing that comes to mind, because I've been thinking about it a lot, Cinerama, which is shut down, and it's a disaster. It's a symbol of how our wonderful entertainment industry has just been crushed. Oh, I've already used up 10 seconds, I'm sorry.
2 more. You got 2 more and you will be kind.
Oh, the Red Lion Tavern in Silver Lake, which is a fun place I used to hang out there quite a lot.
Good schnitzel.
I don't know, I can't think of a third. Can you come back to me?
Matt Mahan.
I'm going to give you my top 2. So I just came from lunch at Langer's, talk about our homelessness crisis. But man, Langer's is awesome. Great pastrami sandwich, best in the world. And is Father's Office still making great burgers? Yeah. All right, Father's Office. There we go. I'll just go with 2 like Steve.
There you go.
So let me say that going to Universal Studios as a 13-year-old is one of the highlights of my entire life. And I went with my 2 brothers and my 2 parents, and I've never forgotten it. I would say going out on the boardwalk in Santa Monica to that amusement park with my 4 kids, with my wife on a night is one of the absolutely most fun things I've ever done. And I'd say, honestly, street tacos, baby.
Former mayor of LA. Hit us.
No, he can't do it. That can't happen.
Yeah. I love Brent's, but I love Langer's as well. Brent's is in Northridge. I love the pantry, and it's coming back. Hope of the Mission is going to be opening it. And, tacos.
Come on.
What's
better?
El Tepeyac, man. I mean, that's my place. Best burritos in East LA.
Thank you. Gentlemen, thank you so much for taking the time out of your busy schedule. Thank you. Before you go.
All right.
Thank you. This concludes our panel today. I once again want to thank our 4 candidates and their team and our audience for joining us. At today's summit, we have also heard from LA Mayor Karen Bass, Long Beach Mayor Rex Richardson, a very diverse group of business and community leaders. If you missed them, check them out at the LABC website. Thank you.
We'll do it.
Go on VO.
Okay. Please welcome LABC Chair David Nahai.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay. Thanks for your text. I'll respond to it. Okay, everybody. It falls to me to close out today's event. So before you all rush out, I want you to just take a minute, and as you're driving home, take a few minutes to digest what it is that's happened here today. Remember what it is that you've heard here today. Because from my point of view, and I was here from 8 a.m. until just now, it's been a truly extraordinary day. To begin with, you've heard about La Casa and what La Casa is doing. You heard about DWP's reforms. You heard Mayor Rex Richardson talk about everything that is happening in Long Beach. You heard a very frank interview with the mayor of the city of Los Angeles and all of the challenges that we're facing here. And of course, I was treated to a truly exceptional dialogue between 4 gubernatorial candidates. So at a time when we get so much coming at us and we're all hungry for the truth, we've heard the truth here today in some, and so I will bid you good night and thank you all so much for coming. And I just want to take a moment also to acknowledge Mary Leslie and the marvelous LABC team who put it all together. Thanks so much.